10 dedications 555 many palaces of powdered incense, uncountable canopies of perfume, and so on, up to uncountable palaces of perfume, incalculable canopies of raiment, and so on, up to incalculable palaces of raiment, inconceivable numbers of canopies of jewels, and so on, up to inconceivable numbers of palaces of jewels, immeasurable numbers of canopies of lamps, and so on, up to immeasurable numbers of palaces of lamps, unspeakable numbers of canopies of ornaments, and so on, up to unspeakable numbers of palaces of ornaments, unspeakably unspeakable numbers of canopies, banners, pennants, drapes, nets, statues, lights, flames, clouds, scats, parks, shelters, lands, mountains, seas, rivers, trees, robes, lotus blossoms, and palaces, made of fuel crystals, all unspeakably unspeakable in number, in each of these objects are countless bal ustrades, palaces, bowers, doors, crescents, defensive barriers, windows, jewels, and ornaments such offerings I present to those Buddhas, aspiring to cause all worlds to become purified and all sentient beings to attain emancipation, abide in the stage of the 10 powers and attain unhindered understanding of truth, to cause all sentient beings to be fully endowed with bases of goodness, to gain complete self-mastery, to have means as infinite as space, going to all fields without going anywhere, entering all lands, passing on good ways, always able to sec Buddhas, planting roots of goodness. Accomplishing the great vehicle, not clinging to anything, replete with virtue, establishing innumerable practices, entering into all the boundless realms of reality, developing ritual faculties of Buddhas, and attaining the omniscient knowledge of the enlightened ones. Just as selflessness includes all things, so also may my roots of goodness include all the Buddhas by making offerings to them all, include all truths by understanding them without hindrance, include all enlightening beings by ultimately having the same roots of goodness, include all practices of enlightening beings by fulfillment through the power of my original vows, include all enlightening beings' understandings of things by comprehending all things without obstruction, include all the great spiritual powers of the Buddhas by perfecting innumerable roots of goodness, include all the powers and fearlessnesses of the Buddhas by developing immeasurable will and fulfilling them all, include all the enlightening beings' methods of meditation, powers of elucidation, and concentration formulae by being able to illumine and comprehend non-duality, include the Buddha's skill in means by manifesting the great spiritual powers of the enlightened, include all the past, present, and future Buddha's birth in the world, attainment of enlightenment, turning the will of true teaching, taming sentient beings, and entering final decease, by respectfully presenting offerings to all of them everywhere, include all worlds of the 10 directions by adorning and purifying Buddha lands to the ultimate degree, include all ages by appearing therein and cultivating enlightening practice unceasingly, include all realms of being be born therein, include all realms of sentient beings by 556 the flow wer ornament scripture fulfilling the practice of the universally good enlightening being, include all delusive habit energy by using appropriate means to clean it all away, include the innumerable differences in faculties of sentient beings by knowing them all, include the understandings and inclinations of all sentient beings by causing them to get rid of confusion and defilement and attain purity, include all activities that edify sentient beings by appearing in forms appropriate to their needs, include all ways of adaptively responding to sentient beings by entering into all realms of sentient beings, and include the essence of knowledge of all enlightened ones by reserving the teachings of the Buddhas. When great enlightening beings dedicate roots of goodness in this way, they use the absence of object of attainment as a means, they do not distinguish consequences in actions, they do not distinguish actions in consequences, though they have no discrimination, they enter all realms of Phenomena and Prensi please, though they have no striving, yet they always abide in roots of goodness, though they initiate nothing, yet they diligently practice excellent principles. They do not believe in things, yet can enter deeply into them. They do not consider things as existent, yet they know and see them all. Creation and non-creation are both and graspable. They know that by nature all things are never independent. Though they see all things, yet they are not seeing anything. They know everything without knowing anything. Thus do enlightening beings comprehend the objective world, knowing that all things are based on causes and conditions. They see the reality body of all Buddhas and arrive at the untainted ultimate reality of all things. They understand all worlds are like magical apparitions. They clearly realize that sentient beings are only one phenomenon and do not have two natures. They do not give up the realm of action. With skill in expedient means they show the uncreated in the midst of the realm of compounded things. Without destroying the characteristics of compounded things, they show compounded things in the midst of the realm of the uncompounded, without distinguishing marks of the uncompounded. Thus enlightening beings always observe all things as ultimately null and void. They develop all pure roots of goodness and arouse the will to save and protect sentient beings. Their knowledge clearly realizes the ocean of all truths. They always gladly cultivate practice to get rid of ignorance and folly. They have already fully accomplished transmundane virtues, and they no longer practice worldly ways. They have attained the pure eye of knowledge, stripped of the blinders of ignorance, and with skill in means they practice the path of dedication. Great enlightening beings, dedicating roots of goodness in this way, accord with the will of all the Buddhas, beautify and purify all Buddha lands, teach, edify, and mature all sentient beings, fully accept and maintain all principles of the Buddhas, become supreme fields of blessings for all sentient beings, become wise guides for all caravans, be 10 dedications 557 kami pure sons for all worlds. Each of their roots of goodness fills the cosmos, able to rescue and safeguard all sentient beings and cause them to be filled with pure virtuous qualities. When the great enlightening beings practice dedication in this way, they are able to reserve the lineage of all Buddhas, to develop all sentient beings to maturity, to beautify and purify all lands, to avoid spoiling all works, to thoroughly understand all things, to impartially observe the non-duality of all things, to go to all lands in the 10 directions, to comprehend the ultimate reality apart from desire, to achieve pure faith, and to have clear, sharp faculties. This is great enlightening beings' fourth dedication, dedication reaching all places. When great enlightening beings abide in this dedication, they achieve physical action reaching all places, being able to appear responsibly in all worlds. They achieve verbal action reaching all places, expounding the truth in all places. They achieve mental action reaching all places, accepting and holding the truth explained by all Buddhas. They attain the power of psychic travel reaching everywhere, going in response to beings' minds. They attain recollective and explanatory powers. Reaching all places, able to please beings according to their mentalities, they gain entry into the realm of reality reaching all places, able to enter all worlds in a single pour. They attain entry into bodies reaching all places, able to enter the bodies of all beings in the body of one being. They attain universal perception of the ages reaching all places, in each age always seeing all the Buddhas. They attain instantaneous universal perception reaching all places, moment to moment, seeing all the Buddhas appear before them. When great enlightening beings attain dedication reaching all places, they are able to dedicate roots of goodness in this way. Then the enlightening being Diamond Banner, empowered by the Buddhas, looked over the 10 directions and said, to all internal and external worlds enlightening beings have no attachments at all, yet do not abandon works beneficial to sentient beings. The great ones cultivate this kind of knowledge. In all lands in the 10 directions they do not depend or dwell on anything, they do not grasp things, such as livelihood, and do not arbitrarily create distinctions. They deal with all sentient beings in all worlds in the 10 directions, observing their essential nature has no existence. They practice dedication reaching everywhere. 558 TLZC Flower Omam Script 11 RC dealing with all compounded and uncompounded things. They do not entertain errant thoughts about them, or in regard to anything in the world, the lamps that illumine the world are aware in this way. The works carried out by enlightening beings are different in superior, middling, and lower grades. In all of them they dedicate roots of goodness to all the Buddhas of the 10 directions. Enlightening beings, by dedication, reach transcendence, accomplishing what they learn from the Buddhas. They always think well based on subtle knowledge and embody the best of human qualities. They are pure roots of goodness they universally dedicate to help the deluded, never abandoning them. They enable all sentient beings to become unexcelled lamps that illumine the world. They never conceptualize sentient beings nor think of things with false imagination, though in the world, they have no attachments, yet also do not abandon conscious creatures. Enlightening beings always enjoy tranquil nullity by following which they attain the realm of nirvana, yet they do not abandon the realm of sentient beings, they have attained such subtle knowledge. Enlightening beings do not conceptualize actions and do not grasp their results. All worlds are born from conditions things cannot be seen apart from causality. Deeply entering such realms, they do not create vain discriminations therein. The tamers of all sentient beings herein understand skilled dedication. What is great enlightening beings' dedication of inexhaustible treasuries of virtue? Here they dedicate the roots of goodness produced by repentance and removal of hindrances caused by past actions, the roots of goodness produced by paying respect to all Buddhas, the roots of goodness produced by requesting all Buddhas to teach, the roots of Te11 dedications 559 goodness produced by listening to Buddha's teaching, diligently practicing it, and realizing the vast realm of the inconceivable, the roots of goodness produced by rejoicing at the virtues of all Buddhas and all sentient beings of the past, future, and present, the roots of goodness of all Buddhas, the roots of goodness achieved by the diligent practice of infinite enlightening beings, the roots of goodness produced by enlightening beings knowing of and rejoicing in the Buddhas of all times attaining true enlightenment, teaching the truth, and taming sentient beings, the roots of goodness and rejoicing at the Buddhas of all times cultivating enlightening practice from their first inspiration. Attaining supreme true awakening, finally appearing to enter ultimate extinction, and, after their extinction, the true teaching remaining in the world until passing away. Thus enlightening beings think of the inexplicable realm of the Buddhas as well as their own realm and the unhindered realm of enlightenment. Such tremendous, innumerable different roots of goodness, all they accumulate, all they believe in, all they rejoice in, all they fulfill, all they accomplish, all they practice, all they attain, all they are aware of, all they embody, all they develop, they dedicate to adorn all the Buddha lands, like the realm of action of all the Buddhas in all worlds in boundless khans of the past, that is, incalculable, innumerable systems of Buddha worlds, known to the knowledge of Buddhas, perceived by enlightening beings, sensed by the great mind, issuing from and drawn forth by pure actions adorning Buddha fields, arising in response to sentient beings, created by the sublime practices of the enlightening being universally good, in which all the Buddhas become enlightened and manifest various autonomous spiritual powers, and like the purely adorned Buddha lands which will be attained upon enlightenment by the Buddhas throughout the future, pervading the cosmos, boundless, borderless, endless, infinite, all born of the knowledge of the Buddhas, adorned by innumerable beautiful treasures ornaments of all fragrances, all flowers, all raiment, all treasuries of worthy qualities, all powers of Buddhas, and the embellishments of all Buddha lands, the capitals of the enlightened ones, inhabited by inconceivable pure communities of people with existing affinity through similar practices who will attain true enlightenment in the future, developed by all the Buddhas, imperceptible to the world, visible only to the pure eyes of enlightening beings. These enlightening beings have great powers and have planted roots of goodness in the past. Knowing all things are like phantoms and illusions, they cultivate the pure deeds of enlightening beings, entering absorption in inconceivable freedom, and with skill in means can perform the work of Buddhas, emanate the light of Buddhas and illumine the world everywhere without limit. All the Buddhas of the present also adorn worlds in this way, with boundless forms, lights, and colors, all made by virtues, innumerable fragrances, innumerable jewels, innumerable trees, innumerable ornaments, innumerable palaces, innumerable sounds, associates in accord with affinities 560. The flower ornament scripture fro the past, manifesting adornments of all worthy qualities, without end adornments of all fragrances, garlands, powdered incenses, jewels, pennants, multicolored streamers of precious silk, balustrades of jewels, countless ornaments of gold nets, rivers, clouds and rain, and music, innumerable such embellishments adorning the Buddha lands in all worlds throughout space, created by various deeds, known to the Buddhas and told of by the Buddhas, that is, Buddha lands of adornments, Buddha lands of purity, Buddha lands of equanimity, Buddha lands of subtle refinements, Buddha lands of magnificent virtue, Buddha lands of immensity, Buddha lands of peace and bliss, Buddha lands of indestructibility, Buddha lands of inexhaustibility, Buddha lands of infinity, Buddha lands of imperturbability, Buddha lands of fearlessness, Buddha lands of light, Buddha lands free from opposition, Buddha lands of delight, Buddha lands of illumining brightness, Buddha lands of splendor, Buddha lands of refined beauty, Buddha lands of wonderful skill, preeminent, excellent, extraordinary, supreme, absolutely supreme, surpassing, unexcelled, peerless, incomparable, inscribable Buddha lands. To emulate these adornments of all the Buddha lands of past, future, and present, the great enlightening beings willingly dedicate their own roots of goodness to adorn a world in the same way, with the pure adornments of the lands of all Buddhas of past, future, and present, to produce, purify, gather, manifest, array, and maintain all adornments like those of the lands of all Buddhas, and to do the same for all worlds throughout the space of the cosmos, that they be replete with the various adornments of the lands of the Buddhas of all times. Great enlightening beings also dedicate roots of goodness in this way. May all the Buddha lands I cultivate be filled with great enlightening beings who are truly genuine, with comprehensive knowledge, able to distinguish all worlds and sentient beings, to enter deeply into the real of reality as well as the real of space, who cast off folly and perfect the recollection of the Buddhas, recollection of the truth of the teaching, recollection of the infinity of the community, omnipresent everywhere, and who also remember equanimity, their sun truthful and round, their light of knowledge illumining everywhere, seeing without obstruction, born from non-acquisition, producing all aspects of Buddhahood, possessed of myriad supreme roots of goodness, and endearing the determination of unexcelled enlightenment, abiding in the powers of Buddhas, heading for omniscience, destroying the works of demons, purifying the realm of sentient beings, entering deeply into the essential nature of things, forever getting rid of delusion, bringing all roots of goodness and great vows to fruition. May such enlightening beings fill those lands, born in such places, having such virtues, always affirming the work of Buddhahood, attaining the pure light of complete enlightenment, possessed of knowledge of the realm of reality, manifesting the power of spiritual faculties, filling all realms with 110 dedications 561 body, atom great knowledge and wisdom, entering the sphere of omniscience, able to distinguish infinite, boundless expressions and meanings of realms of phenomena and principles, having no attachments in any land, yet able to appear in all Buddha lands, their minds like space, not relying on anything, yet able to distinguish all realms of phenomena and principles, able to enter and emerge from inconceivable profound concentrations, intent on omniscience, dwelling in the Buddha fields, attaining the power of Buddhahood, expounding countless truths without fear, conforming to the roots of goodness of Buddhas of all times, totally illumining the cosmos of truth of all enlightened ones, able to accept and hold all Buddha's teachings, knowing countless ways of speaking, able to enunciate inconceivably many different sounds, entering the unsurpassed stage of freedom of the Buddhas, traveling throughout all worlds in the 10 directions without hindrance, practicing non-contention and non-reliance, not falsely discriminating anything, cultivating, practicing, and enlarging the determination for enlightenment, attaining knowledge of skill in means of expression and meanings, able to explain and expound them step by step. I vow to cause such enlightening beings to adorn those lands, distributed throughout, living in peace and accord, well cultivated, extremely well cultivated, pure, extremely pure, calm and serene. May there be, in each and every region of one Buddha land infinitely many such great enlightening beings filling it, and may all Buddha lands throughout space, throughout the cosmos, all be filled with great enlightening beings in the same way. Great enlightening beings expediently dedicate all roots of goodness to all Buddha lands, to all enlightening beings, to all Buddhas, to the enlightenment of all Buddhas, to all great vows, to all essential ways of emancipation, to purifying all realms of sentient beings, to always seeing the Buddhas appear in all worlds, to always seeing the life of the enlightened ones as infinite, and to always seeing the Buddhas pervading the cosmos turning the unimpeded, non-regressing wheel of Teach in G. When great enlightening beings dedicate roots of goodness in this way, because they enter all Buddha lands are purified, because they reach all realms of sentient beings, all enlightening beings are purified, because they will the appearance of Buddhas in all Buddha lands, in all universes the embodiments of the enlightened transcendentally manifest. By means of such peerless dedication great enlightening beings proceed toward omniscience, their minds broad and vast as space, without any limitations, entering inconceivability, they know all ascensions and the resulting consequences are null, so their minds are always equanimous. Having no bounds, they are able to enter all realms of reality. When enlightened beings practice dedication in this way, they do not conceive of self or possessions, do not conceive of Buddha or 562 tlzc flower omampt 1t scripture Buddha teaching, do not conceive of lands or adornment, do not conceive of sentient beings or civilization, do not conceive of action or results of action, they do not cling to thought or what is produced by thought, they do not deny cause and detect, they do not grasp things, they do not grasp principles, they do not say birth and death has mentation, they do not say nirvana is eternal tranquility, they do not say the enlightened realize Buddhahood. There is not the slightest thing that coexists with reality. When great enlightening beings practice dedication in this way, they give all roots of goodness over to sentient beings, to assure their development of maturation, teaching and edifying them impartially, without mental images, without objectification, without assessment, without falsehood, avoiding all vain discrimination and conceptual clinging. Once great enlightening beings have made this dedication, they attain inexhaustible roots of goodness, that is, they attain inexhaustible roots of goodness because they keep all enlightening beings in mind, they attain inexhaustible roots of goodness because they purify the Buddha lands, they attain inexhaustible roots of goodness because they purify all realms of sentient beings, they attain inexhaustible roots of goodness because they delve deeply into the realm of reality, they attain inexhaustible roots of goodness because they cultivate immeasurable minds equal to the realm of space, they attain inexhaustible roots of goodness because they profoundly understand the realm of all Buddhas, they attain inexhaustible roots of goodness because they diligently cultivate the work of enlightening beings, they attain inexhaustible roots of goodness because they comprehend the past, present, and future. When great enlightening beings dedicate all roots of goodness in this way, they understand that all realms of sentient beings have no sentient beings, they understand that all things have no life, they know that all things have no creator, they realize all things have no personality, they comprehend that all things have no conflict, they see that all things come from conditions and have no abode, they know all things have no basis, they know all lands have no location, they observe that enlightening beings' practices also have no locus, they see that all objects have no existence. When great enlightening beings practice such dedication, their eyes ultimately never see impure Buddha lands, nor do they see sentient beings of differing characteristics, there is not the slightest thing entered by knowledge, nor the slightest knowledge entering things. They understand the body of the enlightened is not like empty space, because it is perfected by all virtues and infinite sublime qualities, and because in all places it causes sentient beings to accumulate a sufficiency of roots of goodness. These great enlightening beings moment to moment attain unspeakably unspeakable numbers of stages of the 10 powers, arc filled with all traditions 563 virtues, full ly develop pure roots of goodness s, and arc fields of blessings are all sentient beings. These great enlightening beings develop treasure ies of 6 es like wish fuel filling jcwcls, obtaining all comforts as needed, a ble to adorn all lns wherever they go, purifying untold bears of sentient beings wherever they go, because of embracing virtue, cultivating and mastering the practices. When great enlightening beings practice dedication in this way, they cultivate the practices of all enlightening beings, their virtues are extraordinary, their appearance is incomparable, their spiritual force and radiance surpass single quote orldlings commas so that demons and demonic people cannot look upon them. Their roots of goodness arc com pktc, their great vows arc accomplished, their minds ever broadening, equal to the omniscient. In a single moment of attention they can pervade innumerably Buddha lands. The power of their knowledge is immeasurable, and they have arrived at the sphere of all Buddhas. They have profound F1ith in all Buddhas, and abide in boundless knowledge, the power of their will Tor enlightenment js vast as the cosmos, asu ultimate as space. When great enlightening beings abide in this dedication, they attain 10 inexhaustible treasuries, they attain an inexhaustible treasury of seeing Buddhas, because in a single pour they sec countless Buddhas appc drang in the world, they attain an inexhaustible treasury of entry into truth, bika use by the po /vcr of bud dha knowledge they sec all things in one truth, they attain an inexhaustible treasury of memory, because they retain the teachings expounded by all Buddhas without thing. They attain an inexhaustible treasury of certain wisdom, because they know the secret techniques in the teachings expounded by all Buddhas, they attain an inexhaustible treasury of understanding mean in G and intent, because they know the distinctions of principles of the teachings, they attain an inexhaustible treasury of boundless realization, because they comprehend all things of all times by means ofspacelikeknovvlcdge, they attain an inagustibletreas. Ury of felicitous virtues, because they satisfy the wishes of all sentient beings without end, they attain an inexhaustible treasury of intrepid knowledge and awareness, because they are able to remove and destroy all sentient beings' blinders of ignorance and fall ly, they attain an inexhaustible treasury of definitive powers of elucidation, because they expound the impartial teaching of all Buddhas so that all sentient beings understand, they attain an inexhaustible treasury. Of the 10 powers nir fearlessnesses, bika use they fulfill all practices of enlightening /v wrap their heads and the turban of nondc phi lcment, and rriv at an unob structed omniscience. When Griya tenligh tening beings dedicate all roots of goodness, they attain these 10 inexhaustible trikasuns. Then the enlightening being Diamond Banner looked over the 10 directions and said in verse 564 the flower ornament scripture enligh tening beings perfect profound mental power, attaining mastery of all the teachings, the blessings of their petitions and appreciation they dedicate by unimpeded means. The enlightened ones of past, present, and future beautify Buddha lands throughout the cosmos, enlightening beings, fulfilling all virtues, dedicate them to purify lands the same way. The teachings of Buddhas of all times enlightening beings ponder carefully, taking them all into their minds, thereby adorning the Buddha lands. Be the virtues of all Buddha lands extolled throughout eons of past, present, and future, the cons of all time may be exhausted but the virtues of Buddha lands have no end. All such Buddha lands do enlightening beings see, therewith is adorned one Buddha land and all Buddha lands, this way. There are Buddha children whose minds are pure, all born by transformation from the enlightening teaching, with all virtues adorning their minds, who fill all Buddha lands. Those enlightening beings all are endowed with bodies adorned with infinite signs of greatness, with powers of clarification. Their teaching fills the world, inexhaustible as the ocean. Enlightening beings sojourn in many concentrations and have fulfilled all necessary practices. Their minds are pure beyond compare and their light illumines all worlds. Thus are all Buddha lands filled with such enlightening beings. They never thought of the listener's vehicle or sought the individual illuminate's way. 10 Dedications 565 Thus are enlightening beings pure of heart, dedicating virtues to all living beings, wanting to cause all to become truly enlightened and full ly know the Buddha's truth s. All demons and enemies in the 10 directions the enlightening beings' awesome power subdues. Their intrepid knowledge and wisdom are invincible as they practice with certainty the ultimate way. Due to enlightening beings' great will power, their dedications cannot be hindered. They enter the inexhaustible treasury of virtue which is forever endless, throughout all time. Enlightening beings observe all conditioned things and understand their nature is not independent. Thus knowing the nature of things is like this, they don't wrongly grasp acts or results. There are no things with form, nor formless things, nor are there concepts of being or non-being. Existence and non-existence neither exist. They realize all are ungraspable. All things are born of causes and conditions. Their essential nature is neither existent or non-existent, and in causes and conditions, what they produce they ultimately have no attachments at all. Of what all sentient beings say they ultimately don't grasp anything. They know names and signs are all mentation and clearly understand things are identityless. As the nature of sentient beings is fundamentally null, so do they know all things are null, all things in past, present, and future, lands and deeds all are equal. Such knowledge do they dedicate, virtus action born according to their understanding. The signs of these virtues too they understand thus, that there's nothing to grasp therein. 566 The flower omamatan scripture. Thus their mind of dedication is unsullied, never calculating the nature of things, comprehending their nature is not a nature. They do not dwell in the world yet do not leave it. The good works which they do they dedicate to all living beings, not failing to realize their true nature, abandoning discrimination. All the false views there are they abandon entirely, free from inflaming afflictions, always cool, they abide in the unobstructed state of liberation. Enlightening beings do not destroy anything or annihilate the nature of things. They understand all things are like echoes and have no attachment to them at all. They know all sentient beings of all times come from combinations of causes and conditions. They also know their inclinations and habits and never annihilate anything. They realize the nature of actions is not action and yet do not contradict the characteristics of things, and they do not destroy the results of deeds, but explain the nature of things as conditional. They understand sentient beings have no birth and there are no sentient beings to transmigrate. There are no real sentient beings to speak to, but according to conventional norms they provisionally teach. What is great enlightening beings' dedication causing all roots of goodness to endure? Here the enlightening beings may be rulers of great nations, their virtue extending to all, their fame shaking the world, their enemies all submit to them, and their commands are all based on correct principles. They hold a single canopy that gives shade to all quarters, and travel everywhere as leaders of the land, unobstructed wherever they turn, tying on the turban of non-dilemmat. They are sovereign masters of the law, and all who see them submit. They do not torture or punish people, yet all obey, moved by their virtue. They deal with sentient beings with liberality, kind words, 10 dedications 567 beneficial actions, and cooperation. As universal rulers, they provide for everyone. Enlightening beings, abiding in such sovereign virtues, have a great retinue. They cannot be undermined, they are rid of all faults. No one ever tires of seeing them, adorned with felicitous virtues. Their marks of greatness and embellishments are fully developed. Their bodies and limbs are well proportioned, and they have robust, healthy, ideal human bodies. Their great strength is consummate and they cannot be constrained or overcome by anyone. They attain pure action and are free from all barriers caused by actions. They fully practice all giving. Sometimes they give food and drink, sometimes they give delicacies, sometimes they give conveyances, or clothing, or flower garlands, or incenses and perfumes, beds, scats, houses, lamps, medicines, precious vessels, jeweled carriages, trained elephants and horses, all magnificently adorned. They give all these gladly. If any come and ask for their throne, or canopies, or parasols, banners, pennants, treasures, or other adornments, or their jeweled crowns on their heads, or the radiant jewels in their top knots, or even the rank of ruler itself, they begrudge nothing. If they see sentient beings in prison, they give up their treasures, their spouses, children, retinue, and even their own bodies, to rescue them and free them. If they see prisoners about to be executed, they give up their bodies in exchange for those prisoners' lives. Then again, if they see anyone come begging from them, begging for even their flesh or hair, they gladly give them ungrudgingly, their eyes, cars, noses, tongues, teeth, heads, hands, feet, blood, flesh, B1s, marrow, internal organs, skin, fingers, toes, and nails, all they give with a joyful heart. And their curiosed for teachings they have never heard, they would hurl themselves into pits of fire. In order to preserve the true teaching of the Buddhas they would endure all kinds of pain. In seeking the teaching, for even one word of it they can give up everything within the forces. They continually civilize and guide sentient beings by means of right teaching, causing them to cultivate good practices and abandon evil. If they see sentient beings physically harming others, they kindly rescue them and cause them to give up wrongdoing. If they see Buddhas attain supreme enlightenment, they praise them, causing everyone to hear and know of them. They may donate land and provide for and attend to the They may give their own bodies to those who ask, or they may give them to the Buddhas. Because of their curiosity for the truth they are extremely joyful, they provide service and support for sentient beings. They me ght give up they are kingship, their cities, towns, villages, palaces, gardens, and groves, spouses, children, and retinues, fulfilling all requests. Sometimes they give away all necesse cities of life to establish great assemblies of giving, from which one are prohibited, and provide for the needs of all the sentient beings who come all kinds of fields of blessings whether they come from afar or 568 the flower ornament scripture nearby, whether they are intelligent or stupid, no matter what they look like, whether they are male or female, whether human or non-human, their mental patterns different, their requirements each different. The enlightening give to all to satisfy everyone. When enlightening beings give in this way, they develop a mind of good control, with which they practice dedication, controlling the body well, controlling sensation, conception, action, and consciousness well, controlling sovereignty well, controlling followers well, controlling means of subsistence well, controlling generous giving well, they accordingly cause roots of goodness to be firm and enduring. Whatever great enlightening beings give, their charity being boundless, they dedicate those roots of goodness in this way. When they give fine food to sentient beings, their minds are pure and have no covetousness or attachment to what they give, nor do they begrudge anything. They practice giving full praying that all sentient beings gain the food of knowledge and wisdom, their minds unobstructed, comprehending the nature of food and having no greed or attachment, only enjoying the food of truth and the food of emancipation, filled with knowledge and wisdom, firmly abiding by the truth, embodying roots of goodness, with the body of reality and the body of knowledge traveling in purity, taking pity on sentient beings, to be fields of blessing they appear to take solid food. This is great enlightening beings' dedication of good roots when they give food. When great enlightening beings give something to drink, they dedicate these roots of goodness in this way. They pray that all sentient beings drink of the water of the flavor of truth, diligently cultivate the whole way of enlightening beings, Cut off thirst for the world, always seek enlightened knowledge, leave the real M of desire, attain the joy and bliss of truth, produce their bodies from the pure teaching, always tune and control their minds by means of concentration, enter the ocean of knowledge, produce great clouds of teaching, shower great rain of teaching. This is great enlightening beings' dedication of roots of goodness when they give things to drink. Great enlightening beings give various flavors be ungent, sour, salty, bland, as well as sweet, various flavors, rich, able to cause the body's clements to be settled and harmonious, the skin and body well developed, the energy strong, the heart clear and pure and always joyful, not causing vomiting when eaten, making the senses clear and sharp, the internal organs fully developed and impervious to poison and disease, without distress, forever attaining comfort. These roots of goodness they dedicate in this way. May all sentient beings gain the supreme flavor of ambrosia, may all sentient beings obtain the flavor of the knowledge of truth, and comprehend the function of all flavors, may all sentient beings obtain the flavor of infinite truths, know the real MOF reality, and abide at peace in the great citadel of truth in ultimate reality. May all sentient beings produce great clouds of teachings throughout 10 dedications 569 the cosmos. Shower the rain of truth everywhere, teach, edify, and civilize all sentient beings. May all sentient beings gain the flavor of supreme K knowledge, that the unexcelled joy of truth fill their minds and bodies. May all sentient beings obtain all the excellent flavors of non-attachment, and not be addicted to mundane tastes, but always diligently cultivate and practice all aspects of Buddhahood. May all sentient beings gain the flavor of one truth and realize that all Buddha teachings are without difference. May all sentient beings gain the flavor of supreme victory and ride on omniscience, never turning back. May all sentient beings gain the flavor of entry into the truth of the non-difference of all Buddhas, and be able to distinguish all faculties. May all sentient beings attain increase of the savor of the teaching and always be able to fulfill the Buddha's teaching of non-obstruction. This is the great enlightening being's dedication of roots of goodness when giving flavorings, to cause all sentient beings to cultivate virtue and all be fully endowed with the body of unobstructed knowledge. When great enlightening beings give conveyances, they dedicate the roots of goodness in this way. May all sentient beings gain the vehicle of complete omniscience, and ride in the great vehicle, the indestructible vehicle, the supreme vehicle, the highest vehicle, the swift vehicle, the vehicle of great power, the vehicle replete with virtue, the vehicle leaving mundanity, the vehicle that produces the innumerable enlightening beings. This is the great enlightening being's dedication of roots of goodness when giving conveyances. When great enlightening beings give clothing, they dedicate the roots of goodness in this way. May all sentient beings gain the raiment of shame and conscience wherewith to cover their bodies. May they give up the erroneous practice of heretics who expose their bodies. May their color be lustrous and their skin fine and soft. May they attain the foremost bliss of the Buddhas, and attain the most pure comprehensive knowledge of ways of liberation. This is great enlightening beings' dedication of roots of goodness when giving clothing. Great enlightening beings are constantly giving out various fine flowers, flowers of subtle fragrance, flowers of various colors, innumerable extraordinary flowers, beautiful flowers, delightful flowers, flowers of all seasons, celestial flowers, flowers of the Human world, higlyp wrist flowers, extremely fragrant and delightful flowers, innumerable such fine flowers they offer to living Buddhas and to the shrines of extinct Buddhas, to those who expound the teaching, to mendicants, to all enlightening beings, to good teachers, to Buddhist disciples, to self-enlightened ones, to parents, relatives, even themselves, as well as to all the poor and destitute. When they give, they dedicate the roots of goodness in this way. May all sentient beings attain the flowers of concentration of the Buddhas, able to cause all the teachings to bloom. May all sentient beings become as pleasing and endlessly delightful to all the Met, as the Buddhas are. May all sentient beings 570 tlzc flower omamant scripture be satisfied by what they sec, and be free from disturbance and agitation. May all sentient beings fully carry out far-reaching pure works. May all sentient beings always remember good associates, their minds unchanging. May all sentient beings be like all-curing medicine, able to remove the toxins of all afflictions. May all sentient beings fulfill great vows and all get to be rulers of unexcelled knowledge. May all sentient beings, with the light of the sun of knowledge and wisdom, destroy the darkness of ignorance and folly. May all sentient beings be your moon of enlightenment wax full. May all sentient beings enter the land of great treasures, meet true knowers, and fully develop all roots of goodness. This is the great enlightening being's dedication of roots of goodness when giving flowers, to cause sentient beings to all attain pure, unobstructed knowledge. When great enlightening beings give garlands, they dedicate the roots of goodness in this way. May all sentient beings be a leisure for all people to behold, so that all who see them admire them, all who see them feel friendly toward them, all who see them like them, all who see them look up to them, all who see them are relieved of anxiety, all who see them become joyful, all who see them give up evil, all who see them may always approach the Buddhas, and all who see them are purified and attain omniscience. This is the great enlightening being's dedication of roots of goodness when giving garlands. When great enlightening beings give incense, they dedicate the roots of goodness in this way. May all sentient beings be filled with the fragrance of morality, and attain to the standards of not being heedless, not being impure, not being defiled, having nothing to regret, becoming free from bondage, being unvertensigt, non-transgression, non-extremism, emancipation from the world, and the transcendent ways of enlightening beings. May all sentient beings, by these precepts, all accomplish the body of morality of all Buddhas. This is great enlightening being's dedication of roots of goodness when giving incense, in order to cause sentient beings all to be able to complete the body of unobstructed morality. When great enlightening beings give perfumes, they dedicate the roots of goodness in this way. May all sentient beings be perfumed with the fragrance of generosity, able to give whatever they have. May all sentient beings be perfumed with the fragrance of morality, attaining the ultimately pure morality of the enlightened. May all sentient beings be perfumed mcd with the fragrance of tolerance, giving up all harmful intentions. May all sentient beings be perfumed with the fragrance of energy, always wearing the armor of heroic effort of the great vehicle. May all sentient beings be perfumed with the fragrance of concentration, abiding peacefully in the concentration in which the Buddhas appear to them. May all sentient beings be perfumed with the fragrance of wisdom, in a single moment becoming sovereigns of unexcelled knowledge. May all sentient beings be perfumed with the fragrance of true attain TE11 dedications 571 ing fearlessness in the highest teaching. May all sentient beings be perfumed with the fragrance of virtue, developing all knowledge of great merit and virtue. May all sentient beings be perfumed with the fragrance of enlightenment, attain the 10 hours of Buddhahood, and reach the other shore. May all sentient beings be perfumed with the sublime fragrance of pure ways and forever annihilate all bad qualities. This is great enlightening being's dedication of roots of goodness when giving perfumes. When great enlightening beings give couches, they dedicate the roots of goodness in this way. May all sentient beings obtain celestial couches and realize great knowledge and wisdom. May all sentient beings obtain the couch of sages, give up the mentality of ordinary men and abide in the aspiration for enlightenment. May all sentient beings obtain the couch of peace and happiness, forever parting from all the pains and afflictions of birth and death. May all sentient beings obtain the couch of the ultimate and get to see the autonomous spiritual powers of the Buddhas. May all sentient beings obtain the couch of equanimity, and always cultivate all good ways. May all sentient beings obtain the couch of supremacy and fulfill pure action which has no peer in the world. May all sentient beings obtain the couch of tranquility, realize the truth and reach ultimate reality. May all sentient beings obtain the couch of purity, and cultivate the Buddha sphere of pure knowledge. May all sentient beings obtain the couch of security and have the constant protection of good teachers. May all sentient beings obtain the couch of lions and lie on their right sides the way Buddhas do. This is the great enlightening being's dedication of roots of goodness when giving couches. When great enlightening beings give rooms and shelters, they dedicate the roots of goodness in this way. May all sentient beings gain peaceful residence in pure Buddha lands and diligently cultivate all virtues, abide peacefully in the realm of profound concentration and give up all attachment to dwelling places, realize all dwelling places have no existence, detach from all worlds, abide in omniscience, take in the abodes of all Buddhas, live in the abode of peace and comfort of the ultimate path, always rest on supremely pure roots of goodness, and never leave the unexcelled abode of the Buddhas. This is great enlightening beings' dedication of roots of goodness when giving shelters, because they wish to benefit all sentient beings and think of how to help them out according to their needs. When great enlightening beings give places to live, they dedicate the roots of goodness in this way. May all sentient beings obtain what is really good for them, that their minds be happy and at peace. May all sentient beings live according to the Buddha, according to great knowledge, according to good teachers, according to what is most worthy of respect, according to good actions, according to great kindness, according to great compassion, according to the 6 ways of Transcend 572 the flower ornamental scripture denke, according to the great determination for enlightenment, and according to the path of all enlightening beings. This is great enlightening beings' dedication of roots of goodness when giving places to live, because they want to cause everyone's virtue, ultimate state, knowledge, path, principles, immorality, aspirations, faith, vows, and all qualities of spiritual faculties, to be pure. When great enlightening beings give lamps, butter lamps, oil lamps, jewel lamps, crystal lamps, lacquer lamps, fire lamps, aloe lamps, sandalwood lamps, lamps of all fragrances, lamps with lights of infinite colors. When they give innumerable such lamps, in order to benefit all sentient beings, to include all sentient beings, they dedicate the roots of goodness in this way. May all sentient beings attain infinite light and illumine the true teachings of all Buddhas. May all sentient beings attain pure light, and clearly perceive the most subtle and minute forms in the world. May all sentient beings attain unclouded light, and realize that the realms of sentient beings are empty, without existence. May all sentient beings attain boundless light, so their bodies emit subtle radiance illumining everything. May all sentient beings attain all illuminating light, and their minds never retreat from the teachings of the Buddhas. May all sentient beings attain the pure light of Buddhas, appearing in all lands. May all sentient beings attain unobstructed light, one light illumining everything in the cosmos. May all sentient beings attain uninterrupted light, in adding the Buddha lands, the light unbroken. May all sentient beings attain the light of the banner of knowledge, illumining the world. May all sentient beings attain light of infinite colors, shining on all fields and manifesting spiritual powers. Thus enlightening beings, when they give lamps, wishing to benefit all sentient beings, to give peace and happiness to all sentient beings, follow all sentient beings by these roots of goodness, embrace all sentient beings by these roots of goodness, distribute to all sentient beings these roots of goodness, treat all sentient beings kindly by these roots of goodness, satisfy all sentient beings by these roots of goodness, take care of all sentient beings by these roots of goodness, rescue all sentient beings by these roots of goodness, focus their minds on sentient beings by these roots of goodness, equally benefit all sentient beings by these roots of goodness, and observe all sentient beings by these roots of goodness. This is great enlightening beings' dedication of roots of goodness when giving lamps. They dedicate thus without hindrance, causing sentient beings to dwell on roots of goodness. When enlightening beings give medicines, they dedicate the roots of goodness in this way. May all sentient beings attain ultimate emancipation from all shrouds and bonds. May all sentient beings forever be rid of the body of sickness and attain the body of the enlightened. May all sentient beings become great medicines themselves, annihilating the sickness of all that is not good. May all sentient beings perfect the medicine that relieves all illness and abide securely in the Enlightening 10 Dedications 573 Beings Stage of Non-Regression. May all sentient beings develop the medicines of enlightenment and be able to extract the poison arrows of all afflictions. May all sentient beings drongar to worthies and sages, annihilate afflictions, and cultivate pure practices. May all sentient beings become great physicians, forever eliminating all illnesses and not letting them recur. May all sentient beings be indestructible trees of medicine, able to cure all sentient beings. May all sentient beings attain the light of omniscience and remove the myriad arrows of sickness. May all sentient beings know how to formulate worldly medicines, to cure the illnesses there. When great enlightening beings give medicines, they dedicate the roots of goodness in this way to cause all sentient beings to be forever free from sicknesses, to be ultimately at case, to be ultimately pure, to be free from illusion like the Buddha, to remove the arrows of all sicknesses, to attain an inexhaustible, healthy body, to attain an indestructible body, to attain a strong body, to attain the complete comfort of Buddhahood, which cannot be taken away, and to attain the independent, strong body of all Buddhas. Great enlightening beings are able to generously give all kinds of vessels: gold vessels filled with jewels, silver vessels filled with jewels, lapis lazuli vessels filled with various precious substances, glass vessels filled with innumerable jewel ornaments, mother-of-pearl vessels filled with red pearls, agate vessels tilled with coral, white jade vessels filled with myriad delicacies, sandalwood vessels filled with celestial raiment, diamond vessels filled with myriad sublime fragrances, countless precious vessels of all kinds, filled with innumerable various treasures. They give them to Buddhas, because they believe the Buddha's field of blessings is inconceivable. They give to enlightening beings, because they know that wise teachers are hard to find. They give to holy mendicants, to cause the Buddha teachings to remain in the world. They give to disciples of Buddhas and to individual illuminates, because they have pure faith in the sages. They give to their parents, out of respect. They give to their teachers and predecessors, that they may always teach, to induce the cultivation of virtues in accord with the injunctions of the sages. They give to the lowly, poor, and destitute, because they regard all sentient beings equally with the loving eye of great benevolence and compassion. They give out of devotion to fulfillment of the transcendent generosity of all enlightening beings of past, present, and future. They give everything to everyone, because they never reject sentient beings. When they give in this way, they have no attachment to the gift or the receiver. When great enlightening beings give various precious vessels filled with innumerable precious things like this, they dedicate the roots of goodness in this way. May all sentient beings become vessels equal to the boundless receptacle of space, with vast collective power able to absorb and retain all worldly and transmundane scriptures, without forgetting anything. May all sentient beings become vessels of purity. 574 The Flower Omament Scripture able to understand the extremely profound true teaching of the Buddhas. May all sentient beings become vessels of unexcelled jewels, able to receive and hold the teachings of Buddhas of all times. May all sentient beings become vast vessels of teaching of the enlightened, with instructable faith taking in the methods of enlightenment of the Buddhas of all times. May all sentient beings become vessels adorned by supreme treasures, abiding in the most powerful will for enlightenment. May all sentient beings become vessels which are receptacles of virtue, developing pure faith in the INF1NITE knowledge and wisdom of the enlightened. May all sentient beings become the vessel of approach and entry into omniscience and ultimately attain the unhindered liberation of the enlightened. RNAY all sentient beings become vessels of enlightening practices through the future, able to cause sentient beings to abide securely in the power of omniscience. May all sentient beings become vessels of the supreme qualities of the family of Buddhas of all times, able to receive and retain what is said by the Buddhas in their sublime oases. May all sentient beings become vessels containing the congregations and enlightenment scenes of all Buddhas of all worlds, rough out the space of the cosmos, becoming great human beings, leaders in praising the Buddhas and requesting them to turn the will of true teaching. This is great enlightening beings' dedication of roots of goodness when giving vessels. because they /vant to cause all sentient beings to be able to complete the vessel of the practice and vows of the universally good enlightening being. Read enlightening beings give various chariots, adorned with jewels, to the Buddhas, to enlightening beings, teachers, worthy companions, disciples of Buddhas and individual illuminates, and innumerable various such T1CLDS of blessings, including aiding the poor and destitute. Of these people, some come from afar, some come from nearby, some come because they have heard of the enlightening beings, some come because of affinities with the enlightening beings, some come because they have heard of the vow of generosity which the enlightening beings made in the past, some come at the request of the enlightening beings themselves. At such a time, the enlightening beings may give jeweled chariots or gold chariots, all beautifully adorned, covered with nets of chimes, with precious stream ers trailing. They may give chariots of the flncst lapis lazuli, decorated with countless rarities. They may give silver chariots, covered with golden nets, drawn by swift horses. They may give chariots adorned with countless mixed jewels, covered with jewel nets, drawn by elephants. They may give sandalwood chariots, with wheels of sublime jewels, canopies of mixed jewels, with lion scats of jewels set out in arrays with 100,000 girls sitting in rows thereon, the carts driven by 100,000 strong men, or they may give chariots of clear crystal, decorated with mixtures of gems, T1LLED with beautiful women, covered with jeweled curtains, with bandnas and pennants on the sides. They may give chariots of stores of TE11 Dedicatio 11s 575 agate, embellished with all precious substances, perfumed with various fragrances, adorned with all kinds of beautiful T10wers, with 100,000 girls holding jewel ornaments, the carts pulled by steeds equally well trained, able to travel over dangerous places with case, or they may give chariots of solid perfume, with wheels of precious substances, with emissive, beautiful adornments, drapes, trailing jeweled nets, the inside spread Okoitherveadri Wauer Chirp Jarios lids robes, emitting fine, pure, pleasing fragrances. Attended by countless celestials as they move along, providing all kinds of precious substances from time to time, they may present chariots of luminous jewels, the beautiful hues of the various jewels thoroughly translucent, covered with nets of many wonderful jewels, with ornaments of mixed jewels hanjinji down on all sides, sprinkled with powdered incense, fragrant and clean inside and out, with chanting men and women riding on them. When great enlightening beings present such chariots of myriad beautiful gems to Buddhas, they dedicate the roots of goodness thus: Ma yall sentient beings be able to make ot krings to the highest field of blessings, give to Buddhas with deep faith, and attain infinite rewards. May all sentient beings turn their whole minds to the Buddha, and always meet infinite pure fields of blessings. May all sentient beings begrudge nothing to the Buddhas, and fully perfect the mind of great relinquishment. May all sentient beings practice giving to the Buddhas, give up the aspirations of the two lesser vehicles, and attain the unobstructed liberation and omniscient knowledge of the Buddhas. May all sentient beings practice endless giving to the Buddhas and enter the knowledge and wisdom of Buddhas, with infinite virtues. May all sentient beings enter the supreme knowledge of Buddhas and be able to become sovereigns of pure, unexcelled knowledge. May all sentient beings attain the Buddha's spiritual faculty of reaching everywhere without obstruction, and go wherever they wish freely. May all sentient beings enter deeply into the great vehicle, attain immeasurable knowledge, and be stabilized therein, imperturbable. May all sentient beings be able to bring forth ways to omniscience and become supreme fields of blessings for humans and celestials. May all sentient beings have no antagonism toward the Buddhas, diligently plant roots of goodness, and happily seek enlightened knowledge. May all sentient beings spontaneously be able to go to all Buddha fields, going throughout the cosmos in a single instant, without tiring. May all sentient beings attain the free spiritual faculties of enlightening Bain Gs, distribute their bodies throughout space, approach and make offerings to all Buddhas. May all sentient beings attain the incomparable body, going everywhere in the 10 directions, without wearying. may all sentient beings attain a vast body. Flying swiftly wherever they want to go, never flagging, may all sentient beings attain the ultimate power of freedom of all Buddhas, in a single instant manifesting the Buddha's 576 the flower omament scriptura spiritual powers and mystic displays throughout space. May all sentient beings cultivate peaceful, blissful LP practice, following the path of all enlightening beings. May all sentient beings attain speed in action, and consummate the knowledge and spiritual abilities of the 10 powers. May all sentient beings enter all lands in the cosmos, annulling the boundaries so they are equal and without distinction. May all sentient beings carry out the practice of universal goodness and wisdom, never retreating, reach the other shore, and attain omniscience. May all sentient beings climb into the vehicle of peerless knowledge and, following the nature of things, see the truth as it really is. This is the great enlightening being's dedication of roots of goodness when presenting precious chariots to all Buddhas of the present or to the memorial shrines of Buddhas after they have passed away. This is to cause sentient beings to gain the unobstructed vehicle of ultimate emancipation of the enlightened. When great enlightening beings give precious chariots to good teachers such as enlightening beings, they dedicate the roots of goodness in this way. May all sentient beings always remember the teachings of the wise and concentrate diligently on preserving them so they may not be lost. May all sentient beings share the same benefits as good teachers, all-inclusive, and have the same roots of goodness. May all sentient beings draw near to good teachers, respect and provide for them, giving up all they have to please them. May all sentient beings develop good aspirations and follow good associates, never leaving them. May all sentient beings always get to meet good teachers, wholeheartedly attend to them, and not oppose their instructions. May all sentient beings like good teachers and never reject them, so there is no alienation, no mix-up, and no error. May all sentient beings be able to give themselves to good teachers, following their instructions without opposition. May all sentient beings be accepted by good teachers, cultivate great compassion, and depart from all evils. May all sentient beings follow good teachers and listen to the truth spoken by the Buddhas. May all sentient beings have the same roots of goodness as the teachers, with pure results of action, and practice the same vows as the enlightening beings, ultimately accomplishing the 10 powers. May all sentient beings be able to accept and apply the methods of good teachers, and reach the realms of all concentrations, knowledge, wisdom, and spiritual powers. May all sentient beings be able to accept and hold all right teachings, put them into practice, and reach the other shore. May all sentient beings ride in the great vehicle, without any hindrance or obstruction, and ultimately complete the path of omniscience. May all sentient beings manage to climb into the vehicle of all knowledge and reach the abode of peace, without ever turning back. May all sentient beings know how to act according to reality, and attain the ultimate of all the Buddha teachings they hear, never forgetting. May all sentient beings be accepted by the Buddhas and attain unhindered 10 dedications 577 knowledge of ultimate truth. May all sentient beings attain autonomous spiritual powers which never fade away, and be able to go wherever they want to in a single thought. May all sentient beings come and go freely, widely teaching and guiding, causing others to abide in the great vehicle. May all sentient beings' acts be fruitful, borne by the vehicle of knowledge to the stage of the ultimate. May all sentient beings gain the vehicle of non-obstruction and reach all places by unimpeded knowledge. This is great enlightening beings' dedication of roots of goodness when giving various chariots and cars to good teachers. It is to cause sentient beings to be filled with virtues equal to the Buddhas and enlightening beings. When great enlightening beings give precious chariots to mendicants, they engender the /8 to practice all giving, the will to comprehend thoroughly by knowledge, the will to purify virtuous qualities, the mind which accords with relinquishment, the thought that true Buddhist mendicants are hard to meet, a mind of deep faith in the religious community, and the will to uphold right teaching. They abide in supreme aspiration, to an unprecedented degree. They hold great assemblies of giving, produce immeasurably great merit, with profound faith in the Buddha's teaching which cannot be undermined. They dedicate the roots of goodness in this way. May all sentient beings enter comprehensively into the Buddha teachings and keep them in mind. May all sentient beings leave the state of ordinary ignorant people and enter the realm of sages. May all sentient beings quickly enter the ranks of the sages and be able to see the Buddha teachings to awaken and guide step by step. May all sentient beings be respected and trusted by all the world. May all sentient beings enter into the equality of all things and know that the inherent nature of things is non-dual. May all sentient beings be born from the real of enlightened knowledge and be surrounded by docile harmonious people. May all sentient beings abide by the methods for removing defilement, getting rid of the stains of all afflictions. May all sentient beings be able to form a supreme religious community, leave the state of ordinary people and enter the congregation of worthies and sages. May all sentient beings diligently practice good principles, attain unhindered knowledge, and be endowed with sage-like qualities. May all sentient beings attain wisdom, not be attached to the past, present, or future, and be free as kings among the masses. May all sentient beings ride the vehicle of knowledge and wisdom and turn the wheel of right teaching. May all sentient beings be endowed with spiritual faculties and be able to go to innumerable worlds in a single thought. May all sentient beings ride the body of space. They are km/v unobstructed in NYWORLD. May all sentient beings enter all congregations of Buddhas throughout cosmic space, and accomplish the foremost practices of transcendency. May all sentient beings attain physical lightness and comfort and extraordinary knowledge and wisdom, and be able to enter all Buddha T1Ls. May all 578 TLZC Flotver Omament Script Work sentient beings attain unbounded skillful power of psychic travel, manifesting their bodies in all lands. May all sentient beings attain a body which relics on nothing at all, appearing everywhere like a RD-Wunction, by spiritual faculties. May all sentient beings attain inconceivable autonomous spiritual powers, whereby they appear before those who may be taught to edify and civilize them. May all sentient beings attain unhindered means of entry into the reality realm, in a single thought traveling throughout all lands in the 10 directions. This is great enlightening beings' dedication of roots of goodness when giving precious chariots to mendicants. It is to cause sentient beings to all ride the vehicle of pure, unsurpassed knowledge, and in all worlds turn the unobstructed wheel of knowledge of truth. When great enlightening beings give precious chariots to Buddhist disciples and individual illuminates, they engender these frames of MND, consciousness of fields of blessings, honor and respect, consciousness of oceans of virtues, consciousness of ability to produce virtue and wisdom, consciousness of birth from the power of the virtues of the enlightened, consciousness of myriad cons of cultivation, consciousness of ability to cultivate enlightening practices over innumerable cons, consciousness of escape from the bondage of all delusion, consciousness of destruction of all demons, consciousness of the light of wisdom illumining the unexcelled truth. The roots of goodness in this giving of chariots they dedicate in this way. May all sentient beings be supreme fields of blessings, believed in by the world, fulfilling unexcelled transcendent generosity. May all sentient beings give up useless talk, always enjoy solitude, and have no second thoughts. May all sentient beings become most excellent pure fields of blessings, taking in all sentient beings and inducing them to cultivate acts which produce felicity. May all sentient beings become fonts of wisdom and be able to bestow on living beings immeasurable, innumerable rewards of roots of goodness. May all sentient beings persist in unhindered action, fully developing a pure, excellent field of blessings. May all sentient beings abide in non-contention, realizing that all things do nothing and have selfness for their essence. May all sentient beings always get to Bengar the supreme field of blessings, full ly cultivating immeasurable virtues. May all sentient beings be able to manifest immeasurable spiritual powers and include all conscious beings in a pure field of blessings. May all sentient beings be endowed with a field of blessings of inexhaustible virtues, able to bestow on beings the 10 powers of the enlightened, the fruit of the foremost vehicle. May all sentient beings become fruitful, genuine fields of blessings, and develop the inexhaustible collection of blessings of all knowledge. May all sentient beings attain the way to extinguish wrongdoing, and be able to receive and hold the expressions and meanings of Buddha's teachings which they have never heard. May all sentient beings always diligently listen to and absorb all Buddha teachings, and understand everything they hear, so that it is not in vain. May all 10 dedications 579 sentient beings hear the principles of the Buddhas, comprehend their ultimate import, and be able to expound them according to what they have learned. May all sentient beings believe and practice the instructions of the enlightened, and forever give up all the false views of erroneous philosophies. May all sentient beings always sec worthies and sages and develop all the most excellent foundations of goodness. May all sentient beings always trust people who act wisely, and associate with and respect the sages. May all sentient beings, hearing the names of Buddhas, not let it go to waste, but all get to sec with their eyes those they have heard of. May all sentient beings analyze and know well the right doctrines of the Buddhas, and be able to protect those who hold the Buddha teaching. May all sentient beings always enjoy listening to all Buddha teachings, absorb and hold them, read and recite them, expound upon them, illumine them, and comprehend them. May all sentient beings believe and understand the true virtues of the Buddha's teachings, and give whatever they have in respectful offerings. This is the dedication of roots of goodness of great enlightening beings when giving various chariots and cars to disciples of Buddhas or individual illuminates, to cause all sentient beings to attain fulfillment of pure, supreme knowledge and spiritual powers, to cultivate practice diligently, and attain omniscience, power, and fearlessness. When great enlightening beings give precious chariots to fields of blessings including the poor, the destitute, and the orphaned, they joyfully and tirelessly give whatever is needed, and even apologize to those people. I should have gone to offer you provisions, rather than trouble you to come so far and wear yourself out. Then they bow and kneel before them, ask about their health, and give them whatever they need. Sometimes they give crystal chariots with the finest women in the land, sometimes they give gilded chariots with women prized in society, sometimes they give lapis lazuli chariots with dancing girls, sometimes they give chariots of various extraordinary jewels with maidens like goddesses, sometimes they give chariots adorned with innumerable jewels, with bejeweled women, gentle and bright, eloquent and intelligent. Sometimes they give sandalwood chariots to ride, sometimes they give crystal chariots with bejeweled women in them, incomparably beautiful, dressed in sumptuous robes, a delight to all who see. Sometimes they give agate chariots, with crown princes riding in them, sometimes they give chariots of aromatic resins with all their sons and daughters in them, sometimes they give chariots adorned with all precious substances, with their relatives and good friends, so hard to give up, riding in them. Great enlightening beings respectfully give innumerable such precious chariots when they are asked for, to satisfy all wishes and make people happy and content. They dedicate these roots of goodness in this way. May all sentient beings ride the universal vehicle, which rolls unimpeded and never turns back, to reach inconceivable trees of 580 the flower omament scripture enlightenment. May all sentient beings ride the vehicle of knowledge of the great teaching, based on pure causes, and cultivate enlightening practice throughout the future, never turning back. May all sentient beings ride the vehicle of the non-existence of all things, forever art from all conceptual clinging, and always practice the path of omniscience. May all sentient beings ride the vehicle of truthfulness and honesty, without flattery or deception, and go to all Buddha fields freely, without hindrance. May all sentient beings follow and abide by the vehicle of omniscience, pleasing each other with the principles of Buddhahood. May all sentient beings all ride the vehicle of pure practices of enlightening beings and fulfill all the ways of emancipation and the bliss of concentration of enlightening beings. May all sentient beings ride a vehicle of 4 wheels, that is, living in a good land, staying with good people, building excellent virtues, and making great vows, hereby fulfilling the pure religious practice of all enlightening beings. May all sentient beings obtain the vehicle of the light of truth illumining everywhere throughout the 10 directions, and cultivate the power of knowledge of all enlightened ones. May all sentient beings ride the vehicle of Buddha teaching, and arrive at the other shore of all things, may all sentient beings ride the vehicle of the inconceivable teaching of myriad felicitous virtues, and show the right path of peace and serenity throughout the 10 directions. May all sentient beings ride the vehicle of great generosity, sloughing off the dirt of stinginess. May all sentient beings ride the vehicle of pure morality, maintaining pure precepts as boundless as the cosmos. May all sentient beings ride the vehicle of forbearance, and always be free of the pollution of anger towards sentient beings. May all sentient beings ride the non-regressing vehicle of great diligence, steadfastly cultivate excellent practices, and proceed on the path of enlightenment. May all sentient beings ride the vehicle of meditation concentration, quickly reach the sight of enlightenment, and realize enlightened knowledge. May all sentient beings ride the vehicle of wisdom and skill in means, and emanate bodies filling the realms of the Buddhas in all universes. May all sentient beings ride the vehicle of mastery of the teaching, develop fearlessness, and constantly distribute to all people teachings of methods to attain omniscience. May all sentient beings ride the vehicle of knowledge without attachment and be able to enter everywhere in the 10 directions into the real nature of things, and not be disturbed by anything. May all sentient beings ride the vehicle of the teachings of all Buddhas, appearing to be born in all lands throughout the 10 directions, without losing the path of the great vehicle. May all sentient beings ride the vehicle of the supreme treasury of omniscience, and fulfill the practices and vows of the universally good enlightening being, without growing weary of it. This is the great enlightening being's dedication of roots of goodness when giving precious chariots to fields of blessings, including the poor and the orphaned, to cause sentient beings to have immeasurable knowledge. 10 dedications 58 1 to be joyful and buoyant, and to all ultimately attain the vehicle of universal knowledge. Great enlightening beings give prize elephants, which are docile, physically complete, and in their prime years, with 6 tusks, pure and clean, lotus-like mouths red in color, bodies pure white, like mountains of snow. They are ornamented with golden banners, covered with nets of jewels, with various exquisite gems adorning their trunks. All find endless delight in looking at them. They can walk thousands of miles without tiring. Also, enlightening beings give trained prize horses with all the characteristics of celestial steeds, with moon-like discs of exquisite jewels as luminous ornaments, covered with nets of gold bells, stepping evenly and straight so that the riders are comfortable, going wherever wished as fast as the wind, traveling freely and unimpeded throughout the 4 continents. Enlightening beings give these piras elephants and horses to their parents, teachers, and to poor, suffering beings. Their hearts are broad and without regret or grudge, only increasing in joy and feeling more and more compassion and pity as they cultivate the virtues of enlightening beings and purify the enlightening mind. They dedicate these roots of goodness in this way. May all sentient beings abide in the vehicle of harmony and docility and increase in all the virtuous qualities characteristic of enlightening beings. May all sentient beings attain the vehicle of liberative skills and be able to produce all enlightening teachings as necessary. May all sentient beings obtain the vehicle of resolute faith, universally illumining the power of unhindered knowledge of the enlightened. May all sentient beings attain the vehicle of inspiration, and be able to conceive all great vows. May all sentient beings fulfill the impartial vehicle of the ways of transcendence, and completely fulfill all impartial roots of goodness. May all sentient beings perfect the vehicle of treasures, be earring the unexcelled treasure of knowledge of all verities of L3 Uttahud. May all sentient beings perfect the vehicle of adornment by the practices of enlightening beings, causing the flowers of the meditations of enlightening beings to bloom. May all sentient beings obtain the vehicle of unbounded swiftness, purifying the enlightening mind and earnestly contemplating for countless cons, comprehending all things. May all sentient beings perfect the great vehicle of supreme self-mastery, with skill in means fulfilling the stages of enlightening beings. May all sentient beings perfect the highest, broadest, sturdiest great vehicle, able to carry all sentient beings to the state of all knowledge. This is great enlightening beings' dedication of roots of goodness when giving elephants and horses, to cause sentient beings to all ride the vehicle of unobstructed knowledge, the vehicle to perfect completion and arrival at Buddhahood. When great enlightening beings give scats or lion thrones to sit on, those seats are high and wide and extremely beautiful, with lapis lazuli legs, spread with soft, supple raiment made of gold thread, arrayed 582 tlze flower ornament scripture with jeweled bandhas, perfumed with various delicate fragrances, decorated with ornaments of innumerable various jewels, covered overhead with golden nets and jewel chimes rustling in the breeze and producing exquisite sounds, magnificently embellished all around with adornments of myriad unusual designs, looked up to ly all people, occupied only by crowned monarchs reclaiming the law respectfully followed by all states. Those monarchs are also adorned with beautiful jewels luminous jewels, sapphires, giant sapphires, jewel crystals from the finest menes, bright and clear as the sun, pure and cool as the moon, surrounding in profusion, like myriad stars, arc ornaments of supreme beauty, incomparable jewels of the sea, solid banner-like treasures of the sea, with extraordinary patterns and unusual appearances. Their heads are crowned with turbans of finest gold and pure jewels. They receive the rank of coronation, reign over the continent Jambu, endowed with immeasurable charismatic power, making kindness principle, conquering all those who are hostile and inimical, obeyed wherever their commands reach. Great enlightening beings, becoming such monarchs, then give such jewel-adorned thrones to Buddhas, the foremost fields of blessings, and to enlightening beings, genuine teachers, wise and holy mendicants, preachers of teaching parents, relatives, Buddhist discus pile and individual illuminates, as well as those setting out on the vehicle of enlightening beings, and also to monuments of Buddhas, and to all the poor and destitute, the orphaned and homeless they give everything according to need. These roots of goodness they dedicate in this way. May all sentient beings sit on the scat of enlightenment and thoroughly awaken to the truth realized by all Buddhas. May all sentient beings sit on the scat of freedom and attain independence of things, which even diamond mountains could not break, and be able to smash and conquer all the hordes of delusions. May all sentient beings gain the Buddha's lion throne of freedom, allocate up to by all beings. May all sentient beings obtain chairs adorned with unspeakable numbers of various exquisite jewels, become masters of the teachings, and guide sentient beings. May a sentient beings attain the throne which is supreme in all worlds, adorned by extensive great foundations of goodness. May all sentient beings obtain scats which pervade unspeakable numbers of worlds, such as could not be fully eulogized in immeasurable eons. May all sentient beings obtain the seat of profound mystic virtues, and their bodies fill all universes. May all sentient beings obtain scats of inconceivable numbers of all kinds of fuels, and extensively carry out the giving of teaching to whatever sentient beings are considered in their past vows. May all sentient beings obtain scats of refined subtlety and manifest the spiritual powers of untold Buddhas. May all sentient beings obtain scats of all jewels, of all incenses, of all flowers, of all robes, of all garlands, of all crystals, and so on, scats of inconceivably many various precious things, scats of innumerable worlds, pure scats of the adornments of all 10 dedications 583 worlds, seats of all diamonds, and manifest the powers and freedom of Buddhas, and fulfill most perfect enlightenment. This is great enlightening beings' dedication of roots of goodness when giving seats of precious things, to cause sentient beings to obtain the seat of great enlightenment beyond the world and spontaneously become aware of the truths realized by all Buddhas. Great enlightening beings give various precious canopies, these canopies extraordinary, used by nobles, adorned with various great jewels, most excellent among billions of fine canopies, with supports made of all precious substances, covered with fine meshes, with golden bells on jeweled strings hanging down all around and draped with crystal necklaces making elegant sounds in harmony with the stirring of the breeze, all decorated with treasuries of pearls and jades, filled with innumerable various raktis, scented with sandalwood and aloe, fully embellished with infinite precious substances like radiantly pure gold. Such canopies they give with pure hearts to Buddhas, or to monuments of Buddhas after their extinction, or, for the sake of the teaching, they give them to enlightening beings, good teachers, Jamis ministers of the teaching, or they give them to parents, or to mendicants, or to all the Buddhist teachings, or to various sentient beings as fields of blessings, or to religious leaders or venerable adepts, or those who have just set their minds on enlightenment, and to all the poor, destitute, orphaned, and homeless, to all who seek, they give. These roots of goodness they dedicate in this way. May all sentient beings cultivate foundations of goodness whereby to cover their bodies, and always be protected by the Buddhas. May all sentient beings make virtue and wisdom their canopies and forever part from all the afflictions of the world. May all sentient beings shade themselves with virtues and get rid of the dust and dirt and searing afflictions of the world. May all sentient beings attain a treasury of knowledge and wisdom, causing everyone to always enjoy seeing them. May all sentient beings shade themselves with the pure way of dispassionate tranquility, and all attain the indestructible state of Buddhahood. May all sentient beings shield their bodies with good and ultimately attain the pure body of reality of the Buddhas. May all sentient beings become universal canopies and cover the whole world with the knowledge of the 10 powers. May all sentient beings attain sublime wisdom, transcending the world, free from attachments. May all sentient beings gain the canopy of worthiness, become superlative fields of blessedness, and receive all offerings. May all sentient beings obtain the supreme canopy, attain unsurpassed knowledge, and to do rally realize enlightenment. This is great enlightening beings' dedication of roots of goodness when giving canopies, umbrellas, and parasols, to cause all sentient beings to obtain the canopy of freedom and be able to uphold all good ways, to cause all sentient beings to be able to cover all fields and lands in all realms in space, and manifest the free spiritual powers of the Buddhas, without regressing, to cause all sentient beings 584 TLZE flower ornament script 11 RC to be able to adorn all worlds in the 10 directions with one canopy, and offer it to the Buddha, to cause all sentient beings to offer beautiful banners, pennants, and jeweled canopies to all the enlightened ones, to cause all sentient beings to obtain a canopy of universal adornment and cover the lands of all the Buddhas. May all sentient beings obtain a vast canopy to cover sentient beings everywhere and cause them all to engender faith in the Buddha, to cause all sentient beings to offer innumerable canopies of wonderful, precious adornments to one Buddha, and to do the same for innumerable Buddhas, to cause all sentient beings to attain the high, wide canopy of the enlightenment of Buddhas, covering all the enlightened ones, to cause all sentient beings to obtain canopies adorned with all jewels, canopies adorned with all jewelry, canopies adorned with all solid perfumes, canopies with pure adornments of various jewels, canopies with pure adornments of innumerable jewels, immense canopies with adornments of pure jewels, covered with jewel nets, hung with jewel bells waving in the breeze producing sublime sounds, covering the bodies of the Buddhas in all worlds in the space of the cosmos, to cause all sentient beings to obtain canopies adorned with unhindered, unimpeded knowledge, covering all the enlightened ones, also because they want to cause all sentient beings to attain the highest knowledge and wisdom, and because they want to cause all sentient beings to attain the adornment of the virtues of Buddhahood, because they want to cause all sentient beings to attain the immeasurable, boundless treasures of the free mind, because they want to cause all sentient beings to be filled with the independent knowledge of all truths, because they want to cause all sentient beings to cover all with virtues, because they want to cause all sentient beings to perfect the canopy of supreme knowledge, because they want to cause all sentient beings to perfect the all-covering canopy of the 10 powers, because they want to cause all sentient beings to be able to cover all Buddha fields in the cosmos, because they want to cause all sentient beings to be masters of all the enlightening teachings, because they want to cause all sentient beings to attain the free mind of great mystic power, because they want to cause all sentient beings to attain vast knowledge permanently, because they want to cause all sentient beings to attain immeasurable ultimate virtues, covering all. Because they want to cause all sentient beings to cover their minds with virtuous qualities, because they want to cause all sentient beings to shield all living creatures with an impartial mind, because they want to cause all sentient beings to attain skillful means of dedication, because they want to cause all sentient beings to attain pure minds of supreme aspiration, because they want to cause all sentient beings to attain pure wills with good intentions, and because they want to cause all Sentient beings to attain great dedication covering all living beings. Great enlightening beings may give various splendid banners and pennants, their poles made of various jewels, pennants made of pretend dedications 585 sias silk, banners of various mixed colors and patterns, draped with jeweled nets, shining colors filling everywhere, jewel bells gently stirring, ringing in harmony, with rare jewels shaped like the half moon and gold more radiant than the sun placed atop each banner, decorated with various wonderful things caused to appear by results of actions in various worlds such marvelous banners and pennants, uncountable millions of lions of them, their radiance joining and highlighting each other, the light pure, covering the ground, filling all lands in the real ms in space in 10 directions, the great enlightening beings, with pure-hearted faith give to Buddhas currently existing, or to their monuments after death, or to the treasury of the teaching, or to the religious community, or to enlightening beings, or to disciples, or to self-enlightened Bain-gs, or to Gudi teachers, or to Buddhist disciples, or to self-enlightened ones, or to the masses, or to particular people to all who come seeking they give, and dedicate these roots of goodness in this way, may all sentient beings be able to set banners of virtue on all foundations of goodness, so that they cannot be destroyed. May all sentient beings set up the banner of mastery of all the teachings, respecting, admiring, and diligently preserving them. May all sentient beings write down the true teachings on precious silk, preserving the treasury of teachings of Buddhas and enlightening beings. May all sentient beings set up high, outstanding banners, and light the lamp of wisdom, illuminating all the world. May all sentient beings set up the banner of steadfastness and be able to destroy all delusive actions and manias. May all sentient beings set up the banner of the power of knowledge, which no delusion can damage. May all sentient beings attain the banner of great knowledge and wisdom, destroying all the flags of worldly pride. May all sentient beings gain the banner of great light of the sun of knowledge, and illumine the whole realm of reality with the light of the sun of knowledge. May all sentient beings be endowed with banners adorned with innumerable jewels, filling all worlds in the 10 directions, and offer them to the Buddhas. May all sentient beings obtain the banner of realization and of thusness, and destroy all the erroneous views of misleading paths. This is great enlightening Bain's dedication of roots of goodness when giving banners and pennants, to cause all sentient beings to attain the pure paths of the banner of the extremely profound, lofty, and wide-ranging practices of enlightening Beings, and the banner of the action of spiritual powers of enlightening beings. Great enlightening beings open up storehouses of myriad treasures and hundreds of billions of trillions of fine, rare jewels to all the countless sentient beings, giving whatever they wish unbegrudgingly. They dedicate the roots of goodness in this way. May all sentient beings always see the treasure of the Buddha, give up ly and cultivate right mindfulness. May all sentient beings be fully endowed with the light of the treasure of the teaching and preserve the treasury of 586 the flower ornament scripture teaching of all Buddhas. May all sentient beings be able to support the entire treasure of the Community, tirelessly providing for its needs. May all sentient beings attain the highest treasure of mind, omniscience, and may their pure aspiration toward enlightenment never recede. May all sentient beings attain the treasure of knowledge, entering into all things without doubt or confusion. May all sentient beings be endowed with the treasure of virtuous qualities of enlightening beings, reveal and expound immeasurable knowledge. May all sentient beings attain a treasure of immeasurable sublime qualities, cultivate and attain the knowledge of the 10 powers of true awareness. May all sentient beings attain the treasure of the 16 knowledges of refined meditation, and ultimately fulfill broad, great knowledge and wisdom. May all sentient beings develop the treasure of the supreme field of blessings, and awaken to the unexcelled knowledge and wisdom of the enlightened. May all sentient beings become masters of the most excellent treasure, and expound all truths with inexhaustible discernment. This is great enlightening beings' dedication of roots of goodness when giving treasures, to cause all sentient beings to obtain the jewel of complete, supreme knowledge, the treasure of the unobstructed pure eye of the enlightened. Great enlightening beings may give various beautiful decorations for all bodies, causing the body to be beautiful and pleasing to all. Great enlightening beings regard all creatures in the world equally, like an only child, and want to cause them all to have adornments purifying their bodies, to attain supreme peace and comfort, to attain the bliss of enlightened knowledge, abide by the Buddha teachings and benefit living beings. With innumerable, various exquisite jewel ornaments such as these they diligently practice giving, and when they are giving they dedicate the roots of goodness in this way. May all sentient beings develop unexcelled, wonderful adornments and adorn humans and celestials with pure virtue and knowledge. May all sentient beings attain features of pure adornment, adorning themselves with pure felicitous virtues. May all sentient beings attain features of most sublime adornment, and array themselves with all marks of virtue. May all sentient beings attain features of uncontused adornments, adorning themselves with all marks of Buddhahood. May all sentient beings attain the features of adornment by good, pure speech, endowed with all kinds of unlimited intellectual powers. May all sentient beings attain the features of adornment by voices with all good qualities, their voices pure and clear, pleasing to all who hear. May all sentient beings attain the featory of adornment by the delightful speech of the Buddhas, causing living beings to hear the teaching, rejoice in it, and cultivate pure practice. May all sentient beings attain the features of adornment of mind, entering deep meditative concentration and seeing the Buddhas. May all sentient beings attain the features of adornment by total mental command, illumining the true teachings of all Buddhas. May all sentient Tirts dedicated 1s58-7 beings attain the features of adornment by wisdom and knowledge, adorning their minds with the wisdom and knowledge of Buddhahood. This is great enlightening beings dedication of roots of goodness when generously giving all kinds of ornaments, to cause sentient beings to be endowed with the adornments of the complete fulfillment of all the innumerable qualities of Buddhas, complete virtue and knowledge, and to forever shed all conceit and self-indulgence. Great enlightening beings give to all sentient beings the jeweled crowns and top-notch jewels they received when crowned as independent kings, without regret in their hearts, always cultivating themselves diligently to be generous donors, learning the wisdom of giving, developing the faculty of relinquishment, with knowledge and skill in means, their minds broad and magnanimous, they give to all, and dedicate those roots of goodness in this way. May all sentient beings be crowned by the Buddha teachings and achieve universal knowledge. May all sentient beings attain the foremost knowledge and reach the other shore. May all sentient beings save living beings with the treasure of sublime knowledge and cause them all to fulfill the summit of virtue. May all sentient beings attain completion of the precious crown of knowledge and wisdom and be worthy of the honor of the world. May all sentient beings' heads be graced with the crown of knowledge and become autonomous monarchs and masters of the law. May all sentient beings tie the clear jewel of knowledge to their heads, invisible to all worldlings. May all sentient beings be worthy of the obeisance of the world, perfect the peak of wisdom, and illumine the Buddha teachings. May all sentient beings be crowned with the crown adorned by the 10 powers, filled with the purity of the ocean of jewels of knowledge and wisdom. May all sentient beings reach the summit of the great stages of enlightenment, attain omniscience, fulfill the 10 powers, and destroy the bands of maniacs at the peak of the realm of desire. May all sentient beings manage to attain the highest summit of sovereignty, and attain the peak of radiance of omniscience, which cannot be outshone. This is great enlightening beings' dedication of roots of goodness when giving jeweled crowns, to cause sentient beings to attain the realm of utmost purity of supreme knowledge, and the crown of jewels of wisdom. When great enlightening beings sec sentient beings in prisons or dungeons, dark and dim, shackled and chained, unable to rise or sit in comfort, assailed by myriad pains, without relatives or friends, without refuge or salvation, naked, hungry, emaciated, suffering unbearable torture, the enlightening beings, having seen this, give what they have, all their wealth, their spouses, children, and households, and even their own bodies, to rescue those creatures in prison, like the enlightening being great compassion and the enlightening being king of wondrous eyes did, and, having rescued them, they give them whatever they need, relieving their suffering, enabling them to gain peace and comfort after that. They give them the supreme treasure of the teaching. Cause 588 The flower ornament scripture them to give up indulgence, firmly establish roots of goodness, and not shrink away or withdraw from the Buddhist teaching. When great enlightening beings rescue sentient beings from prison, they dedicate the roots of goodness in this way. May all sentient beings be ultimately liberated from the bonds of covetousness and craving. May all sentient beings cut off the stream of birth and death and climb up onto the shore of wisdom. May all sentient beings do away with ignorance and folly, develop knowledge and wisdom, and shed the fetters of afflictions. May all sentient beings destroy the bonds of the worlds of desire, form, and formlessness, attain universal knowledge and be ultimately emancipated. May all sentient beings forever cut off all the bonds of afflictions and reach the other shore of knowledge and wisdom, the ground of non-obstruction, where there are no afflictions. May all sentient beings be free from stirring thoughts, musing, and vain discrimination, and enter the realm of equanimous, imperturbable knowledge. May all sentient beings shed the bonds of desires, forever leaving behind all mundane cravings, and have no attachments in the worlds of desire, form, or formlessness. May all sentient beings attain supreme aspiration and always have the Buddhas teach them. May all sentient beings attain liberated minds, with no attachments and no bondage, broad and vast as the cosmos, comprehensive as space. May all sentient beings attain the spiritual powers of enlightening beings, taming sentient beings in all worlds, causing them to detach from the mundane and abide in the great vehicle. This is great enlightening beings' dedication of roots of goodness when saving sentient beings suffering in prison, to enable sentient beings to enter the realm of knowledge and wisdom of the enlightened. Great enlightening beings, seeing prisoners bound hand and foot, suffering all sorts of pain, beaten and oppressed by their jailers, on the brink of death, having given up all earthly comforts, forever parted from their relatives and friends, laid out on butcher blocks to be dismembered, or impaled on wooden stakes, or doused with oil and set afire, the enlightening beings, having seen them oppressed by such tortures, give up their own bodies to take their places, as did the enlightening beings invincible, king of most excellentation, and other great enlightening beings who gave up their own lives to spare others, bearing cruel suffering in their stead. At that time the enlightening beings say to the wardens, I wish to give up my body in exchange for their lives. You may apply those tortures to me. Just as you are doing to those people, you may do what you want, even more. To me I will endure even incalculable times as much, so that they may be freed. If I see them about to be killed and do not give up my life to redeem them from their misery, then I cannot be said to be dwelling in the mind of an enlightening being. Why? Because I have made the determination for omniscient enlightenment for the purpose of saving all beings. 10 Dedications 589 When great enlightening beings give up their own lives to save sentient beings, they dedicate the roots of goodness in this way. May all sentient beings attain endless, ultimate life and be forever free from disaster, oppression, and affliction. May all sentient beings stay with the Buddhas, receive universal knowledge, fulfill the 10 powers, and receive the prediction of enlightenment. May all sentient beings rescue conscious beings everywhere, cause them to be free from fear and to forever leave the states of woe. May all sentient beings attain total life and enter the realm of undying knowledge. May all sentient beings be forever free from hostility and enmity, have no calamities, and always be in the care of Buddhas and good teachers. May all sentient beings abandon all weapons and instruments of evil and suffering, and practice all kinds of pure, good action. May all sentient beings be free from all fears and crush the armies of demons at the tree of enlightenment. May all sentient beings be free from terrors, their hearts pure and fearless in regard to the highest teaching, and be able to make the supreme lions roar. May all sentient beings attain unobstructed lionic knowledge and wisdom and cultivate right action in all worlds. May all sentient beings reach the realm of fearlessness and always attend to the salvation and protection of suffering sentient beings. This is great enlightening beings, dedication of roots of goodness when giving up their own lives to save prisoners about to be executed. to cause sentient beings to be free from the pains of birth and death and to attain the sublime bliss of the enlightened. Great enlightening beings give the knot of flesh on their heads to beggars, as did the enlightening beings Jewel Top Knot King, Supremely Wonderful Body, and countless others. At such a time, seeing a beggar come, the enlightening beings' hearts fill with joy and they say, "If you need a flesh top knot, take it from me, mine is the best in the land." And when they say this, their minds are undisturbed, they do not think of other actions, they relinquish the world and seek dispassionate serenity, ultimately pure, diligent, straightforward, they are bent on omniscience. They then take a sharp knife and cut off the top knot of flesh on their heads, with their right knee kneeling on the ground, they join their palms and give their top knots away with a concentrated mind, thinking of the practices of all Buddhas and enlightening beings of the past, present, and future, conceiving great joy, increasing in determination. Intellectually they skillfully analyze and understand phenomena, and do not grasp pain, knowing that the sense of pain has no signs and no origin, that all sensations occur relatively and none are permanent. Therefore they develop great blissful faith that they should practice great relinquishment like all enlightening beings of past, future, and present, seeking universal knowledge without retreating, without relying on others' teaching or the power of a teacher. When great enlightening beings carry out this giving, they dedicate the roots of goodness in this way. May all sentient beings attain the 590 the flu/cro script 11 re-invisible crown and develop the P-Agada-like top knot of enlightening beings. May all sentient beings have hair like the Buddha, and be able to extinguish all afflictions of sentient beings. May all sentient beings have glossy hair, thick hair, hair which doesn't grow on the forehead. May all sentient beings have hair like the Buddha and Rever be free from all afflictions and binding habits. May all sentient beings have radiant hair, shining with light that illumines all worlds in the 10 directions. May all sentient beings have undisturbed hair, clean like the Buddha's. May all sentient beings develop the pagoda-like hair of the saint, so that for all who see it, it is like seeing the Buddha's hair. May all sentient beings have hair like the Buddha, without stain, without attachment, forever rid of all obscuring dust and dirt. This is great enlightening beings' dedication of roots of goodness when giving their flesh top knots, to cause sentient beings to be dispassionate and serene of mind, fulfill all concentration formulae, and consummate the enlightened one's knowledge of all ways of liberation and its 10 powers. Great enlightening beings give their eyes to those who come and ask for THM, just as the enlightening beings gladdening practice, Moonlight King, and countless others gave theirs. When great enlightening beings give their eyes, they arouse a pure mind to give eyes, they arouse the mind of the eye of pure knowledge, arouse a mind resting on the light of true arouse the mind witnessing the unexcelled Buddha way, awaken a mind dedicated to great knowledge, awaken a mind to give with equanimity equal to the enlightening beings of past, present, and future, ab/akin the unobstructed eye, arouse a mind of indestructible pure faith, arouse a mind of joyful acceptance in regard to those who ask. To consummate all spiritual powers, to produce the enlightened eye, to increase and be wrought in the great determination for enlightenment, to cultivate great compassion, and to master the senses, they set their minds on these things. When great enlightening beings give eyes, they conceive great love for those who ask, and establish charity for them, increasing the power of the teaching, giving up mundane emotional views and indulgence, cutting off the bonds of desire, cultivating enlightenment, and obligingly satisfying their requests with unperturbed minds, always in accord with the practice of non-dualistic equanimity. These roots of goodness they dedicate thus: may all sentient beings attain the supreme eye and guide everyone. May all sentient beings attain the unobstructed eye and open up the treasury of universal knowledge. May all sentient beings attain the pure physical eye, its light perceptibly penetrating, impossibly to block. May all sentient beings attain the pure celestial eye, seeing the births and deaths and fruits of actions of all sentient beings. May all sentient beings attain the pure objective eye and be able to enter the realm of those who realize thusness. May all sentient beings attain the eye of wisdom and abandon all conceptual grasping and attachment. May all sentient beings be endowed with the Buddha eye, capable of Te11 Dedicatio 11s59 total awareness and understanding of all things. May all sentient beings perfect the universal eye, comprehending all realms without hindrance. May all sentient beings attain the pure, unclouded eye, realizing the realm of sentient beings is empty and has no existence. May all sentient beings be fully endowed with the pure unobstructed eye and all be able to consummate the 10 powers of the enlightened. This is great enlightening beings' dedication of roots of goodness when giving eyes, to cause all sentient beings to attain the pure eye of universal knowledge. Great enlightening beings are able to give ears and noses to those who ask, as did King of Superlative Action, Invincible, and countless other enlightening beings. When they give, they hand them over personally to those who ask, single-mindedly cultivating the deeds of enlightening beings, endowed with the seed nature of Buddhahood, born in the house of the enlightened. Recollecting the acts of giving practiced by the enlightening beings, they constantly strive to activate the pure faculties of enlightenment of Buddhas, their virtues and wisdom. Observing all realms of existence, they see that not one thing endures. They aspire to always be able to see the Buddhas and enlightening beings. They recollect all Buddha teachings according to the situation. They know the body is illusory, empty, void of existence, with nothing to cling to. Thus when enlightening beings give away cars and noses, their minds are always dispassionate and peaceful. They have tamed their senses. They save sentient beings from the dangers of perversity and evil, develop all knowledge and virtues, enter the ocean of great generosity, comprehend the meanings of the teachings, fully cultivate the ways they point out, acting in accord with knowledge and wisdom, attaining mastery of truth, and substitute an indestructible body for the perishable body. When great enlightening beings give cars, they dedicate the roots of goodness in this way. May all sentient beings attain unobstructed ears and hear all sounds speaking the truth. May all sentient beings attain unblocked cars and be able to understand all sounds. May all sentient beings attain the cars oft enlightened and perceive all without hindrance. May all sentient beings attain pure ears, not producing false discriminations based on the medium of hearing. May all sentient beings attain cars without deafness, causing ignorant consciousness not to arise. May all sentient beings attain cars pervading the cosmos and know the voices of teachings of all Buddhas. May all sentient beings attain unobstructed cars and realize all ways of non-obstruction. May all sentient beings attain indestructible ears, that no one be able to break down the discourses of good teachers. May all sentient beings attain all hearing cars, far-reaching and pure, supreme of all ears. May all sentient beings be endowed with the celestial car and the enlightened car. This is great enlightening beings' dedication of roots of goodness when giving cars, to cause all sentient beings to attain pure cars. When great enlightening beings give noses, they dedicate the roots 592 the flower ornament scripture of goodness in this way. May all sentient beings attain high, straight noses, refined noses, well-formed noses, beautiful noses, pleasing noses, pure noses, docile noses, outstanding noses, enemy-conquering noses, the noses of the enlightened. May all sentient beings attain faces free from anger, faces of all truths, faces of non-obstruction, faces good to sec, docile faces, pure clean faces, impeccable faces, round full faces like the Buddha, faces pervading all places, faces of immeasurable beauty. This is great enlightening beings' dedication of roots of goodness when giving noses, to cause sentient beings to ultimately gain entry into the teachings of all Buddhas, to cause sentient beings to ultimately absorb the teachings of A11 Buddhas, to cause sentient beings to ultimately comprehend the teachings of the Buddhas, to cause sentient beings to ultimately abide by the teachings of the Buddhas, to cause sentient beings to ultimately always sec the Buddha, to cause all sentient beings to attain realization of the principles of Buddha, to cause sentient beings to ultimately develop indestructible minds, to cause sentient beings to adorn all Buddha lands, to cause sentient beings to all attain the body of great power of the enlightened ones. This is the dedication of roots of goodness of enlightening beings when giving cars and noses. Great enlightening beings, abiding securely in the state of indestructible freedom, are able to give teeth to sentient beings, as did Flower Teeth King, Six-Tusk Elephant King, and other enlightening beings of antiquity. When great enlightening beings give teeth, their minds are pure, to a degree rarely found, that is, they give with an inexhaustible mind, give with a mind of great faith, give with a mind at every step attaining immeasurable detachment, give with a mind in control of the senses, give with a mind relinquishing all, give with a mind aspiring to universal knowledge, give with a mind to comfort sentient beings, give with great generosity, ultimate generosity, superb generosity, supreme generosity. Give with a mind to relinquish their own physical necessities without resentment. At this time, the enlightening beings dedicate the roots of goodness in this way: may all sentient beings have sharp, white teeth, becoming supreme reliquaries, receiving the offerings of humans and celestials; may all sentient beings have even teeth, like those of the Buddha, without any gaps; may all sentient beings have well-controlled minds and skillfully carry out the transcendental practices of enlightening beings; may the mouths of all sentient beings be pure and clean, their teeth bright white, showing clearly; may all sentient beings have teeth with memorable adornments, their mouths pure and clean, with no foul appearance; may all sentient beings have a full set of teeth, always producing various rare, exquisite fragrances; may all sentient beings have well-controlled intellects and their teeth be clean and bright, like white lotuses, forming Gamadion patterns; may all sentient beings' mouths and lips be fresh and clean, their teeth clean and white, shining with innumerable lights illuminating everywhere; may all sentient beings' 10 dedications 593 teeth be fine and sharp, so there are no whole grains left in their food when they eat, and they have no attachment to taste and become excellent fields of blessings; may all sentient beings always radiate light from and between their teeth, giving enlightening beings the foremost prediction of enlightenment. This is great enlightening beings' dedication of roots of goodness when giving teeth, to cause sentient beings to be endowed with omniscience, their knowledge of all things clear and pure. If people come to great enlightening beings asking for their tongues, they compassionately speak kind and gentle words to them, as did handsome Kaing, unregressing, and countless other enlightening beings of ancient times. When great enlightening beings are born in the various realms of existence, when countless sentient beings come to them asking for their tongues, they place those people on lion seats, and, with minds free from anger, malice, and resentment, with minds of great power, minds born of the essence of Buddhas, minds abiding in the abode of enlightening beings, minds never polluted or disturbed, minds abiding in great power, minds with no attachment to the body, and minds with no attachment to words, they kneel on the ground, open their mouths, show their tongue to the beggars, and say to them with kind and gentle words, "This body of mine is all yours, you may take my tongue and use it as you will, to fulfill your wishes." At that time, the enlightening beings dedicate the roots of goodness in this way: may all sentient beings attain the universal tongue and be able to expound all principles of speech and language; may all sentient beings attain tongues that can cover their faces, and may their speech be non-dual and all true to reality; may all sentient beings attain a tongue that covers all Buddha lands, demonstrating the autonomous spiritual powers of Buddhas; may all sentient beings have soft, thin tongues, always tasting fine, pure flavors; may all sentient beings have eloquent tongues, able to cut through the net of doubts of all beings; may all sentient beings have luminous tongues, able to radiate countless billions of light beams; may all sentient beings attain tongues of definite certainty, inexhaustibly explaining all things with discernment; may all sentient beings attain masterful tongues, able to unlock all essential mysteries, causing all to accept and believe what they say. May all sentient beings attain tongues of universal fluency, able to enter into the ocean of all languages; may all sentient beings attain tongues capable of explaining all aspects of the teachings, thoroughly attaining ultimate perfection of knowledge of words and speech. This is enlightening beings' dedication of roots of goodness when giving tongues, to cause sentient beings to all attain complete unobstructed knowledge. Enlightening beings give their heads to those who come ask for them, as did Supreme K Knowledge, Great Light, and other great enlightening beings. The giving that the great enlightening beings practice is because they want to develop the head of Supreme Knoll 594 TLZC Flower Omament Scripture Edge comprehending all truths, because they want to develop the head realizing great enlightenment and saving sentient beings, because they want to have the Supreme Head seeing all things, because they want to attain the head of pure knowledge which sees truly, because they want to develop the head of non-obstruction, free from hindrance, because they want to realize the head attaining the highest states, because they sect the HEAD of K knowledge supreme in the world, because they want to develop the head of pure wisdom, the crown of which cannot be seen by any in the realms of desire, form, or formlessness, because they want to attain the head of sovereignty of knowledge appearing throughout the 10 directions, and because THCV want to fulfill the head of freedom which cannot be broken by anything at all. Great enlightening beings, abiding by this practice and diligently applying it, then, because they have already entered the family of the Buddhas, emulate the giving practiced by the Buddhas. Conceiving pure faith in the Buddhas, they develop and mature roots of goodness, and cause those in need to all be happily satisfied. Their own minds are pure and joyful beyond measure, with pure faith and understanding they clearly illumine the Buddha teachings, activate the will for enlightenment, and abide in equanimity and resignation. All their senses are blissful, their virtus qualities grow and develop and they give rise to good aspirations, and always like to practice magnanimous giving. At that time the enlightening beings dedicate the roots of goodness in this way, may all sentient beings attain the head of the enlightened, and attain the invisible crown, which none anywhere can surpass, the supreme head in all Buddha fields, hair curling to the right, radiant, clean, lustrous, adorned with gametions, a wonder of the world, may they be endowed with the head of Buddhas, the head of consummate knowledge, the foremost head in the world, and be heads of completeness, of purity, and of comprehensive knowledge sitting on the side of enlightenment. This is great enlightening beings' dedication of roots of goodness when giving their heads away, to enable sentient beings to attain the highest truth and achieve unexcelled great wisdom. Great enlightening beings give their hands and feet to sentient beings, like Always Diligent, Sarolksking, and countless other enlightening beings and others gave their hands and feet in various places of birth in all realms of existence. Using faith for hands, they initiate beneficial works, coming and going, reaching everywhere, diligently practicing the true teaching, aspiring to attain jewel-producing hands, giving their hands, fulfilling the path of enlightening beings without doing anything in vain. They always extend their hands to obtain great wisdom, and walk peacefully as they go, bold and fearless. By the power of pure faith they fulfill diligent CT toward, to destroy unwholesome states and to perfect enlightenment. When great enlightening beings give in this way, they open the gate of pure teaching with hearts of immeasurable magnanimity, enter the TE11 dedications 595 ocean of Buddhahood, perfect the hand of giving, and rove it for all in the 10 directions. With the power of will they maintain the path of universal knowledge, and abide in the mind ultimately free of impurity, the body of reality, and the body of knowledge, endless and incorruptible. They cannot be shaken by any delusive influences, following good teachers, they make their minds firm and stable, and cultivate the practice of transcendence by giving, same as all enlightening beings. When great enlightening beings give their hands and feet, seeking omniscience for the sake of all sentient beings, they dedicate the roots of goodness in this way, may all sentient beings be endowed with spiritual powers, and all attain jewel-producing hands, and, having attained jewel-producing hands, respect each other as fields of blessings and give each other all kinds of jewels, and also give myriad jewels to Buddhas, producing clouds of wonderful jewels covering all Buddha lands. They cause sentient beings to be kind to each other and not harm each other. They roam the Buddha fields, secure in fearlessness, naturally endowed with ultimate spiritual powers. They also cause all to attain hands producing JC\VCLS, HMDS producing FL hours, hands producing clothing, hands producing canopies, hands producing garlands, hands producing incense, hands producing ornaments, boundless hands, immeasurable hands, universal hands, and, having attained these hands, to always diligently travel to all Buddha lands by means of spiritual power. They can touch all Buddha worlds with one hand, and hold all sentient beings with the hand of freedom. They attain hands of sublime features, emanating immeasurable light. They can cover all sentient beings with a single hand. They attain hands like the Buddha, with webbed fingers and copper fingernails. At this time the enlightening beings cover all sentient beings with the hand of great vows, praying that all sentient beings set their minds on always gladly seeking unexcelled enlightenment, reducing the ocean of all virtues, rejoicing when they see people come begging, never tiring of them, entering the ocean of Buddhahood, with the same roots of goodness as the Buddha. This is enlightening beings' dedication of roots of goodness when giving hands and feet. Great enlightening beings wound themselves and draw blood to give to sentient beings like Principled Action, Benevolent King, and countless other enlightening beings in various realms of existence. When they give blood, they arouse a mind to achieve omniscience, a mind of longing for great enlightenment, a mind of leisure in cultivating the practices of enlightening beings, a mind not to grasp painful sensations, a mind of gladness to sec beggars, a mind not averse to beggars, a mind directed toward the path of all enlightening beings, a mind to preserve the equanimity of all enlightening beings, a mind to increase and broaden the benevolent giving of enlightening beings, an unregressing mind, an unremitting mind, a mind free from self-love. The roots of goodness they dedicate in this way, may all sentient 596 the flower omament scripture beings attain fulfillment of the body of reality and the body of knowledge. May all sentient beings attain an adamantine, indefatigable body, may all sentient beings attain an indestructible body that nothing can injure, may all sentient beings attain a phantom-like body, appearing throughout the world without limit, may all sentient beings attain a delightful body, clean, beautiful, strong, and healthy, may all sentient beings attain a body born of the real of reality, same as the enlightened, depending on nothing. May all sentient beings attain a body like the radiance of beautiful jewels, which no worldly people can outshine. May all sentient beings attain a body which is a treasury of knowledge, and realize freedom in the realm of immortality. May all sentient beings attain a body of an ocean of jewels, which is unfailing beneficial to all who see it. May all sentient beings attain the body of space, which none of the troubles of the world can affect. This is great enlightening beings' dedication of roots of goodness, with the mind of the great vehicle, a pure mind, a broad mind, a joyful mind, a happy mind, an enraptured mind, a mind in control, a peaceful mind, an unpolluted mind, when giving blood from their bodies. When great enlightening beings sec people come and ask for their bodies' marrow and flesh, they are joyful and speak gently to them, telling them to take their bodies' marrow and flesh as they wish, just as benefactor, all-giving king, and innumerable other enlightening beings gave their marrow and flesh in various circumstances in various realms of being. When they give to those who ask, their joy is great, their generosity grows, they cultivate roots of goodness the same as all enlightening beings, depart from the dust and dirt of the world, and attain profound determination. They give their bodies to all, their minds inexhaustible, endowed with immeasurable great roots of goodness, they embody the treasures of all virtues. According with the principles of enlightening beings, they tirelessly put them into practice, their minds always delighting in the virtues of giving. They give all without regret, clearly observing that all things come from conditions and have no substance, they have no greed for the act of giving or for the rewards of giving, and give impartially to whomever they meet. When great enlightening beings give in this way, all the Buddhas appear to them, because they think of them as parents and receive their protection. All sentient beings appear to them, because they cause all to live in peace by the pure teaching. All worlds appear to them, because they adorn and purify all Buddha lands. All living beings appear to them, because they serve all with great compassion. All Buddha qualities appear to them, because they like to observe the 10 powers of the enlightened ones. All enlightening beings of the past, present, and future appear to them, because they share the same complete roots of goodness. All fearless nkskas appear to them, because they are able to make the supreme lion roar, all the past, present, and future appear to them, because they have attained knowledge of equality. 10 Dedications 59:7 Observing all worlds appear to them, because they initiate great, far-reaching vows to cultivate enlightenment throughout the future. The tireless practices of enlightening beings all appear to them, because they develop infinite great aspirations. When great enlightening beings give marrow and flesh, they dedicate the roots of goodness in this way. May all sentient beings attain the indestructible body, may all sentient beings attain the enduring mystic body, which never diminishes, may all sentient beings attain mentally produced bodies, adorned and pure like the Buddha's body, may all sentient beings attain bodies adorned with all marks of merit and signs of greatness, may all sentient beings attain bodies beautifully adorned with all kinds of embellishments, endowed with the 10 powers, indestructible, may all sentient beings attain the body of those who realize thusness, ultimately pure, impossible to delimit or measure, may all sentient beings attain the body of firmness and stability, which no demons or enemies can injure, may all sentient beings attain the body of oneness, and be one with the Buddhas of all times, may all sentient beings attain the unobstructed body, pervading space with the pure body of reality, may all sentient beings attain the body of the matrix of enlightenment, able to contain all worlds. This is the dedication of roots of goodness of enlightening beings giving marrow and flesh, seeking universal knowledge, to cause all sentient beings to attain the ultimately pure infinite body of those who realize thusness. Great enlightening beings give their hearts to those who come and ask for them, as did No Regret, Unobstructed Kang, and countless other great enlightening beings. When they give their own hearts to beggars, they cultivate the mind of free giving, develop the mind of total giving, learn the mind of carrying out transcendent giving, perfect the mind of transcendent giving, cultivate the mind of giving of all enlightening beings, the inexhaustible mind relinquishing all, the mind accustomed to giving all, the mind taking on all enlightening beings practice of giving, the mind correctly mindful of the manifestation of all Buddhas, the mind presenting gifts to all who come and ask, without end. When great enlightening beings give in this way, their minds are pure, in order to liberate all sentient beings, in order to attain the realm of enlightenment with the 10 powers, in order to cultivate practice in accord with their great vows, because they want to abide in peace in the path of enlightening beings, because they want to develop omniscience, and because they do not give up their original vows, they dedicate the roots of goodness in this way. May all sentient beings attain diamond treasury hearts, which all diamond mountains cannot break, may all sentient beings attain diamond realm hearts, adorned with the mystic Gamadion, may they attain unshakable hearts, attain hearts that cannot be frightened, may they attain ever inexhaustible hearts benefiting the world, may they attain hearts that are treasuries of knowledge. 598 The flower ornament scripture and wisdom, marked by great courage, may they attain hearts marked by firm strength, may they attain hearts as infinite as the ocean of living beings, may they attain hearts which nothing can spoil, may they attain hearts destroying all delusive activities and armies of demons, may they attain fearless hearts, may they attain hearts of great spiritual force, may they attain hearts of constant energy, may they attain hearts of great courage, may they attain hearts that cannot be shocked, may they attain hearts with indestructible armor, may they attain the supreme hearts of enlightening beings. May they attain hearts full of the light of enlightenment into the Buddha teachings, may they attain hearts sitting under the tree of enlightenment, abiding by the true teachings of all Buddhas, divorcing all illusions and attaining omniscience, may they attain hearts accomplished in the 10 powers. This is great enlightening beings' dedication of roots of goodness when giving their hearts, to cause all sentient beings to be unstained by the world and to be endowed with the 10-powered mind of the enlightened. If anyone comes to great enlightening beings asking for their internal organs, they give all, like good giver, demon-conquering sovereign, and countless other great enlightening beings. When practicing this giving, they are glad to see people come begging and look upon them lovingly. In the quest for enlightenment they give as they are asked, without any regret in their hearts. They observe that this body has no permanence or stability, and reflect that they should give this body away and get an indestructible body. They also are mindful that this body will eventually decay, disgusting to all who see, and will be eaten by animals, that this body is impermanent, eventually to be abandoned and eaten by others, without awareness or cognition. When enlightening beings make these observations, they know that the body is transient and the height of impurity. Understanding the teaching, they become very joyful. With a respectful mind, they see those who come ask of them as good friends whohavecommetop protect the and generously give them whatever they ask, substituting the enduring body for the unstable one. When great enlightening beings give in this way, they dedicate all the roots of goodness, that all sentient beings may attain the body of the treasury of knowledge, inwardly and outwardly pure, that all sentient beings may attain the body of the treasury of virtue, able to preserve the vow for omniscience, that all sentient beings may attain a supremely wonderful body, inwardly full of sublime fragrance, outwardly radiating light, that all sentient beings may attain a body without a protruding belly, upper and lower body straight, limbs and joints well coordinated, that all sentient beings may attain the body of knowledge and wisdom, filled with joy, enriched and nourished by the savor of the B11DDHA teaching, that all sentient beings attain an inexhaustible body and cultivate peaceful abiding in the most profound nature of truth, that all sentient beings may attain the body of the pure treasury. 10 dedications 599 OF concentration spell formulae, and elucidate all truths with marvelous eloquence, that all sentient beings may attain the body of purity, body and mind both inwardly and outwardly clean, that all sentient beings may attain he body of practice of deep contemplation with knowledge of realization of thus, filled with wisdom, showering the rain of truth, that all sentient beings may attain a body that is inwardly tranquil while outwardly being a supreme representation of knowledge for sentient beings, emanating great light universally, illuminating everything. This is great enlightening beings' dedication of roots of goodness when giving internal organs, to cause sentient beings to be inwardly and outwardly pure and to all achieve stability in unobstructed knowledge. Great enlightening beings give those who ask for them their limbs, joints, and bones, like treasury of truth, king of light, and innumerably other great enlightening beings. When they give their limbs, joints, and bones, upon seeing people come begging, they give rise to love, joy, pure faith, peace of mind, courage, kindness, an unobstructed mind, a pure mind, a mind to give whatever they are asked. When the great enlightening beings give their limbs and bones, they dedicate the roots of goodness in this way. May all sentient beings attain phantom-like bodies, and receive bone, flesh, and blood bodies no more. May all sentient beings attain indestructible, invincible bodies. May all sentient beings attain the body of reality, replete with all knowledge, born in the realm where there are no bounds, no attachments, no fetters. May all sentient beings attain the body of powers of knowledge, all faculties complete, fully developed, uninterrupted and incorruptible. May all sentient beings attain the body of the power of truth, with independent power of knowledge reaching the other shore. May all sentient beings attain a healthy, enduring body, upright and true, never decaying. May all sentient beings attain a body able to respond to needs, to teach and civilize all beings. May all sentient beings attain a body perfumed by wisdom, with the great strength of limb of the mighty. May all sentient beings attain a permanent, enduring body, forever free from all fatigue. May all sentient beings attain a stable body of great strength, able to fulfill the great power of energy and effort. May all sentient beings attain the equally omnipresent body of reality and abide in the realm of immeasurable supreme knowledge. May all sentient beings attain the body of the power of virtue, beneficial to all who see it, removed from all evil. May all sentient beings attain an independent body, which rests on nothing, and all be endowed with non-reclient, unattached knowledge. May all sentient beings attain a body under the protection of the Buddhas. May all sentient beings attain a body beneficial to all living beings, able to enter into all realms of existence. May all sentient beings attain a body of universal manifestation, able to reflect all the Buddha teachings. May all sentient beings attain a body endowed with vigor, concentrating on and diligently cultivating the practice of the knowledge of the great vehicle. May all sentient beings attain a pure body. 600 The flower ornament scripture free from pride and conceit, their knowledge always stable and not shaken by anything. May all sentient beings attain a body of firm action, accomplishing the work of universal knowledge of the great vehicle. May all sentient beings attain a body of firm action, accomplishing the work of universal knowledge of the great vehicle. May all sentient beings attain a body in the house of Buddhas, forever leaving all mundane birth and death. This is great enlightening beings' dedication of roots of goodness when giving limbs and bones, to cause all sentient beings to attain omniscience and be eternally pure. When great enlightening beings sec people come to them with knives and ask for their skin, their hearts become joyful, their senses delighted, just like someone who has been done a great favor. They welcome them, invite them in, set out a seat for them, and bow to them respectfully, thinking, these seekers are most rare, they come seeking aid from me, working to fulfill my vow for omniscience. Joyfully, with a mild countenance, they say to them, this body of mine I relinquish entirely, take as much of my skin as you need, just like treasury of purity, golden-sided dear king, and countless other great enlightening beings of the past. At that time, the enlightening beings dedicate these roots of goodness in this way. May all sentient beings have fine skin, like that of the Buddha, its color pure and clear, so that people never tire of seeing it. May all sentient beings have unbreakable skin, like diamond, which nothing can break. May all sentient beings have golden skin, like the finest real gold, pure and clear. May all sentient beings have clear, lustrous skin, endowed with the softness and purity of the ascetic characteristic of the Buddha. May all sentient beings attain skin of the finest color, inherently pure, its color and features incomparable. May all sentient beings develop the pure colored skin of Buddha, adorned with the marks and embellishments of greatness. May all sentient beings have skin of exquisite color, radiating great light, illuminating everything. May all sentient beings have skin like luminous mesh, like the lofty banner of the world, radiating unspeakably many spheres of light. May all sentient beings have lustrous skin, its color and features all pure. This is great enlightening beings' dedication of roots of goodness when giving their skin, to cause all sentient beings to reach all pure adorned Buddha fields and be endowed with the great virtues of Buddha. Great enlightening beings give their fingers and toes to those who ask for them, like persevering, sovereign king of Jambudvipa, and countless other great enlightening beings. At that time the countenance of the enlightening beings is peaceful and happy, their minds are stable and healthy, without any delusion. Riding the great vehicle, they do not seek satisfaction of sensual desires, nor do they prize name and fame, they only conceive the great determination of enlightening beings, getting rid of all defilements of greed and jealousy, turning wholeheartedly to the supremely wonderful teaching of the enlightened ones. Dedication 601 When great enlightening beings give in this way, they concentrate the roots of goodness and dedicate them thus. May all sentient beings have slender, long fingers, no different from Buddha. May all sentient beings have fingers of even circumference, the upper and lower parts in proportion. May all sentient beings have fingers with ruddy copper nails, the nails rounded and shiny. May all sentient beings have the fingers of the omniscient supreme human, able to hold all truths. May all sentient beings have fingers with the refinements of Buddha's fingers, and be adorned with the 10 powers. May all sentient beings have the fingers of a great human, slender and even. May all sentient beings have fingers marked with lotus gamadhyans, adorned with marks and embellishments resulting from the working of the 10 powers. May all sentient beings have fingers that arc mines of light, radiating great light beams illumining unspeakably many Buddha worlds. May all sentient beings have well-proportioned fingers, adorned with the characteristics of Buddha's fingers. This is great enlightening beings' dedication of roots of goodness in giving fingers and toes, to cause all sentient beings to attain purity of mind. When great enlightening beings are seeking the teaching, if someone says, If you can give me your fingernails, I'll give you the teaching. The enlightening beings reply, just give me the teaching, and you may take and see my fingernails as you wish, as did Sovereign King seeking truth, inexhaustible, and countless other great enlightening beings. In their search for the true teaching, and because of their desire to expound the true teaching for the benefit of sentient beings, to cause all of them to be fulfilled, they give their fingernails away to those who ask for them. At that time the enlightening beings dedicate these roots of goodness in this way: may all sentient beings obey the ruddy copper nails that are a mark of the Buddha, may all sentient beings have glossy nails, adorned with embellishments, may all sentient beings have shiny clean nails, clear as mirrors, finest of all, may all sentient beings obey the nails of the Omniscient, and be endowed with the marks of great human beings, may all sentient beings have peerless nails, not defiled by or attached to any world, may all sentient beings have nails with marvelous adornments, with light illumining all worlds, may all sentient beings have unbreakable nails, pure, clean, and complete, may all sentient beings have nails marked by entry into the techniques of all Buddha teachings, vast knowledge and wisdom thoroughly pure, may all sentient beings have well-formed nails, the fruit of enlightening actions, all sublimely pure, may all sentient beings have the nails of the great omniscient guide, radiating treasuries of beautiful lights of infinite hues. This is great enlightening beings' dedication of roots of goodness when giving their nails in their quest for the teaching, to cause sentient beings to be endowed with the unobstructed power of nails of omniscience of all Buddhas. Great enlightening beings sect the treasury of Buddha teaching 602 the flower ornament scripture with reverence and respect, considering it difficult to find. If someone who can expound it comes to them and says, if you can throw yourself into a pit of fire 70 feet deep I will give you the teaching, the enlightening beings, hearing this, jump for joy and reflect, I would stay forever even in miserable places like uninterrupted hell and experience immeasurable suffering for the sake of the truth, how much the more readily would I jump into the fire of the human world to hear the teaching. How wonderful it is that the true teaching is so easy to obtain, without suffering the infinite tortures of hell. One gets to hear it merely by entering a pit of fire. Just explain to me and I go into the pit of fire, and like the enlightening beings kaying in quest of the good teaching and adamantine meditation, they enter the pit of fire in quest of the teaching. At this time, the enlightening beings dedicate these roots of goodness in this way: may all sentient beings abide in the teaching of universal knowledge, the abode of Buddhas, and never regress or retreat from unexcelled enlightenment, may all sentient beings be free from all perils and experience the peace and case of Buddhahood, may all sentient beings attain fearless minds and be free from all terrors, may all sentient beings always gladly seek truth, full of joy and bliss, adorned by the teachings, may all sentient beings leave the courses of evil and extinguish the raging fire residential of the three poisons, may all sentient beings always be in peace and happiness, full of the supremely refined pleasures of the enlightened, may all sentient beings attain the mind of enlightening beings and forever part from the fires of craving, anger, and delusion, may all sentient beings attain the pleasures of concentration of enlightening beings and see the Buddhas everywhere, their minds full of joy, may all sentient beings skillfully explain the true teaching, ultimately never forgetting its principles, may all sentient beings have the sublime bliss of spiritual powers of enlightening beings and ultimately abide in knowledge of all ways of enlightenment. This is great enlightening beings' dedication of roots of goodness when plunging into a pit of fire in quest of the true teaching, for the purpose of causing sentient beings to give up hindering actions and all attain the full endowment of the fire of wisdom. When great enlightening beings, in quest of the true teaching, analyze and expound the path of enlightening beings, point out the road of enlightenment, proceed toward highest knowledge, diligently cultivate the 10 powers, extend the mind of universal knowledge, attain the state of unobstructed knowledge, purify sentient beings, abide in the sphere of vision of enlightening beings, earnestly cultivate great knowledge, and preserve complete enlightenment, they experience immeasurable suffering and tribulation, as did seeker of the good teaching, brave king, and countless other great enlightening beings. To save even the most evil people, who repudiate the truth, are shrouded by evil deeds, arc in the grip of delusion, the enlightening beings, for the 10 dedications 603 sake of the truth, except for those people all the torments they should suffer. These roots of goodness they dedicate in this way, may all sentient beings be forever freed from all suffering and oppression, and attain peace and happiness, freedom and spiritual power. May all sentient beings be forever free from all miseries, and attain all happiness. May all sentient beings annihilate the body of accumulated suffering, attain the body of illumination, and always experience case and bliss. May all sentient beings escape from the prison of suffering and perfect wise action. May all sentient beings sec the path of peace and depart from all evil courses. May all sentient beings attain the joy and bliss of truth and forever end all misery. May all sentient beings extirpate all suffering, love one another, and have no malevolence. May all sentient beings attain the bliss of the Buddhas and leave the pains of birth and death. May all sentient beings attain pure, peerless peace and ease, impervious to all pains and vexations. May all sentient beings attain all supreme bliss, ultimately filled with the unobstructed bliss of Buddhahood. This is great enlightening beings' dedication of roots of goodness when accepting suffering for the sake of the truth, because they want to rescue all beings and bring them to safety, free them from peril and difficulty and cause them to live in the real of omniscient, unhindered liberation. When great enlightening beings occupy the rank of ruler and sect true teaching, they consider even one sentence, one word, one phrase, one doctrine hard to obtain, and will give up everything within the seas, ngar or far land, cities, towns, populace, storehouses, gardens, ponds, houses, forests, flowers, produce, including all rare and precious things, palaces, bowers, spouses, children, retinues, even rulership thcy are able to give up all, seeking that which endures while in the midst of the transient, because they want to benefit all living beings. They earnestly seek the Buddha's path of unhindered liberation and ultimately pure universal knowledge, as did great moral force, king of supreme virtue, and countless other great enlightening beings. They diligently seek true teaching, even a little bit, for every one word they prostrate themselves on the ground. Properly meditating on the teachings of all Buddhas of past, present, and future, they devotedly practice them, never greedy for fame or fortune. They abandon the independent rulership of all worldly realms to seek autonomous mastery of truth. They have no attachment to worldly pleasures, and nourish their minds with transmundane teachings, forever leaving behind all idle speculations and inanities of the world, abiding in the truth of the Buddhas, which is free from inanity. At that time, enlightening beings dedicate the roots of goodness in this way. May all sentient beings always gladly give generously, relinquishing everything. May all sentient beings be able to give up whatever they have without regret. May all sentient beings always seek the truth without begrudging their lives or sustenance. May all sentient 604 the flower or name 11 scripture beings gain the benefit of the teaching and be able to stop everyone's doubts and confusion. May all sentient beings be able to give up their lives and sovereignty in quest of the Buddha teaching, cultivating highest enlightenment with great determination. May all sentient beings honor and respect the true teaching with ever profound aspiration, not begrudging their bodily lives. May all sentient beings preserve the most difficult to find Buddha teaching, always practicing it diligently. May all sentient beings attain the Buddha's light of enlightenment, accomplishing the practice of enlightenment. Awakening without relying on another for understanding. May all sentient beings always be able to analyze all Buddha teachings, pull out the arrow of doubt, and attain peace of mind. This is great enlightening beings' dedication of roots of goodness when giving up their countries and cities in quest of the true teaching, in order to cause sentient beings' knowledge and insight to be complete, and always to be able to remain in the path of peace. Great enlightening beings, becoming monarchs of great countries, masters of the law, promulgate commands to eliminate work involving killing. In all cities, towns, and villages, all butchery and slaughtering is prohibited to all creatures, legless, two-legged, four-legged, or many-legged, they give freedom from fear and aggression. Extensively cultivating the practices of all enlightening beings, they treat beings with humanity and kindness, not acting in aggressive or harmful ways. They conceive the wonderful precious will to give peace to sentient beings, and establish profound determination for Buddhahood, always abiding themselves by the three kinds of pure precepts. They also induce sentient beings to do the same. Great enlightening beings, causing sentient beings to abide by the 5 precepts and forever stop occupational killing, dedicate these roots of goodness in this way. May all sentient beings awaken the determination for enlightenment, be filled with knowledge and wisdom, and preserve everlasting life. May sentient beings live for immeasurable ages, make offerings to all Buddhas with reverence and respect, daily gently cultivating to increase the lifespan even more. May all sentient beings fully practice the method of removing old age and death, so that calamities and poisons cannot threaten their lives. May all sentient beings fully develop bodies free from illness and affliction, so they may live as long as they wish. May all sentient beings attain inexhaustible life, and abide by the practice of enlightening forever and ever, teaching and taming all sentient beings. May all sentient beings be doors of life, wherein good foundations of and powers grow. May all sentient beings be replete with roots of goodness, attain unlimited life, and fulfill great vows. May all sentient beings sec all the Buddhas and serve them, and live indefinitely, cultivating and building up roots of goodness. May all sentient beings learn well what there is to learn from the enlightened, attain the joy of the way of sages and infinite life. May all sentient beings attain a permanent life root, neither aging nor becoming. Tets Dedicatio 11 605 Il, progress with vigor and courage to enter the knowledge and wisdom of Buddhahood. This is great enlightening beings' dedication of roots of goodness when abiding by the 3 bodies of pure precepts and forever stopping slaughter, to cause sentient beings to attain the complete 10-powered knowledge of Buddhas. When great enlightening beings see people cruelly castrating domestic animals, making their bodies incomplete and causing them pain, they are moved to compassion and save the animals out of pity, and order all the people in the land to stop this practice. The enlightening beings then say to those people, "Why do you do such an evil thing? I have a treasury full of all kinds of conveniences which I will give to you according to your needs. What you are doing is wrong and I urge you not to do it. This occupation of yours is not right or reasonable. Even if you gain something, what is the use? To harm others for your own profit after all isn't right. All bad actions like this are not praised by the enlightened." And having spoken thus, they give them all their goods, and also explain the sublime teaching to them with fine words to gladden them, that is, they point out to them the way to peace and serenity, causing them to believe and accept, to do away with what is not good, to practice pure deeds, to be kind to one another and not to harm each other. Those people hearing this, forever give up evil. At that time, the enlightening beings dedicate these roots of goodness in this way. May all sentient beings be physically complete, may all sentient beings be courageous and cultivate pure religious practices, may all sentient beings have brave, bold strength, always be leaders, and abide in unobstructed knowledge, never retreating. May all sentient beings forever abandon craving and have no attachments. May all sentient beings develop rectitude and intelligence, and their knowledge increase, worthy of the praise of the Buddhas. May all sentient beings be endowed with the strength of great people and always be able to cultivate the roots of goodness of the 10 powers. May all sentient beings never be emasculated, always cultivating rare qualities of virtue and knowledge. May all sentient beings have no attachment or tics to sensual desires, attain mental liberation, detach from the mundane and abide in enlightening practice. May all sentient beings become people of supreme knowledge and wisdom, trusted and obeyed by all. May all sentient beings fully possess the great knowledge and wisdom of enlightening beings, soon to become Buddhas. This is enlightening beings' dedication of roots of goodness when prohibiting all castration, to cause sentient beings to have healthy bodies, and all be able to protect good human beings, to be born in the families of worthies and sages, full of intelligence, always cultivating healthy practices, with healthy capabilities, endowed with the health-wise seed of enlightenment, the true teaching, courage, vigor, wisdom, and purity of genuine humans. If great enlightening beings sec a Buddha appear in the world and expound the true teaching, they announce to all in a loud voice, A606 The flower Omam script 11 RC Buddha has appeared in the world. A Buddha has appeared in the world. This is to cause sentient beings to hear the name of Buddha and give up all pride and inanity. They also exhort and lead them to hasten to sec the Buddha, to remember the Buddha, to resort to the Buddha, to concentrate on the Buddha, to contemplate the Buddha, to laud the Buddha. Also they extensively explain to them how rare it is to meet a Buddha, who appears but once in a quadrillion cons. Due to this, sentient beings get to sec the Buddha, give rise to pure faith, dance for joy, and respectfully attend the Buddha. Also, from the Buddha they hear the names of many Buddhas and go on to meet countless Buddhas, plant roots of goodness, cultivate and develop them. Then, countless quadrillions of sentient beings, because of seeing the Buddha, all attain purity and ultimate pacification. Those sentient beings think of the enlightening beings as most excellent friends and benefactors, as due to the enlightening beings they achieve enlightened qualities and distribute the roots of goodness they have planted over countless cons throughout the world, thus performing Buddha work. When great enlightening beings teach sentient beings and induce them to sec Buddha, they dedicate the roots of goodness in this way. May all sentient beings go to sec Buddhas of their own accord, without being urged to do so, and may they serve, P. Rovid 4. And Giladen them all, may all sentient beings always enjoy seeing Buddhas, without any feeling of rejection. May all sentient beings always diligently cultivate vast knowledge, absorbing and retaining the treasury of all Buddha teachings. May all sentient beings understand all Buddha teachings they hear and cultivate enlightening practice for immeasurable cons. May all sentient beings abide in right mindfulness, and always sec the Buddha's emergence with the eye of knowledge. May all sentient beings not think of different occupations, but always think of CNG Buddha and diligently cultivate the 10 powers. May all sentient beings always sec Buddhas in all places, comprehending that the realization of thus pervades the realm of space. May all sentient beings become equipped with the free body of Buddhahood, realizing enlightenment and expounding the truth throughout the 10 directions. May all sentient beings meet good teachers, always hear the Buddha teachings, and attain unbreakable faith in the Buddhas. May all sentient beings be able to eulogize the emergence of Buddhas, and cause those who sec them to attain universal purity. This is enlightening beings' dedication of the roots of goodness of praising Buddha's appearance in the world, to cause sentient beings to sec all Buddhas, provide for and serve them, and attain ultimate purity in the highest teaching. Read enlightening beings give away land, they may give it to Buddhas, building retreats, or they may give it to enlightening beings and teachers, to usc as they wish, or they may give it to mendicant groups for a place of abode, or they may give it to their parents, or to other people, to Buddhist disciples, to individual illuminates, to various Te11 Decatio 11s67 fields of blessings, including the poor, orphaned, homeless, and others. They give whatever is wished, to fulfill their needs. They may build Buddha's mausoleums, and provide all necessary articles for such places, so they may be used as wished, without fear or hesitation. Whenever great enlightening beings give land, they dedicate the roots of goodness in this way. All sentient beings fully realize the pure stage of universal knowledge and arrive at the consummation of the practices of universal good. May all sentient beings attain the stage of total mental command and receive and hold all Buddha teachings with right recollection. May all sentient beings attain sustaining power and be able to preserve all Buddha teachings. May all sentient beings attain a mind like the earth, with intentions ever pure and free from evil thoughts towards sentient beings. May all sentient beings maintain the lineage of Buddhas, accomplishing the processes of the stages of enlightening beings, without interruption. May all sentient beings become abodes of safety for all, causing all to be harmonized and pacified and to abide in the path of purity. May all sentient beings benefit the world the same as enlightened ones, causing all to diligently cultivate themselves and abide securely in the power of Buddhahood. May all sentient beings be liked by all the world and cause everyone to abide in the highest happiness of Buddhahood. May all sentient beings attain skill in means of liberation and abide in the power and fearlessness of Buddhahood. May all sentient beings attain knowledge like the earth and freely practice all Buddha teachings. This is great enlightening beings' dedication of roots of goodness when giving land, to cause sentient beings to all attain ultimate consummation of the pure state of all enlightened ones. Great enlightening beings give servants as offerings to all Buddhas and enlightening beings, genuine teachers, or they may give them to the religious community, or to their parents, honorable fields of blessings, or again they may give them to sentient beings suffering from illness, to fulfill their needs and preserve their lives, or they may give them to the poor and helpless and all others without attendance, or they may give countless servants from time to time to look after the shrines and mausoleums of Buddhas or to transcribe the true teachings of the Buddhas. Those servants are all intelligent and highly skilled, naturally obedient, always diligent and never lazy, with honest minds, peaceful and happy minds, altruistic minds, humane and benevolent minds, respectful minds, minds free from resentment and hostility, able to adjust to the customs of those for whom they work, able to be of benefit to every one. Also, fro the influenceofthening beings pure conduct, they have talent and artistry, and are masters of crafts and mathematics. They are skilled in service and able to please. At that time, the enlightening beings dedicate the roots of goodness in this way. May all sentient beings attain docile minds, cultivating roots of goodness with all Buddhas. May all sentient beings obediently 608 the flower ornament scripture provide offerings to all Buddhas and be able to hear and absorb what the Buddhas teach. May all sentient beings be accepted by the Buddhas, always observe the enlightened ones, without any other thought. May all sentient beings not spoil the seed of Buddhahood, diligently cultivating all roots of goodness in accord with the Buddhas. May all sentient beings always diligently provide for all Buddhas, not wasting any time. May all sentient beings hold the sublime doctrines of the Buddhas, their words pure, traveling without fear. May all sentient beings always be happy to sec Buddhas, never tiring, not begrudging their lives to the Buddhas. May all sentient beings get to sec the Buddhas, their minds without indulgence or attachment, free from worldly dependence. May all sentient beings only take refuge in Buddha and forever leave all false resorts. May all sentient beings follow the Buddha way, their minds always blissfully contemplating the supreme Buddha teaching. This is great enlightening beings' dedication of roots of goodness when giving servants, to cause sentient beings to get rid of defilement, clear the ground of Buddhahood, and be able to manifest the free body of the enlightened. Great enlightening beings give their bodies to those who come ask for them. When they give, they engender a humble mind, a mind like the earth, a mind enduring all suffering without changing or wavering, a mind to serve sentient beings tirelessly, a mind regarding all sentient beings like a benevolent mother, turning over all their virtues to them, a mind of forgiveness for the various impositions and aggressions of ignorant evil beings, and rest on the foundations of goodness, diligently performing service. At that time enlightening beings dedicate all the roots of goodness in this way. May all sentient beings never lack what they need, cultivate the practices of enlightening beings unremittingly, not give up the just rewards of all enlightening beings, remain on the path traveled by enlightening beings, comprehend the equal real nature of enlightening beings, get to be of the number of the family of Buddhas, abide by truthful speech, sustain enlightening practice, cause all worldlings to be able to clarify the Buddha teaching, deeply believe in it, and realize the ultimate consummation of the teaching, and cause sentient beings to produce pure, excellent roots of goodness, abide in great virtue, and fulfill universal knowledge. Also with these roots of goodness I will cause all sentient beings to always get to attend all Buddhas, to understand all their teachings, to bear the teachings, reading and reciting them, never forgetting them or letting them be lost or scattered, their minds well subdued. Those who are not self-controlled I will tame, training them with the methods of stillness and serenity. I will cause sentient beings, in the presence of the Buddhas, to persevere in these things. Also, by these roots of goodness I will cause all sentient beings to be the foremost monument, worthy of receiving the various offerings of the world. I will cause all sentient beings to become supreme 10 dedications 609 fields of blessings, attain Buddhike knowledge, and enlighten everyone. I will cause all sentient beings to become the best of recipients, able to benefit all living beings. I will cause all sentient beings to become the best of benefactors, able to foster the endowment of all roots of goodness. I will cause all sentient beings to become the finest receivers of gifts, able to cause the givers to obtain infinite rewards. I will cause all sentient beings to attain emancipation from the realms of desire, form, and formlessness. I will cause all sentient beings to become the foremost leaders, able to show the world the path that accords with truth. I will cause all sentient beings to attain marvelous total mental command, full holding all the true teachings of the Buddhas. I will cause all sentient beings to attain realization of the infinite primary cosmos of reality, and fulfill the true path unobstructed as space. This is great enlightening beings' dedication of roots of goodness when giving their own bodies, to cause all sentient beings to attain the body of infinite knowledge of the sanctified ones. Great enlightening beings are joyful when they hear the teaching, they conceive pure faith, and are able to offer their own bodies to the Buddha, raptly believing in the treasure of the unexcelled teaching. They think of the Buddhas as their parents, and read and recite, absorb and hold the teachings of the path of non-obstruction, entering into all the gates of countless teachings, jewels of wisdom, roots of goodness. Their minds always think of infinite Buddhas. They enter the sphere of Buddhahood and attain to deep comprehension of its principles. They are able, with the subtle, mysterious pure voice of the enlightened, to produce clouds of Buddha teachings and shower rain of Buddha teachings. Bravely and freely they are able to analytically explain the supreme state of the omniscient. Fully consummating the vehicle of all knowledge, they fulfill all potentials with immeasurable hundreds of thousands of millions of great teachings. When great enlightening beings hear such teachings from Buddhas, their joy knows no bounds, they abide firmly by the truth, cut off their own doubt and confusion, and also cause others' doubts to be removed as well. Their minds are always light and happy, full of virtuous qualities, replete with roots of goodness. Their attention is continuous, helping sentient beings without their minds ever being exhausted. They attain supreme knowledge and become treasuries of diamonds. They associate closely with Buddhas and purify Buddha fields, always diligently attend all the enlightened ones. At that time the enlightening beings dedicate the roots of goodness in this way. May all sentient beings attain a fully developed, most excellent body, in the care of all Buddhas. May all sentient beings always bengar the Buddhas, abide with the Buddhas, and always gaze upon them, never leaving. May all sentient beings attain a pure indestructible body, endowed with all virtue and knowledge. May all sentient beings always diligently serve all Buddhas, and carry out the ultimate pure practice of non-assumption. 610 The flower OMAMC 11T Scripture. May all sentient beings attain the Kalas body, divorced from self and possession. May all sentient beings be able to distribute their bodies throughout the lands of the 10 directions, like reflections appearing, without coming or going. May all sentient beings attain the body of freedom, going everywhere in the 10 directions without self or reception. May all sentient beings attain the Buddha body, born in the home of the unexcelled embodiment of the realization of thusness. May all sentient beings attain the great power of forbearance of the body of power of truth, which none can break down. May all sentient beings attain the incomparable body and realize the pure body of reality oft enlightened. May all sentient beings develop the body of transmundane virtues, born in the pure realm of reality where nothing is obtained. This is the dedication of roots of goodness of enlightening beings when offering their bodies to Buddhas, to cause sentient beings to dwell forever in the house of the Buddhas of past, present, and future. Great enlightening beings give their bodies to all sentient beings, because they want to cause them to develop roots of goodness, and to remember and think of roots of goodness. Great enlightening beings wish their bodies to be great bright lamps able to illumine all sentient beings, to be means of life supporting all beings, to be treasuries of wonderful teaching able to sustain all living beings, to be pure light to awaken all sentient beings, to be lights of the world causing all sentient beings to always sec, to be causes and conditions of roots of goodness causing sentient beings to always get the opportunity to meet them, to be genuine teachers causing all sentient beings to receive instruction and guidance, to be even paths on which all sentient beings may tread, to be unexcelled, complete comfort enabling all sentient beings to be freed from suffering and be purified, to be clear suns universal ly and impartially benefiting the world. At that time enlightening beings dedicate the roots of goodness in this way, may all sentient beings always associate with the Buddhas and enter the realm of Buddha knowledge, may all sentient beings attain adaptable knowledge and abide in unexcelled awareness, may all sentient beings always be in the assemblies of Buddhas and their minds be well tuned, may all sentient beings always comport themselves with the dignity of Buddhas, may all sentient beings attain nirvana and profoundly understand the meaning of the teaching, may all sentient beings be complete in knowledge and conduct and be born in the house of the Buddhas, may all sentient beings give up ignorant craving and abide in the aspiration of Buddhahood, may all sentient beings develop excellent roots of goodness and sit at the tree of enlightenment, may all sentient beings slay the brigands that arc the afflictions and get rid of these enemies, may all sentient beings fully preserve all Buddha teachings. This is great enlightening beings' dedication of roots of goodness when giving their bodies to all sentient beings, because they want to benefit all sentient beings and cause them to reach the realm of supreme peace. 10 Dedicatio 11s 611 Great enlightening beings personally attend the Buddhas, wanting to requite their great benevolence, thinking of them as like parents. They have deep faith in the Buddhas, and reserve enlightenment, abiding by the principles of the Buddhas, Ditachinji from mundane conceptions. Born in the house of the enlightened, they follow the Buddhas, leaving the realm of delusion. They arrive at the sphere of action of all Buddhas and become vessels of the teachings of all Buddhas. At that time the enlightening beings dedicate these roots of goodness in this way, may all sentient beings attain pure minds and adorn themselves // single quote ith the jewel of universal knowledge, may all sentient beings abide in good self-control and avoid all bad actions, may all sentient beings gain indestructible, steadfast retinues, able to absorb the true teaching of the Buddhas, may all sentient beings become students of Buddhas and reach the enlightening beings stage of coronation, may all sentient beings always be in the keeping of the Buddhas and forever give up whatever is not good, may all sentient beings follow the Buddhas and practice the supreme principle of enlightening beings, may all sentient beings enter the sphere of Buddhas and receive the prediction of omniscience, may all sentient beings be thoroughly equal to the Buddhas and master all the Buddha teachings, may all sentient beings be in the care of the Buddhas and always be able to practice acting without grasping or attachment, may all sentient beings become the foremost in dance of the Buddhas, and in the company of the Buddhas cultivate the practice of knowledge and wisdom. This is great enlightening beings' dedication of roots of goodness when attending Buddhas, because they want to actually realize the enlightenment of the Buddhas, because they want to save all sentient beings, because they want to transcend all in the triple world, because they want to perfect non-malkvalks, because they want to attain immeasurably great enlightenment, because they want to develop knowledge illuminating the Buddha teachings, because they want to always receive acceptance by the Buddhas, because they want to gain the protection of the Buddhas, because they want to truly understand all Buddha teachings, because they want to develop roots of goodness equal to those of the Buddhas of all times, and because they want to fully develop an unembittered mind and realize the teachings of all Buddhas. Great enlightening beings give up their countries, able to relinquish all things, including kingship, their minds attain freedom from all worldly concerns, and they have no tics, no bonds, no obsessions, or attachments. They avoid evil deeds and work for the benefit of sentient beings without attachment to the results of their deeds. They do not take pleasure in worldly things, and are no longer attached to or eager for any realm of existence. They live in the world, they do not set their hearts on it. They do not cling to material, mental, or sense phenomena, and their minds do not rest on anything internal or external. They never forget the practices of enlightening beings, and never abandon 612 the flower ornament scripture don the wise, keeping the far-reaching practical commitments of enlightening beings, they always gladly serve all good companions. At such times, the enlightening beings dedicate these roots of goodness in this way: may all sentient beings become monarchs of truth, masters of truth, and reach the other shore. May all sentient beings become monarchs of the Buddha teaching and destroy their enemies, the afflictions. May all sentient beings dwell in the sovereignty of Buddhahood, attain enlightened knowledge, and expound the Buddha teachings. May all sentient beings live in the realm of Buddhahood and be able to turn the will of the teaching of unexcelled freedom. May all sentient beings be born in the house of the enlightened ones, master the teachings, and preserve the family of Buddhas forever. May all sentient beings reveal innumerable true teachings of the King of Truth, perfecting boundless great enlightening beings. May all sentient beings abide in the pure realm of reality, become monarchs of the great truth, and manifest the emergence of Buddhas, continuing unbroken. May all sentient beings be monarchs of knowledge and wisdom in all worlds, edifying and guiding living beings without ever abandoning them. May all sentient beings be donors of truth to all sentient beings in all worlds throughout the space of the cosmos, enabling them all to abide in the great vehicle. May all sentient beings manage to become monarchs replete with mere IAT virtues, with roots of goodness equal to those of the Buddhas of past, present, and future. This is great enlightening beings' dedication of roots of goodness when giving away kingship, because they want to cause all sentient beings to ultimately live in peace. When great enlightening beings SEC people come asking for the magnificent buildings of the royal capital as well as the revenues from customs duties collected at the borders, they give it all ungrudgingly, wholeheartedly turning toward enlightenment, making great vows, abiding in great benevolence, practicing great compassion, their minds joyfully intent on helping sentient beings. By great knowledge they understand the profound truth and abide in the equal real nature of Buddhas. They practice giving because they are determined to find omniscience, because they have profound longing for freedom, because they seek realization of independent knowledge, because they purify all virtues, because they abide in steadfast great knowledge, because they extensively gather all kinds of roots of goodness, because they carry out the undertakings of all the Buddha teachings, because they spontaneously awaken to the principle of great knowledge, because they abide in enlightenment without regressing, because they cultivate the practical vows of all enlightening beings, and because they thoroughly consummate knowledge of methods of enlightenment. These roots of goodness they dedicate in this way. May all sentient beings be able to purify infinite lands and present them to the Buddhas to live in. May all sentient beings always enjoy living in forests, silent, peaceful, undisturbed. May all sentient beings not dwell in capitals or TE11 dedication 613 and T1 CS, their hearts delighting in peace and quiet, forever attaining ultimate serenity. May all sentient beings be forever unattached to any world and always gladly avoid all mundane talk. May all sentient beings attain hearts free from covetousness, giving whatever they with out regret. May all sentient beings attain emancipated minds, giving up occupation with business. May all sentient beings be free from miserliness and always practice generous giving. May all sentient beings have unattached minds, transcending the events of home life. May all sentient beings attain freedom from suffering and eliminate all fear of calamity. May all sentient beings purify all worlds in the 10 directions and present them to the Buddhas. This is great enlightening beings' dedication of roots of goodness when giving away royal capitals. To cause sentient beings to all be able to purify the Buddha feel ds. Great enlightening beings ladies in waiting RKLL beautiful and talented, witty and graceful, skilled in conversation, dancing, and singing, adorned with various clothes, flowers, and perfumes, endlessly delightful to all who see them. Such precious women, countless numbers of them, are all born of the good deeds of enlightening beings, free to do as they will, yet impeccably respectful and agreeable lof them the enlightening beings give to those who ask for them. without longing for them, without missing them, without obsession with them, without attachment to them, without clinging to them, without craving for THM, without thinking about them, without pursuing THM, without attachment to their appearance, without lust for them. At such a time the enlightening beings contemplate the roots of goodness and dedicate them to enabling all sentient beings to attain emancipation, to attain the joy of the Buddha teachings, to attain the enduring in the midst of the unenduring, to attain the incorruptible mind of adamantine knowledge, to enter the sight of Buddha's enlightenment, to reach the other shore, to attain the supremely enlightened mind, to be able to comprehend all things, to produce all roots of goodness, to enter the house of the Buddhas of all times. Great enlightening beings, abiding BYTH is principally, arc born in the house of the enlightened, develop the pure, supreme causal basis of the Buddhas, produce the supreme path of universal knowledge, enter deeply into the far-reaching work of knowledge of enlightening beings, and get rid of all worldly defilements and afflictions. They are always able to provide offerings to the virtuous fields of blessings. They expound the wondrous teaching G to sentient beings, skillfully arranging it, causing them to cultivate pure practices, always endeavoring to embody all roots of goodness. At such a time the enlightening beings dedicate the roots of goodness in this way, may all sentient beings always attain a retinue of innumerable concentrations, the supreme concentration of enlightening beings, continuing uninterrupted. May all sentient beings always delight in seeing Buddha and enter absorption in the adornments of Buddhas. 614 The Fluhr ornament scripture. May all sentient beings accomplish the inconceivable concentration of enlightening beings, sporting freely in immeasurable spiritual powers. May all sentient beings enter concentration in accord with truth and attain incorruptible minds. May all sentient beings thoroughly attain the most profound concentration of enlightening beings, and realize free DOM in all meditations and concentrations. May all sentient beings attain liberated minds and accomplish the group of all concentration states. May all sentient beings attain skill in all kinds of concentration, able to take in all aspects of concentration. May all sentient beings attain concentration of supreme knowledge, able to learn and practice the various methods of concentration. May all sentient beings attain unobstructed concentration and enter into deep meditation concentration, never regressing or losing it. May all sentient beings attain unattached concentration, their minds always sensing truly and not grasping duality. This is great enlightening beings' dedication of roots of goodness when giving away their retinues, because they want to cause all sentient beings to gain indestructible pure retinues, because they want to cause all sentient beings to gain retinues of enlightening beings, because they want to cause all sentient beings to be able to fulfill the powers of omniscience, because they want to cause all sentient beings to realize supreme wisdom, because they want to cause all sentient beings to have amenable retinues, because they want to cause all sentient beings to attain the pure reality body of the enlightened, because they want to cause all sentient beings to attain orderly, reasonable powers of elucidation and skillfully expound the inexhaustible treasury of the Buddha's teachings, because they want to cause all sentient beings to forever relinquish all conventional mundane virtues and equally cultivate pure transmundane virtues, because they want to cause all sentient beings' purifying work to be complete, and develop all pure qualities, and because they want to cause all Buddha teachings to be evident to all sentient beings, universally purified by the light of truth. Great enlightening beings can give away their beloved spouses and children, as did the loving prince, adornment manifesting King, and countless other great enlightening beings. At such a time, the enlightening beings mount the mind of all knowledge, carry out total giving, and purely cultivate the path of giving of enlightening beings, their minds clear and without regret. They give up what they prize in quest of omniscience, to cause sentient beings to have profound, pure aspirations, accomplish the practice of enlightenment, observe the path of enlightening beings, reflect on the enlightenment of the Buddhas, and abide in the family of Buddhas. When great enlightening beings have developed such a giving mind, they determine to sect the body of Buddhahood. They observe their own bodies to be bound to everything and unable to be independent. Still, they help all sentient beings with their own bodies, like continents of treasure, giving all, causing the unfulfilled to be full TLLED. Thus do 10 Dedicatio 115 615 enlightening beings care for sentient beings, wishing to cause their own bodies to be the best of monuments, to cause all to become joyful. They want to create an egalitarian, equanimous attitude in the world. They want reservoirs of pure coolness for sentient beings. They want to give all peace and happiness to sentient beings. They want to be great donors to sentient beings. They are capable of such magnificent commitments because their knowledge is free and they know the practices carried out by enlightening beings. Proceeding toward omniscience, they vow to become supremely wise clouds of blessings. They care for all sentient beings and always follow and protect them, while being able to accomplish their own salvation. Their light of Nov.dcdge and wisdom illumines the whole world. They always conscientiously remember the generosity of enlightening beings and always raptly contemplate the sphere of realization of thusness. Great enlightening beings dedicate the roots of virtue collected by giving away spouses and children with unbound, unattached, liberated minds. In this way, may all sentient beings, abiding in the enlightenment of Buddhahood, produce phantom bodies pervading the cosmos, turning will of teaching that never turns back. May all sentient beings attain the body of non-attachment and go to all Buddha fields by the power of will. May all sentient beings give up the mind of love and hate, and sever the knot of greed and anger. May all sentient beings be children of the Buddhas, following the course of the Buddhas. May all sentient beings steadfastly think of the Buddhas as themselves. May all sentient beings always be children of Buddha, born by transformation from the teaching. May all sentient beings reach the ultimate and accomplish the independent knowledge and wisdom of the enlightened. May all sentient beings realize the enlightenment of Buddhahood and be forever free. Aft 1 actions, may all sentient beings be able to fully expound the way to enlightenment, always blissful practicing the giving of the unsurpassed teaching. May all sentient beings attain a rightly concentrated mind, their concentration unbroken by any objects. May all sentient beings sit at the tree of enlightenment, attain supreme true awakening, and teach innumerable good men and women born by transformation from the teaching. This is enlightening beings' dedication of roots of goodness when giving spouses and children, to cause sentient beings to all realize the unattached knowledge of unhindered liberation. Great enlightening beings give houses and furniture to any who ask for them, practicing the principle of generosity, having no attachments to home, leaving behind all thoughts of home life, fed up with family business, having no craving or taste for comforts and conveniences. They are minds arc without tics or attachments. They know the household is fragile, and they disdain it, having no craving for it at all, only wanting to leave home and cultivate the practices of enlightening beings, adorning themselves with the enlightening teachings and qualities of 616 the flow WEROMAMC 11 T script T11 RC Buddhahood. They give up all without regret, always praised by the Buddhas, generously given whatever they have, houses, goods wherever they are, without attachment in their minds. When they sec beggars come they are joyful, and the enlightening beings dedicate these roots of goodness in this way. May all sentient beings be liberated from the tics of householding, enter humakalks, and cultivate religious practice in Buddhism. May all sentient beings get rid of the taint of miserliness and gladly give all, their minds never shrinking back. May all sentient beings forever detach from householding, have few desires, be content, not storing anything. May all sentient beings leave the home of conventional society and live in the home of the enlightened. May all sentient beings be free from clinging to home and family, and though they live at home have no attachment in their minds. May all sentient beings be skillful teachers and guides, expounding enlightened wisdom without leaving lay life. May all sentient beings, while physically living at home, mentally always live in accord with Buddha KNCNVLCDGC. May all sentient beings, while in the state of lay home life, dwell in the state of Buddhahood and cause infinite sentient beings to develop joyful minds. This is great enlightening beings' dedication of roots of goodness when giving houses, to cause sentient beings to accomplish the various practical vows and spiritual powers and knowledge of enlightening beings. Great enlightening beings give all kinds of gardens, groves, terraces, and pleasant parks. With this thought, I should make a fine grove for all sentient beings. I should show all sentient beings the pleasure of the teaching. I should give all sentient beings joy. I should show all sentient beings boundless enjoyment. I should open the gate of the teaching of purity for all sentient beings. I should cause all sentient beings' minds to swell with joy. I should cause all beings to attain complete enlightenment. I should cause all beings to fulfill the great vow. I should be like a benevolent father to all sentient beings. I should cause all sentient beings to observe with knowledge and wisdom. I should give all beings the necessities of life. I should be like a loving mother to all sentient beings, nurturing all roots of goodness and great aspirations. When great enlightening beings cultivate roots of goodness like this, they do not detest evil sentient beings and do not make the mistake of thinking to reject them. Even if all the beings in the world are high and greats, they never have any hatred or resentment, and never give a thought to revenge. They only want to annihilate their innumerable sufferings and afflictions. In all worlds their minds are like space, unaffected and unattached. Everywhere they observe the true character of all things. They take the great vow to extinguish the suffering of sentient beings, never wearying of or abandoning the determination of the great vehicle. Annihilating all vs, they cultivate the impartial practice and vows of enlightening beings. 10 Dedication 61 7 Great enlightening beings, having contemplated in this way, unify all their roots of goodness and dedicate them all in this way. May all sentient beings richly produce innumerable good qualities moment to moment, and develop minds like supreme gardens and groves. May all sentient beings attain imperturbability, see all Buddhas, and make them happy. May all sentient beings enjoy the garden of truth and attain to sublime enjoyment of the gardens of the Buddha lands. May all sentient beings attain pure minds and always sec the garden of psychic powers of the enlightened ones. May all sentient beings attain the playful enjoyment of Buddhahood, always sporting in the realm of wisdom. May all sentient beings attain the pleasure of carefree roaming, traveling to the assemblies at enlightenment sites in Buddha fields everywhere. May all sentient beings accomplish the liberated roaming of enlightening beings and carry out the practices of enlightening beings throughout the future without ever tiring of it. May all sentient beings see all Buddhas filling the cosmos, develop vastly broad minds, and abide in the groves of Buddhahood. May all sentient beings be able to go to all Buddha fields and give offerings to the Buddhas in each and every field. May all sentient beings attain hearts of good desires, purifying and adorning all Buddha fields. This is great enlightening beings' dedication of roots of goodness when giving away all gardens, groves, and terraces. Great enlightening beings perform countless great charitable works, all pure, approved by the Buddhas, never injuring a single sentient being, causing all sentient beings to avoid all evils, to purify their action, speech, and thought, and to achieve wisdom. They clear countless spheres of purity and pile up therein countless fine things to support life, activating the most rarely attained spirit of enlightenment. They practice unlimited giving, causing sentient beings to abide in the path of purity, good in the beginning, the middle, and the end, and to engender pure faith. They gladden countless sentient beings according to their heart's desires. With great benevolence and compassion they bring all to safety. They serve and provide for the Buddhas of the past, present, and future. Because they want to develop the seed of Buddhahood, they practice giving without regret in their hearts, increasing the development of the faculty of faith, fulfilling superlative conduct, moment to moment progressing to transcendence. At such times the enlightening beings dedicate the roots of goodness in this way. May all sentient beings develop the mind of the great vehicle and be able to accomplish the giving of the great vehicle. May all sentient beings be able to carry out giving to the masses, total giving, good giving, supreme giving, unexcelled giving, most unsurpassable giving, incomparable giving, giving transcending all worlds, giving praised by all the Buddhas. May all sentient beings become the best of donors, rescuing sentient beings from the various conditions of misery and enabling them to enter the path of unobstructed knowledge. 618 The flow Wero Mamad 1T Scripture cultivating impartial vows, roots of goodness in accord with truth, attaining non-discrimination, realizing inherent knowledge, may all sentient beings abide securely in the dispassionate, serene knowledge of meditation concentrations, enter the undying path, consummate knoll edge of all spiritual powers, persevere be bravely to fulfill the enlightened qualities adorning all the stages and reach the other shore, never turning back. May all sentient beings set up great charities without ever wearying, providing for and helping sentient beings unceasingly, consummating the unexcelled knowledge of all means of liberation. May all sentient beings always diligently plant all roots of goodness, and reach the other shore of myriad virtues. May all sentient beings always be praised by the Buddhas and be great donors in the world, replete with virtues, filling the cosmos, illumining the 10 directions, giving unexcelled happiness. May all sentient beings establish great charities, widely gathering roots of goodness, equally including all sentient beings, and arrive at the other shore. May all sentient beings accomplish supreme giving, causing sentient beings everywhere to abide in the foremost vehicle. May all sentient beings give at appropriate times, forever avoid improper timing, and consummate great giving. May all sentient beings accomplish good giving and reach the other shore of great giving of the Buddhas. May all sentient beings ultimately always carry on magnificent giving, considering all Buddhas their teachers, able to approach them all and make great offerings. May all sentient beings abide in pure giving, gathering infinite virtues, equal to the cosmos, and reach the other shore. May all sentient beings be great donors in all worlds, vowing to liberate all creatures, and live in the realm of the enlightened. This is great enlightening beings' dedication of roots of goodness when establishing great charities, to cause sentient beings to practice supreme giving, giving to consummate Buddhahood, giving to perfect goodness, incorruptible giving, giving of offerings to Buddhas, giving without resentment, giving to save sentient beings, giving to attain omniscience, giving to always see the Buddhas, giving with great perseverance, great giving to perfect the virtues of all enlightening beings and the knowledge and wisdom of Buddhahood. Great enlightening beings give all necessities of life unbegrudgingly, without seeking reward, without hoping for worldly prosperity or happiness. They rid the mind of errant thought, and meditate well on the truth, because they want to benefit all sentient beings and clearly perceive the true nature of all things. According to the various different needs of sentient beings, they prepare innumerable things to support life, the embellishments of which are all fine and beautiful. They carry out unbounded giving, total giving, and giving of everything internal and external. When they carry out this giving, they increase their power of determination, gain great virtue, perfect the jewel of mind, and are ever able to safeguard all sentient beings, causing them all to develop the most excellent aspirations, yet with never a thought of 10 dedication 619 seeking reward. Their roots of goodness are equal to those of the Buddhas of past, present, and future, and by them they all fulfill the knowledge of all means of liberation. Great enlightening beings dedicate all the roots of goodness in this giving to sentient beings, that all sentient beings may be purified and master themselves, that all sentient beings may extinguish afflictions and purify all Buddha fields, that all sentient beings, with a pure mind, may pervade the cosmos in a single moment of thought, that all sentient beings may fill the cosmos of space with knowledge, that all sentient beings attain universal knowledge, enter everywhere in the 3 realms of desire, form, and formlessness, and tame sentient beings, at all times turning the irreversible will of the pure teaching, that all sentient beings may be endowed with omniscience and be able to manifest the techniques of spiritual powers to benefit sentient beings, that all sentient beings be able to awaken to complete enlightenment and forever ceaselessly expound the true teaching in all regions, causing all beings to get to hear and know of it, that all sentient beings may cultivate the practices of enlightening beings for countless cons and manage to fulfill them all, that all sentient beings may cultivate the practices of enlightening beings in all worlds that may be accounted or spoken of, be they defiled or pure worlds, small or large, gross or subtle, inverted or upright, uniformly or variously adorned, extending throughout them all, that all sentient beings may in every passing moment perform the work of Buddhas of past, present, and future, teaching and transforming sentient beings and turning them toward universal knowledge. Great enlightening beings provide sentient beings with everything they need, in order to cause the Buddha teaching to continue unbroken. With great compassion they save all sentient beings. Abiding stably in great benevolence, they cultivate the practices of enlightening beings. They never violate the teachings of the Buddha. With skill in means, they practice whatever is good, not letting the lineage of Buddhas die out. They give whatever is required, without being troubled. They give all with never a regret, being always earnestly dedicated to the path of universal knowledge. At such times, the various forms and species of living creatures from the lands of the 10 directions, various fields of blessings, all come and gather around the enlightening beings, making various requests of them. The enlightening beings, seeing them, receive them all, their hearts becoming joyful, like seeing good friends. With great compassion and mercy they want to satisfy their wishes. Their generosity increases unceasingly, and without weariness, they fulfill their requests, satisfying them according to their needs, freeing them from the miseries of destitution. Then the seekers are very happy and spread the voice of praise of the virtue of the enlightening beings, so that their good repute becomes widespread and everyone comes to them. The joy of the 620. The flower ornament scripture enlightening beings upon seeing them has no measure, even if one experienced the pleasures of Indra, king of gods, for 1,000,000,000,000 quadrillion eons, experienced the pleasures of the Suyama heaven for countless khans, experienced the pleasures of the Tushita heaven for immeasurable eons, experienced the pleasures of the heaven of good emanations for boundless khans, experienced the pleasures of the heaven of free enjoyment of others' emanations for incomparable eons, experienced the pleasures of the Brahma kings for uncountable eons, experienced the 3,000 royal pleasures of world monarchs for unaccountable eons, experienced the pleasures of the heaven of universal purity for unthinkable eons, and experienced the pleasures of the heaven of pure abodes for unspeakably many eons. None of it could equal the joy and delight of great enlightening beings upon seeing the needy come to them. They are happy and ebullient, their faith grows, their aspiration is pure, their faculties are harmoniously tuned, their resolution is fully developed, and they progress toward complete enlightenment. The great enlightening beings dedicate these roots of goodness to the welfare of all sentient beings, to the peace and happiness of all sentient beings, to the true benefit of all sentient beings, to the purification of all sentient beings, to induce all sentient beings to seek enlightenment, to cause all sentient beings to attain equality, to cause all sentient beings to attain intelligent, benevolent minds, to cause all sentient beings to enter the great vehicle, to cause all sentient beings to attain wisdom, and to cause all sentient beings to fulfill the practical undertakings of the universally good enlightening being, fulfill the vehicle of the 10 powers, and actually realize true awakening. When great enlightening beings dedicate roots of goodness this way, they are liberated in word, thought, and deed. They have no attachments or bonds, no concept of sentient beings, no concept of a life, no concept of a personality, no concept of a person, no concept of a youth, no concept of one born, no concept of an agent, no concept of a receiver, no concept of existence, no concept of non-existence, no concept of present life or afterlife, no concept of dying here and being born there, no concept of permanence, no concept of impermanence, no concept of the 3 realms of existence, no concept of the non-existence of the 3 realms. They are not perceiving, nor are they not perceiving. Thus, they are not practicing dedication bound, not practicing dedication liberated from bonds, not practicing dedication by action, not practicing dedication by the results of action, not practicing dedication with discrimination, not practicing dedication indiscriminately, not practicing dedication thinking, not practicing dedication after thought, not practicing dedication with mind, not practicing dedication mindlessly. When great enlightening beings practice dedication in this way, they do not cling to inside or outside, subject or object, cause or effect, right or wrong, thought or non-thought, from the birth of form, the passing away of form, or to sensation, perception, patterning, or consciousness. 10 Dedication 62-1 Or to the birth or passing away of sensation, perception, patterning, or consciousness. If great enlightening beings are able to not be bound by these things, then they are not bound by form or by the birth or passing away of form, they are not bound by sensation, perception, patterning, or consciousness, or by the birth or passing away of sensation, perception, patterning, or consciousness. If they are able to not be bound by these things, then they also are not released from these things. Why? Because there does not exist the slightest thing being born, already born, or to be born. There is nothing that can be apprehended, nothing that can be clung to. All things are inherently like this. They have no intrinsic nature of their own, they are intrinsically incompatible with any characterization, neither one nor two, not many and not infinite, not small or large, not narrow or broad, not deep or shallow, not nullity and not concepts, not so and not so, not truth and not truth, not substantial and not insubstantial, not existent and not non-existent. Enlightening beings thus see things as not things, while in terms of speech they follow convention in defining what are not things as things. They do not cut off the paths of action and do not give up enlightening practices, they seek omniscience without ever turning back. They know that all conditions of action are like dreams, that sounds and voices are like echoes, that sentient beings are like shadows, that all things are like phantoms, yet they do not deny the power of the action of causes and conditions. They know that the function of actions is far-reaching. They understand that all things do nothing, and traverse the path of non-doing without ever giving it up. These great enlightening beings abide in universal knowledge, dedicating all, whether positive or negative, to omniscience. They practice dedication in all places without ever retreating. In what senses, by what meanings, is it called dedication? It is called dedication because of having crossed over the world forever and arrived at the other shore. It is called dedication because of crossing over the path of speech and arriving at the other shore. It is called dedication because of leaving behind all sorts of concepts and reaching the other shore. It is called dedication because of having forever ended the idea of corporeality and arrived at the other shore. It is called dedication because of having left dependency behind forever and reached the other shore. It is called dedication because of having ended contrivance forever and reached the other shore. It is called dedication because of having left all states of existence forever and arrived at the other shore. It is called dedication because of having abandoned all grasping forever and arrived at the other shore. It is CA1LED dedication because of having left all worldly things forever and arrived at the other shore. When great enlightening beings practice dedication in this way, then they are living in accord with the Buddha, in accord with the truth, in accord with knowledge, in accord with enlightenment, in accord with its meaning, in accord with its sphere, in accord with its practice, in 622 File Flower Omament Scripture, accord with reality, and in accord with purity. When great enlightening beings practice dedication in this way, then they comprehend all things, then they serve Buddhas. There is not a single Buddha they do not attend, not a single thing they do not utter, there is not a single thing that can be destroyed, not a single thing that can be turned away from, not a single thing that can be clung to, not a single thing that can be avoided. They do not see anything at all, internal or external, that has any disintegration or violates causality. They are replete with the power of the teaching, and never cease. This is the sixth of the great enlightening beings' dedications, following up and making permanent all roots of goodness, causing them to endure. When great enlightening beings abide in this dedication, they are always the care of the Buddhas, they firmly endure, unregressing, and enter the profound essence of things, cultivating universal knowledge. They accord with the meaning of the tkaching, accord with the nature of thin gs, accord with all enduring roots of goodness, accord with all completely fulfilled great vows, and fully embody the true th which accords with perdurancy, which cannot be broken by even the adamant. In the midst of all things they attain independence. Then the enlightening being Diamond Banner, surveying the 10 directions. Looking over the assembled masses, and viewing the cosmos, entered into the most profound meaning of verbal expression, cultivate an immeasurably broad mind, covered the whole world with the mind of Griyati compassion, developed the mind of the family of Buddhas of past, future, and present, entered into the virtues of all Buddhas, perfected the body of independent powers of the Buddhas, observed the mental inclinations of sentient beings, and, according to their roots of goodness that could be developed and matured, manifested physical bodies to them based on the body of the essence of things. Imbued with spiritual power from the Buddha, he said in verse, enlightening beings appear physically as monarchs in the highest worldly ranks, their virtues and glory surpassing all, providing benefit for all living creatures. Their minds are pure, without attachment, they are masters of the world, respected by all. They promulgate true teaching to educate people, and cause sentient beings everywhere to attain peace. Manifesting birth among the noble, rising to monarchy, they always carry on the teaching according to the truth. Benevolent by nature, free from cruelty, all in the 10 directions look up to them and obey them. Tendicatio 11 SFJ23 Their knowledge and discernment always clear, their capacities are fully complete. As rulers and leaders they are followed by all, they crush the armies of demons and annihilate them. They hold fast to pure immorality, without transgression, /lithphi determination they forbear, unshakably. They vow to forever clear away anger from the mind and always gladly practice the teachings of Buddha. Foodand drink, perfume and garlands, as well as clothes, chides, chairs, cushions, and lamps. Enlightening beings give these to people to help them, and give innumerable other kinds of things as well. They practice giving to be of aid, causing them to open their hearts. In regard to the Supreme as well as others their minds are pure and full of joy. Enlightening beings provide for all, able to give up everything they have, internal and external, unfailingly causing their minds to be forever pure and never to be narrow or mean. They may give their heads or eyes or give their hands or feet, skin, F1CSH, bones, marrow, and so on they give up unbegrudgingly. Enlightening beings, on the throne of royalty, of the most noble of tribes, open their mouths and put forth their tongues to give living gs, their hearts joyful, without sorrow or attachment. The virtues of giving their tongues they dedicate to all sentient beings, praying that based on this excellent cause all may attain the universal tongue of the enlightened. They may give their spouses and children, or their royal rank, or give themselves to be servants, their minds are pure and always joyful, thus they have no remorse or regret. 624 The flower ornaments scripture they give whatever is required, aiding according to the time, unwearied, all they have they can disperse so that all seekers be satisfied. They give their bodies to hear the teaching and practice austerities seeking enlightenment, and for the sake of the living they give all, seeking unexcelled knowledge without turning back. By the true teaching heard from the Buddhas they give up their bodies to be servants, because they want to save all living beings, they develop a mind of infinite joy. They see the wide-honored guide can bring widespread will with kindness, then they dance with joy and absorb the savor of the profound teaching of enlightenment. Whatever roots of goodness enlightening beings have they dedicate all to sentient beings, they rescue all without exception, forever liberating them, so they're eternally at peace. Enlightening beings' retinues are attractive, talented, eloquent, and intelligent, adorned with all manner of embellishments, flower garlands, clothes, and perfumes. These retinues, rare as they are, enlightening beings are able to give away, wholeheartedly seeking true enlightenment to liberate, never for a moment giving up this determination. Enlightening beings thus think clearly and fully carry out various great works, dedicating all to conscious beings without developing a grasping mind. Enlightening beings give up their royal ranks as well as their land and cities, palaces, bowers, gardens, and groves, servants and attendants, all ungrudgingly. Over countless millions of eons they travel everywhere giving, 10 dedications 625 whereby they teach and lead living beings, causing them to ascend to the unexcelled shore. Countless species, each different, come and gather from all worlds, seeing them, enlightening beings are joyful and satisfy them according to need. Like the dedication of the Buddhas of all times, enlightening beings perform similar works, the course of the human taming lords they emulate to reach the other shore. Enlightening beings examine all things, who can comprehend these things? What is comprehension, what is comprehended? Thus their giving dwells nowhere. The adaptive knowledge of enlightening beings' dedication, the expedient methods of enlightening beings' dedication, the true meaning of enlightening beings' dedication, they have no attachment to those things. Their minds do not conceptualize actions arbitrarily, and they are not obsessed with results of action, they know the nature of enlightenment comes from conditions, and enter the profound realm of reality, without opposition. They do not have action in their bodies, nor does it dwell in the mind. By wisdom they realize there's no essence to action, yet due to causality action's not lost. Their minds do not wrongly grasp things of the past, nor crave for things of the future, nor dwell on aught in the present, they know the 3 times are all void. Enlightening beings have already reached the other shore of form and of sensation, perception, patternings, and consciousness, they go beyond the flow of birth and death in the world, their minds humble and always pure. They clearly analyze the 5 clusters, 18 clements, 12 sense media, and their own bodies, 626 the flower ornament scripture looking for enlightenment in each, their essential nature cannot be grasped. They do not cling to appearances of permanence in things, nor cling to the appearance of annihilation, the nature of things is neither existent nor non-existent, while the process of the principle of action ultimately ends. Never they do not dwell on anything at all, do not sec sentient beings or enlightenment, throughout all lands in all times they ultimately find they cannot be found. If one can sec things in this way, one will accord with the understanding of the Buddhas, though one sec their essence, it cannot be found, yct enlightening beings' practices are not in vain. Enlightening beings understand things exist due to conditions, and they do not deviate from the paths they should travel. They clarify and explain the marks of all actions, wanting to purify all sentient beings. This is the path traversed by the wise, taught by all the enlightened ones, following it reflectively, entering the true meaning, one will naturally awaken and become enlightened. Phenomena have no birth or extinction, and they have no coming or going, not dying here and reborn there. Such people understand the Buddha teachings. Comprehending the true nature of things, yet not conceptualizing the nature of things, knowing things have no essence and no discrimination, such people can enter the Buddha's knowledge. The nature of things is in all places, all sentient beings and all lands, in all times, past, present, and future, yet has no apprehensible form. That which the Buddhas all realize is all-inclusive, omitting naught. 10 Dedications 62:7 Though they explain all things in all times, these things are not existent. As the nature of things pervades everywhere, so does the dedication of enlightening beings, thus dedicated to sentient beings, they never retreat from the world. What is great enlightening beings' dedication equal? Y adapting and according to all sentient beings. The enlightening beings accord with whatever roots of goodness they have accumulated, small roots of goodness, great roots of goodness, extensive roots of goodness, manifoldi roots of goodness, measureless roots of goodness, various roots of goodness as numerous as atoms, incalculable roots of goodness, boundless roots of goodness, inconceivable roots of goodness, immeasurable roots of goodness of the sphere of Buddhahood, roots of goodness of the sphere of the teaching, roots of goodness of the sphere of the religious community, roots of goodness of the sphere of teachers, roots of goodness of the spheres of all sentient beings, roots of goodness of the sphere of skill in means, roots of goodness of the sphere of cultivation of good states of mind, internal roots of goodness, external roots of goodness, roots of goodness of the sphere of boundless aids to the fostering of enlightenment, roots of goodness of diligently cultivating universal relinquishment, roots of goodness of establishing supreme determination and ultimately keeping pure precepts, roots of goodness of quanimously enduring all, roots of goodness of constant, unregressing persistency, roots of goodness of entering innumerable concentrations by great skill in means, roots of goodness of skillful analysis by knowledge and wisdom, roots of goodness of knowing the differences in mental patterns of all sentient beings, roots of goodness of universally protecting and nurturing all worlds. Great enlightening beings cultivate and live by these roots of goodness, entering into them, absorbing them, accumulating them, fully developing them, their awareness and understanding clear, they demonstrate and put them into action. Then they attain forbearance, close the doors of the courses of misery, skillfully embody roots of goodness, bear themselves with complete dignity, get rid of delusion, and fulfill correct action. They are capable of being vessels of the Buddha teaching, and can be fertile fields of blessings and siksritu for sentient beings. In the care of the Buddhas, they develop the roots of goodness of Buddhahood, live by the vows of Buddhas, and carry out the works of the Buddhas. Their minds attain fiefdom equal to the Buddhas of past, present, and future, they rose to the side of Buddha's enlightenment, plu nge into thepower of the unenlightened, and are endowed with the marks of 628 tlzc flower omamks scripture Buddha s. Transcending all worlds, they do not desire birth in a heaven, do not covet wealth and pleasure, and do not cling to activities. Dedicating all roots of goodness, they are minds of virtue for sentient beings. Abiding in the ultimate path, they envelop all. They remove sentient beings from the paths of delusion and cause them to live by all good principles. They reach all realms, uninterrupted and inexhaustible, opening the gates of omniscient enlightenment, setting up the banner of knowledge, clarifying the great path, able to show it to all worldlings, causing them to get rid of impurity. Their minds well trained, they are born in the house of the enlightened and purify their Buddha nature. Replete with virtuous qualities, they are great fields of blessings, a refuge for the world, they firmly stabilize sentient beings, purifying them all, diligently cultivating all roots of goodness. When great enlightening beings cultivate roots of goodness by the power of pure determination for enlightenment, they think in these terms, these roots of goodness are accumulated by the aspiration for enlightenment, thought of by the aspiration for enlightenment, initiated by the aspiration for enlightenment, willed by the aspiration for enlightenment, caused to grow by the aspiration for enlightenment, they are all due to pity for all sentient beings, they are for the quest for knowledge always liberation, they are all for the sake of accomplishing the 10 powers of the enlightened. While they thus reflect, their roots of goodness develop further, never regressing. Great enlightening beings also form this thought, I practice the deeds of enlightening beings forever by these roots of goodness, giving them all to sentient beings, dedicating them all to all sentient beings, including all, excepting none. May they cause countless worlds to be filled with treasures, countless worlds to be filled with raiment, countless worlds to be filled with fine fragrances, countless worlds to be filled with adornments, countless worlds to be filled with infinite jewels, countless worlds to be filled with exquisite flowers, countless worlds to be filled with fine flavorings, countless worlds to be filled with goods, countless worlds to be filled with chairs covered with jeweled screens and spread with fine fabrics, countless worlds to be filled with jeweled crowns variously adorned. Even if one person should be forever calming seeking, I would give these things unceasingly, and as for one, so would I do for all sentient beings. When great enlightening beings give in this way, they have no mind of falsehood or artifice, no mind of seeking or expectation, no desire for name and fame, no regret, no irritating afflictions in their minds, they only develop a mind solely intent on the path of universal knowledge, a mind to give away everything, a mind of pity for sentient beings, a mind to teach and perfect, a mind to cause all to abide in the mind of omniscient knowledge. Great enlightening beings dedicate the roots of goodness in this way, forever carrying out generous giving. Great enlightening beings also form this thought, for the sake of 10 dedications 629 even one sentient being I would like to cause countless worlds to be filled with Pira's tame elephants, with gold banners, covered with gold mesh, adorned with all kinds of jewels, to USC as gifts. I would cause countless worlds to be filled with prize orzas, adorned with all kinds of precious ornaments, to USC as gifts. I would cause countless worlds to be filled with female musicians capable of playing all sorts of beautiful music, to use for giving. I would cause countless worlds to be filled with MYOWN body, arousing the will for enlightenment, to USC for giving. I would cause countless worlds to be filled with my own head, developing a non-indulgent mind, to USC for giving. I would cause countless worlds to be filled with my own eyes, to USC for giving. I would cause countless worlds to be filled with my body's blood, flesh, bones and marrow, without feeling any attachment, to USC for giving. I would cause countless worlds to be filled with the rank of sovereign, to USC for giving. I would cause countless worlds to be filled with servants, to USC for giving. Great enlightening beings give various such things to one sentient being, abiding in a magnanimous, totally generous state of mind, and as to one, so do they give to all sentient beings in the whole realm of sentient beings. Great enlightening beings perform acts of enlightening beings throughout the future in one world, giving such things to one and all, satisfying everyone, and as they do in one world, so also do they do in all worlds in space throughout the cosmos. They cover all with great compassion, unremittingly, extending sympathy and mercy to all, providing them with what they need. They do not let conditions stop their practice of giving, and never grow weary of it, even for a moment. When great enlightening beings give in this way, they give rise to these frames of mind, an unattached mind, an unfettered mind, a liberated mind, a mind of great strength, an extremely profound mind, a well-concentrated mind, a non-clinging mind, a non-subjective mind, a well-controlled mind, an undistracted mind, a mind without arbitrary conceptions, a mind endowed with all kinds of precious essences, a mind not seeking reward, a mind comprehending all things, a mind abiding in great dedication, and skillfully determining meanings, a mind to cause all sentient beings to abide in unexcelled knowledge, a mind producing the great light of truth, a mind entering omniscient knowl@ge. In every moment of thought great enlightening beings dedicate the roots of goodness they have gathered in this way. May all sentient beings have abundant wealth and lack nothing. May all sentient beings develop inexhaustible stores of great virtues. May all sentient beings fully experience all peace and happiness. May all sentient beings develop and extend the work of great enlightening beings. May all sentient beings fulfill infinite supreme qualities. May all sentient beings gain the vehicle of universal knowledge, which never rolls back. May all sentient beings sec all the beatas of the 10 directions. May all sentient beings be 630 tlze flower omamo1t scripture forever rid of the dust and dirt of confusions and delusions of the world. May all sentient beings attain pure, impartial minds. May all sentient beings be free from difficulties and attain omniscience. When great enlightening beings practice dedication in this way, they are inspired with joy. It is to cause all sentient beings to gain well-being and peace, to cause all sentient beings to attain impartial ends, to cause all sentient beings to live with a mind capable of relinquishment, to cause all sentient beings to live with an all-giving mind, to cause all sentient beings to live with a joyfully giving mind, to cause all beings to live with a mind to give to bring eternal freedom from destitution, to cause all sentient beings to live with a mind to give all goods and treasures, to cause all sentient beings to live with a mind of universal giving, immeasurable giving, total giving, to cause all sentient beings to live with a mind to unending giving, to cause all sentient beings to live with a mind giving away all without regret or affliction, to cause all sentient beings to live with a mind to give away all things to support life, to cause all sentient beings to live with a Mind to appropriate giving, to cause all sentient beings to live with a mind to inclusive giving, to cause all sentient beings to live with a mind of extensive, great giving, to cause all sentient beings to live with a mind to give away unlimited adornments as offerings, to cause all sentient beings to live with a mind of giving without attachment, to cause all sentient beings to live with a mind of equanimous, impartial giving, to cause all sentient beings to live with a mind of giving with extremely great adamantine strength, to cause all sentient beings to live with a mind giving like the light of the sun, to cause all sentient beings to live with a giving mind embracing the wisdom of the enlightened, to cause all sentient beings to be fully accompanied by roots of goodness, to cause all sentient beings to always be in the presence of roots of goodness, knowledge, and wisdom, to cause all sentient beings to attain the fullness of incorruptible pure minds, to cause all sentient beings to develop the most pure roots of goodness, to cause all sentient beings to wake up from the stupefaction of afflictions, to cause all sentient beings to annihilate all doubt and confusion, to cause all sentient beings to attain the pure virtues of equanimous knowledge, to cause all sentient beings' virtuous qualities to be fully developed and immune to deterioration or corruption, to cause all sentient beings to have pure, imperturbable concentration, to cause all sentient beings to abide in indestructible omniscience, to cause all sentient beings to fully accomplish the functions of innumerable enlightening beings' pure spiritual powers, to cause all sentient beings to accumulate roots of goodness free from attachment, to cause all sentient beings to think of all Buddhas of past, present, and future with pure minds, to cause all sentient beings to produce superlative pure roots of goodness, to cause all sentient beings to eliminate all hindrances to enlightenment produced by the action of demons, to cause all sentient beings to be full endowed with 10 dedications 63 1 unobstructed, pure, equal virtuous qualities, to cause all sentient beings to open wide the doors of all roots of goodness and be able to full develop pure virtues, to cause all sentient beings to always recollect the Buddhas with a broad mind, never slacking or giving up, to cause all sentient beings to always approach the Buddhas and diligently attend them, to cause all sentient beings to have immeasurable minds, broad and great minds, most excellent minds, thoroughly pure, to cause all sentient beings to develop minds of pure impartial generosity, to cause all sentient beings to keep the Buddha's precepts equally and purely, to cause all sentient beings to attain great transcendent forbearance, to cause all sentient beings to have transcendent energy, never becoming lazy, to cause all sentient beings to abide in immeasurable concentration and be able to awaken all kinds of spiritual knowledge, to cause all sentient beings to attain transcendent wisdom knowing all phenomena have no inherent nature, to cause all sentient beings to fulfill the infinite pure realmof truth, to cause all sentient beings to full develop the pure roots of goodness of all mystic powers, to cause all sentient beings to abide in the practice of impartiality, build up good qualities, and perfect them all, to cause all sentient beings to be able to comprehensively enter the spheres of all Buddhas, to cause all sentient beings to be universally pure in thought, word, and deed, to cause the results of all sentient beings' good works to be universally pure, to cause all sentient beings' understanding of all things to be universally pure, to cause all sentient beings' realization of true meaning to be universally pure, to cause all sentient beings' cultivation of excellent practices to be universally pure, to cause all sentient beings to fulfill the great vows of all enlightening beings with universal purity, to cause all sentient beings to fulfill all roots of goodness based on unity of being and to dedicate them to the production of the vehicle of universal knowledge, perfecting them in every way, to cause all sentient beings to realize all virtues and knowledge with universal purity, to cause all sentient beings to full develop vision of all Buddhas without attachment, to cause all sentient beings to be endowed with Buddha's marks and embellishments, their adornments of virtue fully complete, to cause all sentient beings to full develop clear speech, thoroughly trustworthy, adorned with 100,000 qualities, replace it with the unhindered subtle voice of the Buddhas, to cause all sentient beings to attain unobstructed, equanimous minds adorned by the 10 powers, to cause all sentient beings to attain the inexhaustible light of truth of all Buddhas, with all powers of elucidation fully developed, to cause all Sentient beings to manage the lioness roar of the unexcelled fearless hero among humans, to cause all sentient beings to attain universal knowledge and turn the wheel of teaching which never rolls back, to cause all sentient beings to have full comprehension of all the teachings and to reveal and expound them, to cause all sentient beings to cultivate pure ways appropriate to the times, fully developing them, to cause all sentient beings to equally and purely 632 the flower o mammon tea. Scripture perfect the unexcelled treasures of teachings of the guide, to cause all sentient beings to fully perfect individual adornments, innumerable adornments, great adornments, the adornments of all Buddhas, to cause all sentient beings to equally penetrate all objects in all times, reaching them all, to cause all sentient beings to be able to go to all Buddha fields, listen to and absorb the true teachings, to cause all sentient beings' wisdom and altruism to be honored by the world. Equal to the Buddhas, to cause all sentient beings to know all things comprehensively by means of universal knowledge, to cause all sentient beings to carry out the practice of unshakability and realize the fruit of non-obstruction, consummating these in every way, to cause all sentient beings' roots of goodness to evolve into spiritual powers, able to know the faculties of all living beings, to cause all sentient beings to attain non-discriminatory, impartial knowledge, universally pure. In regard to unity, to cause all sentient beings not to deviate from truth and to be endowed with all roots of goodness, to cause all sentient beings to clearly comprehend all the autonomous spiritual powers of enlightening beings, to cause all sentient beings to attain the inexhaustible virtues of all Buddhas, completely equal whether in terms of virtue or knowledge, to cause all sentient beings to arouse the determination for enlightenment and to understand perfectly the equality and unity of all things, to cause all sentient beings to comprehend the truth and become the highest fields of blessings for the world, to cause all sentient beings to develop imprtl pure compassion and be fields of great power for all donors, to cause all sentient beings to be foremost in steadfastness, so that nothing can break them down, to cause all sentient beings to be beneficial to all who see them, and to be invincible, to cause all sentient beings to be well able to comprehend all true principles and attain fearlessness, to cause all sentient beings to radiate a single light which illumines all worlds in the 10 directions, to cause all sentient beings to cultivate all the enlightening beings' vigorous practices without shrinking back, to cause all sentient beings to fulfill all practical vows by means of one practical vow, to cause all sentient beings to make all hearers attain understanding by means of one sublime voice, to cause all sentient beings to be able to fully develop the pure mind of all enlightening beings, to cause all sentient beings to get the opportunity to meet good teachers and serve them all, to cause all sentient beings to unremittingly cultivate the practices of enlightening beings and harmonize and pacify living beings, to cause all sentient beings to teach according to potential, with inexhaustible powers of elucidation, to cause all sentient beings to be able to know all minds with one mind, and to impartially dedicate all roots of goodness, to cause all sentient beings to always gladly accumulate all sorts of goodness and establish sentient beings in pure knowledge, to cause all sentient beings to attain the pure body of virtue and knowledge of omniscience, to cause all sentient beings to know the roots of goodness of all living beings, to practice dedication perceptets dedication 633 tifkly and perfect them all, to cause all sentient beings to attain university or salk knowledge and realize true enlightenment, complete. In every way, to cause all sentient beings to attain full knowledge of spiritual powers, appearing in all places when appearing in one place, to cause all sentient beings to attain knowledge of universal adornment, all communities being adorned and purified when they adorn and purify one community, to cause all sentient beings to sec all Buddha lands in one Buddha land, to cause all sentient beings to adorn all Buddha lands throughout with all adornments unspeakably many adornments, innumerable adornments, infinite adornments, to cause all sentient beings to be able to understand with certainty the most profound meaning of all things, to cause all sentient beings to attain the foremost autonomous spiritual powers of the enlightened ones, to cause all sentient beings to attain autonomous spiritual powers which are not one, not different, and replete with all virtuous qualities, to cause all sentient beings to fulfill all equal roots of goodness and be crowned by the Buddhas, to cause all sentient beings to fully realize the body of pure K knowledge, supreme in all realms of existence. Thus do great enlightening beings compassionately aid and comfort all sentient beings, causing them all to be purified, to give up envy and jealousy, to experience the most wonderful bliss, to be endowed with great charisma, to develop great resolute faith, to forever abandon anger and other blinding pollutants, so their hearts are pure, straightforward, and gentle, without deception or deviousness, confusion, or folly, so they carry out emancipating practices, consolidating an insurruptible mind of impartiality, never regressing, their power of pure conduct fully developed, without affliction or loss. They practice dedication skillfully, always cultivating right practices, civilizing sentient beings, destroying all bad actions, cultivating the roots of goodness of all austerities. They also induce sentient beings to cultivate themselves, accepting suffering for the sake of all conscious creatures. Observing roots of goodness with the eye of great knowledge, knowing they all have knowledge and wisdom as their essence, they expediently dedicate them to all sentient beings. This is to cause all sentient beings to be able to abide in the realm of all pure virtues, to cause all sentient beings to be able to embody all roots of goodness, to know the natures and meanings of virtues, to cause all sentient beings to purify all roots of goodness, to cause all sentient beings to plant good qualities in fields of lesson gs, and have no regrets in their hearts, to cause all sentient beings to be able to embrace all living beings and cause everyone to head for universal knowledge, to cause all sentient beings to take in all roots of goodness, all in accord with impartial dedication. Also, they dedicate these roots of goodness in this way: may all sentient beings attain ultimate peace, may all sentient beings attain ultimate understanding, may all sentient beings ultimately live in pure ways, may all sentient beings attain unhindered insight, may all sentient 634 the flower o mambrelt scripture beings tunk their minds well, may all sentient beings be fully endowed with the 10 powers and tame living beings. When great enlightening beings practice dedication in this way, they do not become attached to actions, to consequences, to the body, to objects, to lands, to places, to sentient beings, to the non-existence of sentient beings, to all things, or to the non-existence of all things. When great enlightening beings make dedication in this way, they distribute these roots of goodness throughout the world, that all sentient beings may fully develop Buddha knowledge, attain pure minds with clear, comprehensive wisdom, their inner minds silent and serene, unmoved by external objects, as they extend and develop the family of Buddhas of past, present, and future. When great enlightening beings cultivate and practice such dedications, they transcend all, so none can surpass them. All the words of praise in the world would be insufficient to describe them. They cultivate all the practices of enlightening beings and are able to go to all Buddha lands and sec all the Buddhas without hindrance. Also they can see the courses of action of the enlightening beings of all worlds. With expert skill in means they analyze the most profound statements and meanings of all the teachings, attaining total mental command, they endlessly expound the wondrous teaching. For the sake of sentient beings, from moment to moment they appear, like reflections, in untold worlds, attending the Buddhas, in every instant they adorn untold worlds, causing all to be completely adorned and purified throughout. They cultivate the knowledge to adorn Buddha lands tirelessly. Moment to moment they cause untold hundreds of thousands of billions of sentient beings to attain purity and complete impartiality. In those Buddha lands they diligently practice all ways of transcendence, save sentient beings, accomplish pure action, and attain unobstructed cars, hearing, absorbing, and retaining the teachings of each Buddha in untold worlds, energetically practicing them without even a thought of giving up. They abide in the spiritual powers of enlightening beings in which there is no acquisition, no dependence, no fabrication, and no attachment. In a single instant, in the time of a finger snap, they can project themselves to untold Buddha worlds. They have the same insight as all enlightening beings. When great enlightening beings cultivate the practice of enlightening beings in this way, they can fully develop infinite pure virtues, which could never be exhaustively recounted or extolled, and accomplish unexcelled enlightenment, realizing the equality and purity of all Buddha fields, equality and purity of all sentient beings, equality and purity of all bodies, equality and purity of all faculties, equality and purity of all fruits of action, equality and purity of all congregations and sites of enlightenment, equality and purity of all completely fulfilled practices, equality and purity of all knowledge of methods of the 10 dedications 635 teaching, equally, and purity of the vows and dedications of all Buddhas, and equality and purity of the realms of spiritual powers of all Buddhas. When great enlightening beings practice dedication in this way, they attain the complete adornment of infinite virtues of gladdening teachings of which all qualities are pure. In this dedication, sentient beings are not at variance with all lands, lands are not at variance with all sentient beings, lands and sentient beings are not at variance with actions, actions are not at variance with ends and beings, thought is not at variance with mind, mind is not at variance with thought, thought and mind are not at variance with objects, objects are not at variance with thought and mind, actions are not at variance with consequences, consequences are not at variance with actions, practice is not at variance with the course of practice, the course of practice is not at variance with practice, the nature of things is not at variance with their characteristics, the characteristics of things are not at variance with their nature, the birth of things is not at variance with their nature, the nature of things is not at variance with their birth, the equality of lands is not at variance with the equality of living beings, the equality of living beings is not at variance with the equality of lands, the equality of all living beings is not at variance with the equality of all things, the equality of all things is not at variance with the equality of all living beings, equality of the realm of dispassion is not at variance with the equality of stability of all living beings, the equality of stability of all living beings is not at variance with the equality of the realm of dispassion, the past is not at variance with the future is not at variance with the past and future are not at variance with the present, the present is not at variance with the past and future, the equality of worlds is not at variance with the equality of Buddhas, the equality of Buddhas is not at variance with the equality of worlds, the actions of enlightening beings are not at variance with universal knowledge is not at variance with the actions of enlightening beings. When great enlightening beings dedicate in this way, they realize the equality of actions, the equality of consequences, the equality of bodies, the equality of expedients, the equality of vows, the equality of all sentient beings, the equality of all lands, the equality of all practices, the equality of all knowledge, the equality of the Buddhas of all times, they get to serve all Buddhas, attend and provide for all enlightening beings, and plant all roots of goodness, they are able to fulfill all great vows, teach and transform all sentient beings, and know all actions comprehensively, they get to serve and provide for all good teachers, and enter all enlightenment sites with pure congregations, they manage to comprehend and master all true teachings, and fully develop all pure qualities. This is the great enlightening being's seventh dedication, dedication equally adapting to all sentient beings, dedication in accord with all sentient beings. When great enlightening beings accomplish the 636th the flower ornament scripture dedication, then they can crush all demons, pulling out the thorns of craving, they attain the bliss of emancipation. Abiding in non-duality, they have great mystic powers, they rescue sentient beings and protect them, being monarchs of virtue. Their power of psychic travel is unhindered, and they go to all lands. They enter the realm of extinction, yet may assume any form. They accomplish the deeds of enlightening beings, and their minds attain autonomy in all practices and vows. They analyze and comprehend all things. They are able to be born in all Buddha fields. They attain unobstructed ears and can hear all sounds and voices in all lands. They attain the pure eye of wisdom and always see all Buddhas. In all realms they develop roots of goodness, their minds without pride or obsequiousness. They attain non-acquisitiveness in regard to all things. Great enlightening beings dedicate all roots of goodness equally in accord with all sentient beings. Then the enlightening being Diamond Banner, spiritually empowered by the Buddha, looked over the 10 directions and said in verse, "The virtues of what enlightening beings do are subtle, great, and most profound, their practice of even one moment they can dedicate without bounds. Enlightening beings' accoutrements, various, abundant, in limitless numbers prize elephants and horses, drawing carts, clothing, rare goods, all especially fine, are their heads, eyes, hands, and feet, are their bodies, flesh, bones, and marrow, they give to all in infinite worlds, filling the 10 directions. The virtues they've cultivated for countless cons they dedicate, all, wishing to rescue sentient beings, never retreating from this determination. Enlightening beings, to serve the living, always practice supreme dedication, causing all worlds to attain peace and happiness that everyone may attain the highest fruit. Enlightening beings universally make impartial vows, and whatever pure works they have accumulated they dedicate to all living beings, and ever giving up this great commitment. TE11 Dedication 63-7 Enlightening beings' willpower is unlimited and dauntless, taking in all worlds, thus dedicated to living beings with never any discrimination. They vow that sentient beings' knowledge be clear, their generosity and self-control all pure, diligent in cultivation, indefatigable, this great commitment they never give up. Enlightening beings' dedication reaches the other shore, they open the gates of the pure, sublime teaching, their knowledge the same as the Buddha, they analyze the true meaning and attain the ultimate. Enlightening beings are masters of verbal expression and various kinds of knowledge, they explain the teaching according to truth, without hindrance, and yet their minds are not attached to it. They do not create duality in things, nor do they create non-duality, they are free of duality and non-duality, realizing they are just manners of speaking. They know all worlds are equal, being naught but the doings of mental talk, and sentient beings are phantoms, without reality, all results of conditions. The various consequences in all worlds each different are made from the power of acts, if action is stopped, all come to an end. Enlightening beings observe all worlds, their words, deeds, and thoughts impartial, and they induce sentient beings to be impartial like the peerless great sage. Enlightening beings' good works they dedicate all to the purification of beings, they fully endowed with virtue and skill in means, same as the supreme tamer. Enlightening beings aid all living creatures, dedicating their whole ocean of virtues. 638 The Flower Omen Scripture vowing to cause their light to go beyond the world and attain the body of intrepid power. The virtues they cultivate they pray will purify the world, that the purity of sentient beings be like the incomparable purity of Buddha. Enlightening beings are skilled in interpretation, and know the supreme teaching of the Buddhas, they equally dedicate all good works, vowing to make all beings the same as Buddha. Enlightening beings know all things are empty and all worlds have no existence, there is no creation and no creator, yct the consequences of beings' actions remain. All things null? Not null? They divorce this dualistic discriminating mind, they know all notions are worldly views, entering the absolute state, conceptualization ends. Thus are true children of Buddha born by transformation from the enlightened one's teaching, they can practice such dedication well to remove all the world's confusion. What is great enlightening beings' dedication with the character of true thusness? Here enlightening beings' correct mindfulness is clear and perfect, their mind is firm and stable, they get beyond confusion, and cultivate practice single-mindedly, their profound mind unstirring, accomplishing indestructible works, proceeding toward omniscience without ever regressing. They are determined to seek the great vehicle, bold and fearless, planting roots of virtue, they bring peace to the world, producing excellent roots of goodness and cultivating pure qualities. Their great compassion grows, their mind treasure develops, they always remember the Buddhas and preserve the true teaching. Their belief in the path of enlightening beings is firm and enduring, they perfect immeasurable pure roots of goodness, diligently cultivating all virtues and knowledge. As spiritual guides they produce myriad good principles, dedicating their knowledge and skill in liberative means to the salvation of others. At such a time enlightening beings examine all roots of goodness immeasurable, boundless with the eye of wisdom, those roots of Te11 dedication 639 goodness, in the course of being cultivated and gathered, involve seeking conditions, repairing instruments, purification, orientation and involvement, concentration and et toward, initiation and execution, clarification and understanding, refined examination and explanation, thus all have various facets, various spheres, various characteristics, various phenomena, various proportions, various acts, various names, various distinctions, various productions, various practices. All the roots of goodness therein are established by the mind directed toward the vehicle of the 10 powers, and are all dedicated solely to the knowledge of all means and sciences of liberation. The roots of virtue they dedicate in this way, they vow to attain complete, unobstructed action to carry out enlightening practices, they vow to attain pure unobstructed speech, to carry out enlightening practices, they vow to attain fully developed unobstructed mental ascension and abide in the great vehicle, they vow to attain complete, unobstructed minds and purely cultivate all practices of enlightening beings, they vow to develop minds of infinitely magnanimous generosity and provide for all sentient beings, they vow to master all the teachings and spread the light of the great teaching, which nothing can veil, they vow to arrive at the realm of universal knowledge, illumining the world with the will for enlightenment, they vow to always correctly remember the Buddhas of past, present, and future, always clearly picturing the enlightened present before them, they vow to live by fully developed powerful aspiration and get away from all demons and enemies, they vow to attain stabilization in the 10 powers of knowledge of Buddhas and teach all sentient beings ceaselessly, they vow to attain concentration and travel through the worlds without being affected by or attached to the worlds, they vow to live in the world unwearied and always edify and influence sentient beings, they vow to activate innumerable liberative techniques of thought and wisdom and accomplish the inconceivable path of enlightening beings, they vow to attain knowledge never confused in any place, able to distinguish all worlds, they vow to attain the power of knowledge of autonomous spiritual capabilities, able to purify all lands in a single instant, they vow to penetrate the intrinsic nature of things and see all worlds as pure, they vow to develop knowledge of non-differentiation, entering all fields in one field, they vow to reveal all the adornments of all fields to edify and influence infinite sentient beings, they vow to show the boundless cosmos in a single Buddha field, and to do likewise in all Buddha fields, they vow to attain free psychic powers and spiritual knowledge and be able to travel to all Buddha lands. By means of roots of goodness great enlightening beings vow to accomplish the adornment of all Buddha lands, they vow to be able to pervade all worlds, they vow to accomplish contemplative investigation by knowledge. As they thus dedicate roots of goodness for themselves in this way, so also do they do so for all sentient beings, that is, they 640 the flower omament script 11 RC vow that all sentient beings become forever free from hells, animality and ghosthood, they vow that all sentient beings get rid of all hindering actions, they vow that all sentient beings attain universal minds with impartial knowledge and wisdom, they vow that all sentient beings deal with opponents and friends imprtly, causing them all to be secure and happy, their knowledge and wisdom pure, they vow that all sentient beings' knowledge become fully complete, with pure light illuminating everywhere, they vow that all sentient beings' wisdom from reflection be fully developed and that they understand the real truth, they vow that all sentient beings seek enlightenment with pure aspiration and attain immeasurable knowledge, they vow that all sentient beings will be able to reveal the abode of peace. Great enlightening beings always dedicate their goodwill in this way, to cause all sentient beings to encounter the cloud of pure coolness showering the rain of truth, to cause all sentient beings to always encounter the excellent environment of fields of virtue, to cause all sentient beings to be able to enter the treasury of the spirit of enlightenment and preserve it themselves, to cause all sentient beings to shed all veils and live properly, to cause all sentient beings to attain knowledge of you and entered spiritual faculties, to cause all sentient beings to attain free bodies appearing everywhere, to cause all sentient beings to achieve supreme knowledge of all ways of liberation and bring about unfailing benefit, to cause all sentient beings to purify all creatures, to cause all sentient beings to be able to consummate universal knowledge, to cause all sentient beings to be unshakable and unobstructed in mind. Great enlightening beings, seeing delightful countries, gardens, and groves, plants, trees, and fruits, distinguished scents and excellent clothing, rare jewels and goods, various decorations, or seeing delightful villages, towns, or hamlets, or seeing the majesty of sovereigns, or seeing a day free from clamor, employ their knowledge of means and diligently cultivate innumerable sublime virtues, earnestly seeking good for the sake of sentient beings, never lacking off, widely gathering much good, vast as the ocean, and cover all with infinite good, being bases of myriad good things, expediently dedicating roots of goodness without discrimination, pointing out infinite various roots of goodness, always knowingly observing all sentient beings, their minds always remembering the realms of roots of goodness. They ceaselessly dedicate to sentient beings roots of goodness as impartial as true thusness. At such a time, they dedicate the roots of goodness in this way, may all sentient beings attain the delightful visions of the enlightened, sec the true nature of things, equal and impartial, without any grasping or attachment, complete and pure, may all sentient beings sec the most delightful, perfect offerings of the enlightened ones, may all sentient beings be reborn in all the most delightful pure Buddha lands, free of all afflictions, may all sentient beings manage to perceive the most delightful teaching of the Buddhas, may all sentient beings always happily tc11 dedication 6.jl preserve the policing practices of all enlightening beings, may all sentient beings acquire the enjoyable eyes of the wise and sec without obstruction, may all sentient beings always sec all pleasing things, nothing otensive, may all sentient beings realize all delightful true ths and diligently preserve them, may all sentient beings attain pure illumination in the pleasing teachings of all Buddhas, may all sentient beings cultivate all the delightful attitudes of generosity of enlightening beings, may all sentient beings attain fearlessness and be able to expound all admirable teachings, may all sentient beings attain the enlightening beings extremely delightful most profound concentration, may all sentient beings attain the enlightening beings most pleasant methods of mnemonic spells, may all sentient beings attain enlightening beings most admirable analytic knowledge, may all sentient beings be able to manifest enlightening beings most delightful autonomous spiritual powers, may all sentient beings be able to expound the pleasing most profoundly wonderful teaching in the great congregations of the Buddhas, may all sentient beings be able to skillfully analyze and explain the most pleasing expressions of differentiation, may all sentient beings always be able to activate most pleasant impartial great compassion, may all sentient beings in every thought activate the most admirable aspiration for enlightenment, ways causing their senses to be joyful and blissful, may all sentient beings be able to enter all the most pleasant houses of the enlightened ones, may all sentient beings achieve the admirabiliation whereby they are able to harmonize and pacify, calming sentient beings unceasingly, may all sentient beings attain the most pleasing inexhaustible eloquence of enlightening beings, expounding all truths. May all sentient beings abide for you unspeakably many unspeakable number bears of cons in all pleasant worlds, teaching and transforming sentient beings without wearying, may all sentient beings, by means of innumerably techniques, be able to understand and enter into all the most light teachings of the Buddhas, may all sentient beings attain delightful unobstructed liberative techniques and know all things no basis, may all sentient beings attain the delighted realm of freedom from greed and craving, know all things are ultimately non-dual, andcut through all barriers, may all sentient beings develop the delightful way of enlightening beings v/hitch is free from inanity, may all sentient beings attain the diamond mind of ct tort and accomplish the delightful path of universal knowledge, may all sentient beings be endowed with delight till unobstructed roots of goodness and destroy all afflictions, may all sentient beings find the delight till Door of omniscience and realize true awakening throughout the world. When great enlightening beings cultivate such roots of goodness, they gain the light of knowledge, they are taken into the care of good teachers, the Sun of Wisdom Ofthe Buddhas illumines their minds, rever annihilating the darkness of ignorance. They diligently practice the true teaching, enter into works of knowledge, and learn the stages of knowledge. They 642 The flower or Namk 11 scriptures spread roots of goodness, filling the cosmos, dedicating them wisely. They plumb the depths of the source of enlightening beings roots of goodness, by means of knowledge they enter deeply into the ocean of liberative means and develop immeasurably great roots of goodness. Great enlightening beings dedicate these roots of goodness in this way, they do not cling to the world, they do not grasp sentient beings, their minds are pure, not relying on anything, they are correctly mindful of all things and dismiss discriminatory views, they do not give up the independent wisdom of all Buddhas, they accord with all impartial truths, and do not destroy the Buddha's true characteristics, they do not deviate from the correct way of dedication of all Buddhas, they look upon the triple world equally, without any image of sentient beings, they follow the path of Buddha well and explain its principles well, with profound understanding of their meaning, they enter the supreme stage and awaken to the real truth, their knowledge is complete, their faith is firm, though they practice correct actions well, they know the nature of action is empty, they understand all things are like phantoms, and know all things have no intrinsic essence of their own, they observe all meanings and all kinds of practices according to their conventional explanations and are not attached to them, they abolish all causes and conditions of grasping and clinging, they know the truth and sec the nature of all things being null and void, they comprehend that all things have the same unique real character, they know the characteristics of things are not mutually opposed, they live with enlightening beings and practice their path, taking all sentient beings into their care, they enter the door of dedication of all enlightening beings of past, future, and present, their minds are not startled or frightened by the Buddha's teachings, with minds of boundless kindness, compassion, joy, and equanimity, they cause all sentient beings to attain purity, in the worlds of the 10 directions, they do not develop selfish, possessive grasping and clinging, they do not conceive of anything in the world, they do not give rise to obsession with any objects, they diligently practice all ways to transcend the world and have no attachments to or reliance on any mundane realm, their insight into the profound, wonderful path is accurate and steady, and they are rid of all erroneous views, they understand the real true just as true thus permeates all places, without boundaries, so also docs their dedication of roots of goodness pervade everywhere unbounded, just as true thusness has reality as its essence, so likewise docs their dedication of roots of goodness have as its essence understanding of the reality of all things, just as true thusness always retains its original nature without change, so too docs their dedication of roots of goodness preserve its original nature unchanging throughout. Just as true thusness has as its nature the essencelessness of all things, so also docs their dedication of roots of goodness have as its nature the understanding of the selfness of all things, just as the mark of true tc11 dedication 643 thusness is signlessness, so too is the mark of their dedication of roots of goodness the signlessness of all things, just as those who realize true thusness never backslide, likewise those who attain this dedication of roots of goodness never retreat from the Buddha teachings, just as true thusness is the sphere of action of all Buddhas, so too is this dedication of roots of goodness the sphere of action of all Buddhas, just as the realm of true thusness is unconnected to any mark of boundary or real so also is the dedication of roots of goodness free from any sign of boundary or realm, yet it is the realm of all Buddhas of past, present, and future, just as true thusness can have establishments, so too can the dedication of roots of goodness establish all sentient beings, just as the nature of true thusness always adapts, so also docs the dedication of roots of goodness forever adapt ceaselessly, just as true thusness cannot be measured, likewise the dedication of roots of goodness is equal to the realm of space and the minds of all sentient beings cannot measure it, Just as true thusness fills all, so also does the dedication of roots of goodness pervade the cosmos in a single instant, just as true thusness is eternal and inexhaustible, so also is the dedication of roots of goodness ultimately inexhaustible, just as true thusness has no compare. Likewise the dedication of roots of goodness can fulfill all the Buddha teachings without compare, just as the essence of true thusness is stable, so also is the essence of dedication of roots of goodness stable, impervious to delusions and afflictions, just as true thusness is indestructible, so too is the dedication of roots of goodness stable. Impervious to delusions and afflictions, just as true thusness is indestructible, so too is the dedication of roots of goodness, which no creatures can damage, just as the body of true thusness is illumination, so also the nature of the dedication of roots of goodness is universal illumination, just as true thusness is omnipresent, likewise the dedication of roots of goodness is present in all places, just as true thusness pervades all times, so also does the dedication of roots of goodness pervade all times, just as the nature of true thusness is eternally pure, likewise the dedication of roots of goodness abides in the world yet is essentially pure, just as true thusness is unhindered by things, so too the dedication of roots of goodness extends everywhere unobstructed, just as true thusness is the eye of all phenomena, likewise the dedication of roots of goodness is an eye for all sentient beings, just as the nature of true thusness has no fatigue, so also is the dedication of roots of goodness, cultivating all the practices of enlightening beings with never any fatigue, just as the inherent nature of true thusness is most profound, so too is the nature of dedication of roots of goodness most profound, just as there is not a single thing in true thusness, likewise there is not a single thing in the essence of dedication of roots of goodness, just as the nature of true thusness is not manifestation, similarly the substance of dedication of roots of goodness is subtle and refined and hardly visible, just as true thusness is apart from all defilements and obscurations, so too is Dika 644 the flower ornament scripturation of roots of goodness, the eye of wisdom pure and unclouded by ignorance, just as the nature of true thusness has no equal, so also is the dedication of roots of goodness, accomplishing all practices of enlightening beings, peerlessly supreme, just as the essential nature of true thusness is absolutely quiescent, so also is dedication of roots of goodness well able to accord with the truth of quiescence, just as true thusness has no basis, likewise is dedication of roots of goodness able to penetrate all baseless phenomena, just as the inherent nature of true thusness is boundless, similarly dedication of roots of goodness purifies boundless numbers of sentient beings, just as the essential nature of true thusness has no attachments, likewise the dedication of roots of goodness is ultimately divorced from all attachments, just as true thusness has no obstructions, so also the dedication of roots of goodness eliminates all barriers in the world, just as true thusness is not a mundane sphere, so too the dedication of roots of goodness cannot be carried out by any worldling, just as the essential nature of the true thusness has no abode, so also is the dedication of roots of goodness not the dwelling place of any birth and death, just as true thusness by nature has no fabrication, so too docs dedication of roots of goodness relinquish all fabrication, just as the essential nature of true thusness remains steady, so also docs dedication of roots of goodness abides steadily in truth, just as true thusness corresponds with all things, so too docs dedication of roots of goodness correspond with the learning and practice of the enlightening beings, just as true thusness is inherently always equal in all things, likewise does the dedication of roots of goodness practice impartiality in all worlds, just as true thusness is not apart from all phenomena, similarly dedication of roots of goodness never ever abandons the world, just as true thusness is ultimately inexhaustible in all things, so too is dedication of roots of goodness inexhaustibly directed towards sentient beings, just as true thusness is not at variance with all things, likewise dedication of roots of goodness is not at variance with the teachings of all Buddhas of past, present, and future, just as true Thus universally includes all things, so too docs dedication of roots of goodness completely include the roots of goodness of all sentient beings. Just as true thusness is of the same essential nature as all things, so is dedication of roots of goodness of the same essential nature of the Buddhas of all times, just as true thusness is not divorced fro all things. Likewise dedication of roots of goodness holds all mundane and transmundane things, just as true thusness cannot be obscured. Similarly none in any world can obscure dedication of roots of goodness, just as true thusness cannot be stirred. In the same way dedication of roots of goodness cannot be disturbed by any demonic activity. Just as the essence of true thusness has no pollution, so too is dedication of roots of goodness like this, cultivating the practices of enlightening beings without defilement. Just as true thusness is without change, so also is dedication of roots of goodness, compassionately caring for sentient beings without change of mind. Just as true thusness 10 Dedicatio 11 645 is inexhaustible, so is dedication of roots of goodness, it cannot be exhausted by mundane norms. Just as the nature of true thusness is always aware, likewise dedication of roots of goodness is able to be aware of all truths. Just as true thusness cannot be lost or destroyed, dedication of roots of goodness is also like this, arousing great commitment to sentient beings which is never lost or destroyed. Just as true thusness is able to greatly illumine, in the same way dedication of roots of goodness illumines all worlds with the light of great knowledge. Just as true thusness cannot be explained in words, likewise all words and speech cannot explain dedication of roots of goodness. Just as true thusness holds all worlds, likewise dedication of roots of goodness holds all the practices of enlightening beings. Just as true thusness goes along with conventional verbal expression, similarly dedication of roots of goodness goes along with all verbal expression of wisdom. Just as true thusness pervades all phenomena, so docs dedication of roots of goodness pervade all Buddha fields in the 10 directions, manifesting great spiritual powers and fulfilling true enlightenment. Just as true thusness has no discrimination, so too dedication of roots of goodness has no discrimination in regard to all beings in all worlds. Just as true thusness is in all bodies, so also is dedication of roots of goodness in the infinite bodies of the lands of the 10 directions. Just as the essential nature of true thusness is birthless, so too is dedication of roots of goodness, expediental y manifesting be earth yet obeying no be earth. Just as true thusness is omnipresent, in the same way dedication of roots of goodness is omnipresent in the Buddha lands of all times and places, everywhere manifesting spiritual powers. Just as true thusness permeates the night, so also dedication of roots of goodness emits great light in all nights, giving it to perform Buddha work. Just as true thusness permeates the day, so docs dedication of roots of goodness cause all sentient beings in the day to see Buddha's spiritual displays expounding the non-regressive teaching, free from defilement, pure, beneficial to all. Just as true thusness is omnipresent in the fortnight and month, the dedication of roots of goodness requires skill in dealing with the succession of seasons in all worlds, knowing all times in a single moment. Just as true thusness is present throughout the years, likewise docs dedication of roots of goodness abide for measureless cons, clarifying and maturing all faculties, developing them to completion. Just as true thusness is omnipresent in ages of becoming and decay, so also dedication of roots of goodness abides in all ages. Pure and unaffected, educating beings and purifying them. Just as true thusness extends throughout the future, dedication of roots of goodness cultivates the pure sublime practices of enlightening beings throughout the future, fulfilling their great vows, never retreating. Just as true thusness pervades past, present, and future, dedication of roots of goodness causes sentient beings to see the Buddhas of past, present, and future in a single instant, never parting for a moment. Just as true thusness is in all places, so too dedication of root 64:6 tlzc flower omaml t scripture of goodness transcends the triple world and reaches everywhere in compl at freed om. Just as true thusness abides in existence and non-existence, Similarly, dedication of roots of goodness comprehend all existent and non-existent things, ultimately pure, just as the essential nature of true thusness is pure. Dedication of rock of goodness is able to assemble aids to enlightenment by means of expedient techniques and purify the practices of enlightening beings, just as the essential nature of true thusness is immaculate. Similarly, dedication of roots of goodness causes enlightening beings to attain the immaculate mind of concentration, just as the essential nature of true thusness has no defilement, so too is dedication of roots of goodness beyond all defilements, fulfilling all pure intentions, just as true thusness has no self or possessions. Dedication of roots of goodness fills all Buddha lands in the 10 directions with the selfless, non-possessive pure mind, just as the essential nature of true thusness is impartial. Likewise, dedication of roots of goodness attains impartial universal knowledge, illumining all things, free from all clouds of ignorance, just as true thusness is beyond all calculations and measurements. Likewise, dedication of roots of goodness abides together with the treasury of powerful teaching of the vehicle of universal knowledge, which is beyond all calculation and measurement, spreading vast clouds of teaching throughout all worlds in the 10 directions. Just as true thusness is poised in equality, so too is dedication of roots of goodness, initiating all enlightening practices, poised equanimously in the path of omniscience, just as true thusness subsists in all realms of sentient beings. Similarly, dedication of roots of goodness fulfills unhindered knowledge of all kinds of ways of liberation and appears in all realms of sentient beings, just as true thusness has no discrimination and universally abides in knowledge of all sounds, so too the dedication of roots of goodness has in it knowledge of all sounds of speech and can everywhere manifest all kinds of speech sounds to teach sentient beings. Just as true thusness is forever detached from the world, so also does dedication of roots of goodness cause sentient beings to be forever detached from the world. Just as the essential nature of true thusness is immensely vast, so too dedication of roots of goodness can retain the extensive Buddha teachings of past, future, and present, never forgetting diligently cultivating all practices of enlightening beings, just as true thusness is uninterrupted. Likewise, dedication of roots of goodness, out of desire to place all sentient beings securely on the ground of great knowledge, cultivates enlightening practice unceasingly through all ages, just as the essential nature of true thusness is spacious and open, so too is the dedication of roots of goodness, with pure mindfulness unobstructed, containing all spacious open doors to truth, just as true thusness embraces all kinds of creatures. Similarly, dedication of roots of goodness realizes knowledge of innumerably types and species, and cultivates the genuine sublime practices of enlightening beings, just as true thusness has no grasping or attachment. 10 Dedication 64-7 Dedication of roots of goodness 2. Has no clinging to anything, destroying all mundane grasping and attachment, purifying all worldings, just as the essential nature of true thusness is unmoving. Likewise, dedication of roots of goodness abides steadily in the perfect compelled practical commitments of universal good, ultimately unmoving, just as true thusness is the sphere of Buddhas, so too dedication of roots of goodness causes sentient beings to fulfill all spheres of great knowledge and annihilate the spheres of afflictions, causing them to be purified. Just as true thusness cannot be ruled or conquered, so also dedication of roots of goodness is not ruled or conquered by any delusive actions or erroneous theories. Just as true thusness is not something that can be cultivated yet not something that cannot be cultivated, similarly dedication of roots of goodness abandons all illusions and attachments and has no discrimination between cultivating and not cultivating. Just as true thusness has no withdrawal, so also is dedication of roots of goodness like this, always seeing Buddhas, rousing the aspiration for enlightenment adorned with great vows, never withdrawing or giving up. Just as true thusness universally contains the sounds of all speech of all beings, similarly dedication of roots of goodness potentiates acquisition of superknowledge of all different languages, reducing all kinds of utterances, just as true thusness has no seeking in respect to anything. Likewise, dedication of roots of goodness causes sentient beings to ride the vehicle of universal good to emancipation, having no craving for anything, just as true thusness abides in all stages, so too dedication of roots of goodness causes all sentient beings to give up the stages of mundanity and abide in the stages of knowledge and wisdom, adorning themselves with the practice of universal good, just as true thusness has no end. Dedication of roots of goodness is also like this, attaining fearlessness in all truths, expounding them everywhere according to the languages of the audience, without end, just as true thusness is free from all taints, so too dedication of roots of goodness causes all sentient beings to develop objective knowledge, comprehend the truth, and fulfill all the untainted qualities of enlightenment, just as there is not the slightest thing that can damage or disturb true thusness and cause it to be even slightly unaware. Likewise dedication of roots of goodness causes universal awareness of all truths with a boundless mind pervading the cosmos, just as true thusness has no beginning in the past, no end in the future, and no variation in the present. Likewise dedication of roots of goodness continually renews the vow of the aspiration for enlightenment for all sentient beings, enabling them all to be purified and forever freed from birth and death, just as true thusness has no discrimination among past, present, and future. Dedication of roots of goodness is also like this, the mind always aware in each instant of the present, and total pure in past and future, just as true thusness develops all Buddhas and enlightening beings. Likewise dedication of roots of goodness, initiating means of expediting all great vows, develops the 48 the flow R1, CROMAME 11F scripture Griya TKNO Ulage of the BUDDHAS, just as true thusness is ULTIMATELYPUREANDNOT concurrent with the afflicti ONS. So too dedication of roots of goodness CAN extinguish ALL sentient bay NGSAFFLItion SAND fu L-Phi LLALLPURE knowledge and wisdom. When great enlightening beings practice dedication in this way, they realize the EQUALITYOFALLB Phi elds, because they ADORNANDPURI Phi ALLWORLDS, they realize the EQUALITY of ALL sentient beings, because they turn the will of the teaching OFNO and obstruction FORALLOF the M, they realize the equality of enlightening beings, because they produce all knowledge and vows, they realize the equality of all Buddhas, because they observe the essence of the Buddhas is non-dual, they realize the equality of all things, because they know the nature of things is invariable, they realize the equality of LL worlds, because by means of knowledge of expedience they understand all manners of speaking, they realize the equality of all practices of enlightening beings, because they dedicate all roots of goodness as they plant them, they realize the equality of all TIMS, because they diligently carry out Buddha work at all times, never CEASING, they realize the EQUALITY OFALL fruits OFACTION, because they have no obsession with or attachment to any mundane or transmundane roots of goodness, while consummating them all, they realize the EQUALITY OFSP IRIDUAL powers OFBUDDHAS, because they manifest Buddha work adapted to the world. This is great enlightening beings' eighth dedication, dedication with the character of true thusness. When great enlightening beings abide in this dedication, they attain realization of innumerable pure teachings, and RCABLETOMAKETHELIONROAROFTHE in Li GH tent, free AND without TR, with skill in MCMs they teach AND develop countless in LIGH tening Bay NGS, Anever CEASINGATANY time, they attain the in Phi NITECOMPL at BODYOFBUDDHAHOOD, ONE body Phi LL in GALL worlds, they attain THEIN finite complete voice of Buddhahood, one utterance enlightening all beings, THEYH tain THEIN finite complete POWEROFBUDDHAHOOD, ABLE to contain ALLL and DS in ASINGLEPORE, they attain the infinite COMP LTA by LI ties of Buddhahood, placing sentient beings in a single atom, they attain the infiniTECOMPL at liberation OFL3UDDHAHOOD, manifesting all SPHE residential of Buddhahood in the body of a single being, attaining true enlightenment. THEYATTAIN the infinite complete concentration OFHUDDHAHOOD, ABLETOM manifest ALL concentration S in one concentration, they attain the infinite COMPLCTCPCL\VCRs OF analysis and elucidation of BUDDHAHOOD, EXPLAINING a single state MENTOF principle forever WITHOUT exhausting IT, REMOVINGTHLDOUBTSAND confusion OFALL sentient BNGS, THEYATTAIN the infinite COMPLCTC being of Buddhahood, endowed with the 10 powers of BUDDHAHOOD, manifesting the attainment of true enlightenment th rough out the realmof ancient bain gs. This is great enlightening beings dedication of all roots of goodness in accord with the character of truths. 10 Dedicati 01 ZS 649 Then the enlightening being diamond banner, invested with the awesome power of Buddha, looked over the 10 directions and spoke these verses, enlightening being's determination is stable, with true mindfulness steadfast, free from ignorance and confusion. Their minds are flexible, always cool, they build up boundless virtuous practices. Enlightening beings are humble and inoffensive, their aspirations are all pure. They have attained the great light of wisdom, able to illumine all acts. Enlightening beings' meditations and works are great, various low different, extremely rare, they cultivate practice with determination, not retreating, thereby to aid all living beings. Their acts are infinitely various, enlightening beings practice them all diligently, adapting to sentient beings, not opposing their wishes, causing all minds to be pure and joyous. They have already ascended to the honored stage of the human tamer, freed from all burning afflictions, their minds unobstructed, they know the meanings of all the teachings and practice them ever more diligently for the benefit of the living. The good practices cultivated by enlightening beings are measureless, countless, variously different, they know the particulars of all of them, and dedicate them to help living beings. With subtle knowledge they ever examine the ultimate, universal truth, cutting off all hypostases, dedicating in accord with truths. Just as truthusness pervades all, so do they embrace all worlds, this mind do enlightening beings dedicate to freeing sentient beings from attachment. 650 The flower o mammoth JTSCR pound P tour The power of enlightening beings vows is all-pervasive, just as truthusness is omnipresent, their mindfulness comprehends the seen and unseen, whereby they dedicate virtues. Subsisting in the night and the day, in the fortnight and the month, and in the year and the con, as is truthusness, so is their practice. In all times and all lands, all sentient beings and all phenomena abiding therein yet without dwelling anywhere, they dedicate practice like this. Like the fundamental essence of truthusness, such a great mind do enlightening beings awake, truthusness's whereabouts is everywhere such practice do they dedicate. As in the fundamental essence of truthusness there has never been a single thing, ungraspable essence the true essence, such work do they dedicate. As is the character of truthusness, so is their work, as is the essence of truthusness, so is their work, as the essence of truthusness is basically real, so is their work the same as truthusness. Just as truthusness has no limits, so too is their work boundless and yet they have no ticks therein, therefore this work is pure. Thus are brilliant true children of Buddha, their will steadfast, unwavering, by their power of knowledge they comprehend well and enter the treasury of Buddha's techniques. Awakening to the true teaching of Buddha, they are not obsessed or bound by it thus their free mind is unobstructed they've never seen anything to originate. 10 Dedication 65 1 The acts of the Buddha's reality body, the features of all worlds as they are, the explanation of the signs of things as signless, knowing such characteristics is knowing the teachings. Enlightening beings abide in the inconceivable, in which thought is inexhaustible, entering this inconceivable realm, thought and non-thought are both silenced. Thus do they contemplate the nature of things, comprehending all distinctions in acts, obliterating all attachment to self, they abide in virtue, immovable. The fruits of the acts of enlightening beings are all stamped by inexhaustible knowledge, this infinity's inherently null, therefore inexhaustible expedients vanish. Enlightening beings observe the mind is not outside and also is not found within, they know the nature of mind has no existence, detached from self and things, forever extinct. Thus do those Buddha children know the nature of all things is eternally void, and there's not a single thing that can create. They realize selflessness, same as the Buddhas. They know that all worlds are equal to the nature and characteristics of true thusness, seeing these inconceivable characteristics, they can know the uncharacteristic. If any abide in this profound truth, always happily cultivating enlightening practices, desiring to aid all living beings, adorned with great vows, unregressing, they then transcend the mundane, not creating erroneous concepts of birth and death, comprehending the mind is like a magical production, diligently cultivating practices to liberate sentient beings. Enlightening beings observe the world with true awareness, seeing that all comes from active conditions. 652 The flower or Narn 11t Scripture they cultivate practices in order to liberate, including all in the triple world. They know the various differences of sentient beings are discriminations of mental imagery and action, this they observe with complete clarity, without destroying the nature of things. The wise comprehend all Buddha teachings and dedicate such practices, taking pity on all living beings, causing them to contemplate rightly the truth. What is great enlightening beings unattached, unbound, liberated dedication? Here they honor and respect all roots of goodness, that is to say, they honor and respect emancipation from birth and death, embodiment of all roots of goodness, seeking all roots of goodness, repentance of past acts, moral support of roots of goodness, expression of respect for Buddhas, making prostrations before tombs and shrines, and exhorting Buddhas to expound the teaching. They honor and respect such various roots of goodness, recognizing and approving them all. When great enlightening beings honor, respect, recognize and approve these roots of goodness, they are extremely delighted, and affirm their faith, attaining peace and stability themselves and also enabling others to attain peace and stability. They diligently cultivate roots of goodness without attachment, freely building them up, developing supreme determination, abiding in the realm of the enlightened, their power growing, able to see and know all. They dedicate the roots of goodness in this way, with unattached, unbound, liberated mind to accomplish the deeds of universal good, with unattached, unbound, liberated mind to purify the speech of universal good, with unattached, unbound, liberated mind to perfect the mental action of universal good, with unattached, unbound, liberated mind to arouse the vast energy of universal good, with unattached, unbound, liberated mind to fulfill the methods of concentration formulae of unobstructed exp. Res Zion of universal good, their voices pervading the 10 directions, with unattached, unbound, liberated mind to fulfill the method of concentration formulae for perception of all Buddhas of universal good, always seeing all Buddhas of the 10 directions, with unattached, unbound, liberated mind to achieve and understand the method of concentration formulae of all sounds, the same as all sounds, expounding infinite principles, with unattached, unbound, liberated mind to accomplish universal good's method of concentration formulae abiding through all ages, cultivating enlightening practice everywhere in the 10 directions, with unattached, unbound, liberated mind to accomplish the power of 10 dedication. 653 Freedom of universal good, in the body of one being, showing the cultivation of the practices of all enlightening beings, eternally throughout the future, ever unceasing, and as I am the body of one being, so also in the bodies of all beings, with unattached, unbound, liberated mind to achieve the power of freedom of universal good to enter into the enlightenment sites of all congregations, appearing before all Buddhas, and cultivating the practices of enlightening beings, with unattached, unbound, liberated mind to accomplish the power of freedom of Buddhahood of universal good, and appear to spend endless eons on various methods, causing all sentient beings to attain entry into enlightenment, appearing bodily before all Buddhas, with unattached, unbound, liberated mind to attain the power of freedom of universal good, and moment to moment enable untold beings to abide in the knowledge of the 10 powers, without weariness of mind, with unattached, unbound, liberated mind to accomplish the power of freedom of universal good, in the bodies of all sentient beings manifesting all Buddha's autonomous spiritual powers, causing all sentient beings to live by the practice of universal good, with unattached, unbound, liberated mind to develop the power of freedom of universal good, in the speech of one being producing the speech of all beings, causing each and every being to dwell in the stage of universal knowledge, with unattached, unbound, liberated minds to attain the power of freedom of universal good and contain the bodies of all beings in the body of each individual being, causing all to think they have attained the Buddha body, with unattached, unbound, liberated mind to achieve the power of freedom of universal good and be able to adorn all worlds of the 10 directions with a single flower, with unattached, unbound, liberated minds to accomplish the power of freedom of universal good and produce a great voice pervading the cosmos, heard in all Buddha lands, pacifying all beings, with unattached, unbound, liberated mind to attain the power of freedom of universal good, able to enter, in each passing instant of the endless future, all worlds everywhere, adorning them as they wish by the spiritual power of Buddha, with unattached, unbound, liberated mind to achieve the power of freedom of universal good and through the ages of the future always be able to enter into all worlds and manifest the attainment of Buddhahood in the world, with unattached, unbound, liberated mind to accomplish the practice of universal good, with one light illumining all worlds in the realm of space, with unattached, unbound, liberated mind to achieve the practice of universal good, attain immeasurable knowledge, be endowed with all spiritual powers, and explain all kinds of truths, with unattached, unbound, liberated mind to accomplish the practice of universal good, and enter the eternal immeasurable spiritual knowledge of the enlightened, with unattached, unbound, liberated mind to accomplish the practice of universal good, abide in the realm of the enlightened ones throughout the cosmos, and by the spiritual power of the enlightened cultivate the 654 the flow wer moment. Scripture physical, verbal, and mental actions of the practices of enlightening beings, never flagging, with unattached, unbound, liberated mind to accomplish the practice of universal good, and be pure in speech, not deviating from the truth or corrupting the teaching, with inexhaustible eloquence teaching and pacifying all sentient beings so that they may attain the unexcelled enlightenment of all Buddhas, with unattached, unbound, liberated mind to cultivate the practice of universal good. And when entering into a single aspect of the teaching emit immeasurable light illuminating inconceivably many aspects the teaching, abide in the practices of enlightening beings, master of the teaching, arrive at the other shore adorned by universal good, and examine and gain understanding of every single object by means of universal knowledge, without universal knowledge being exhausted, with unattached, unbound, liberated mind to live by the practice of universal good from this life. Forever onward, never ceasing, attaining omni science and realizing innumerable truths, to be ultimately free from confusion and delusion in regard to truth, with unattached, unbound, liberated mind to cultivate the work of universal good, with mastery of technique, attaining the light of truth and illumining the practices of enlightening beings without obstruction, with unattached, unbound, liberated mind to cultivate the practice of universal good and attain knowledge of all means of liberation, that is, innumerable means, inconceivable means, the means of enlightening beings, means of universal knowledge, all enlightening beings means of training, means of activating innumerable cycles of teachings, means appropriate to unspeakably many times, means of explaining all kinds of methods, means of the boundless treasury of fearlessness, means of explaining all truths, with unattached, unbound, liberated mind to live by the practice of universal good, accomplish actions that cause all witnesses to rejoice and not give rise to slander or repudiation, and to set their minds on enlightenment with ultimate purity, never regressing, with unattached, unbound, liberated mind to cultivate the practice of universal good and attain pure knowledge of the languages of all sentient beings, fully adorned by all verbal expression to respond to all sentient beings and gladden them, with unadate, unbound, liberated mind to abide by the practice of universal good, and establish an extraordinary will, have a pure mind, attain great spiritual powers and vast knowledge and wisdom, and go to all vast worlds and vast lands, and to immense congregations of sentient beings expound unspeakably many far-reaching teachings of the Buddhas, their treasuries full of vast adornments, with unattached, unbound, liberated mind to fulfill the practice and vows of dedication of universal good and attain the pure body, pure mind, and pure understanding of all Buddhas, embody the virtues of Buddhahood, abide in the realm of Buddhahood, universally illumining with the seal of knowledge, revealing the pure deeds of enlightening beings, entering into the meanings of